Welcome to part 1 of What If Deku Entered Demon Slayer.
What if I, a boy born with a quirk beyond limits, was suddenly thrown into a world where power means nothing without a blade in your hand?
I'm Izuku Midoriya. I've always tried to control my powers, but now I've been ripped away from the future I knew and dropped into a world where demons hunt in the shadows. No quirks. No gadgets. Just survival. In this strange new world, a boy named Tanjiro Kamado fights to protect what's left of humanity. When our paths cross, I don't know if we'll fight each other or stand together. The answers lie ahead, in a story about power, pain, and the fight to find where I truly belong. This is my story, a new difficult chapter of my life. Chapter 1, A Broken Dream. The scream tore from Izuku Midoriya's throat like a ragged flag ripped by a gale, a primal cry that clawed its way from the deepest recesses of his being. It was a sound born not of physical pain, though his muscles spasmed and cramped, but of a terror so profound it vibrated in the very marrow of his bones, echoing the grotesque symphony of his dream. He thrashed, limbs entangled in sweat-soaked sheets that clung to him like a second skin, the phantom stench of ash and ozone clinging to his nostrils, and the spectral image of a world torn asunder still burning behind his eyelids. The dream had been a maelstrom of sensory overload, a sky weeping crimson tears, bleeding into a horizon consumed by an unnatural, sickly green glow. Shadows, vast and formless, writhed with malevolent intent, stretching and contracting like living tendrils, reaching for something just beyond his grasp. And at the heart of it all, a power within him, vast and uncontrollable, not the familiar, albeit volatile, warmth of one for all, but something colder, more ancient, tearing at the very fabric of existence with an insatiable hunger. It felt different. More primal. More destructive. A whisper of a catastrophe he couldn't comprehend, yet somehow, felt intrinsically linked to. Izuku. My baby, what's wrong? The familiar, worried voice of his mother, Inko, cut through the lingering tendrils of the nightmare like a lifeline thrown into a churning sea. Her soft hands were on his shoulders, gently at first, then more firmly, shaking him back to the waking world. Her touch was a beacon, guiding him out of the abyss. His eyes, wide and unfocused, darted around the dim room, slowly, agonizingly, registering the familiar posters of All Might, his childhood hero, plastered across the walls, a comforting presence in the chaos of his mind. The cluttered desk, piled high with hero analysis notebooks and discarded snacks, offered another anchor to reality. And then, the comforting presence of his mother's silhouette, framed against the faint, pearly glow of dawn filtering through the curtains. Mom? He croaked, his voice raw, scraped from the depths of his fear, his chest heaving as if he'd run a marathon through the nightmare itself. The dream, vivid and horrifying in its apocalyptic grandeur, began to recede, pulling back like a receding tide, leaving behind only a chilling residue of dread, a cold, clammy film on his soul. He remembered flashes, disjointed and terrifying, the crimson sky, the writhing shadows, and that vast, uncontrollable power, not his own, yet emanating from him, a force of cosmic destruction. It was a power that felt utterly alien to the heroic ideals he cherished. Inko pulled him into a tight embrace, her arms wrapping around him, a shield against the lingering horrors. She stroked his unruly green hair, a soothing rhythm against his scalp. You were screaming, Izuku. A terrible nightmare, wasn't it? Her voice was thick with concern, her own heart pounding against his, a frantic drumbeat that mirrored his own. The scent of her, a comforting blend of laundry detergent and something uniquely Inko, slowly began to calm the frantic thrumming in his veins. He nodded, burying his face in her shoulder, trying to steady his racing pulse, trying to convince himself it was just a dream. Yeah. It was. Bad. Really bad. He didn't elaborate, couldn't. How could he explain a dream that felt less like a dream and more like a premonition, a glimpse into a reality that defied all logic, a world where the very laws of physics seemed to unravel? How could he articulate the feeling of wielding such destructive power, a power so antithetical to his core beliefs? He felt a strange, unsettling chill, as if the dream had left a crack in the world, and a cold draft was seeping through, hinting at something vast and terrifying just beyond the veil of his perception. Well, it's over now, dear, Inko murmured, her voice a gentle balm, pulling back slightly to cup his face in her hands, her thumbs gently wiping away the dampness on his temples. Her eyes, though still clouded with worry, held a reassuring warmth. Just a dream. But look at the time, you'll be late for UA. The mundane reality of school was a welcome anchor, a solid piece of ground in the swirling aftermath of his nightmare. UA High. The path to becoming a hero. It was a stark contrast to the apocalyptic visions that had plagued his sleep, a testament to the world he fought to protect. He forced a shaky smile, a fragile mask over his lingering fear. Right. I'll get ready. The words felt hollow, but the routine was a necessary distraction. As he showered, the hot water did little to wash away the lingering unease. The dream felt significant. Not just a random jumble of subconscious fears, but a coherent, terrifying narrative. One for all had been acting strangely lately, its previous users' quirks manifesting with an increasing, sometimes alarming, unpredictability. Black whip, float, the nascent hints of others, they were powerful, yes, but also unruly, difficult to control, like wild horses straining against a bridle. He'd been struggling to maintain control, the power feeling less like a steady river and more like a raging torrent threatening to burst its banks, each new quirk adding another unpredictable current. Perhaps the dream was a manifestation of his subconscious anxieties about this escalating instability. Or perhaps, something more. The very air around him seemed to hum with an unspoken tension, a whisper of something vast and unknown lurking just beyond the veil of perception, a secret waiting to be unveiled. He dried himself, the towel feeling rough against his skin, his mind still replaying fragments of the nightmare, a chilling premonition of a world unraveling. The morning bustle of UA High was usually a familiar comfort, a vibrant symphony of ambition and power. Today, however, it felt different. The vibrant chaos of students with extraordinary abilities, the hum of latent power in the air, the distant shouts from training grounds, it all served to ground Izuku, yet the ground felt subtly shifted beneath his feet. He exchanged greetings with Ida, who was, as ever, a paragon of punctuality and order, his hand chopping through the air with precise, almost robotic movements as he lectured a tardy classmate. Midoriya-kun. Good morning. Ensure you maintain optimal time management for maximum academic efficiency. His earnestness was a familiar, comforting constant. Izuku managed a weak chuckle. He shared a quick, easy laugh with Uraka, whose cheerful disposition was a balm to his still frayed nerves. Deku-kun. You look a little tired. Bad dream? She asked, her big, kind eyes filled with genuine concern. He just nodded, unable to articulate the depth of it. Even Bakugo's usual explosive greeting, a gruff Deku, you damn nerd, get out of my way. Don't tell me you're still having those pathetic nightmares, huh? Felt strangely reassuring in its predictability, a harsh but familiar anchor in a world that felt increasingly surreal. Class 1A settled into their seats, the usual chatter dying down into a low murmur as the door slid open and Shota Aizawa, their homeroom teacher, shuffled in, looking as perpetually exhausted as ever, his eyes half-lidded, his scarf draped around his neck like a perpetual shroud of weariness. His dark eyes swept over the class, a silent assessment that missed nothing, a gaze that seemed to pierce through pretenses and see the raw potential, and the raw flaws, in each of them. All right, brats, Aizawa grunted, his voice a low rumble, devoid of any discernible enthusiasm, as if every word was a monumental effort. Listen up. Today, we're doing something different. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle, a master of understated drama. A collective murmur rippled through the class, a wave of curiosity and apprehension. Aizawa rarely deviated from the curriculum without good reason, and when he did, it usually meant something significant, and often, something physically demanding. Kaminari whispered, think it's another surprise pop quiz? Sero shushed him. As you know, he continued, activating his quirk for a fleeting moment, his eyes glowing red, the tendrils of his hair floating upwards as he surveyed them, a silent, powerful reminder of his ability to nullify their very essences. Some of you are still struggling with quirk control. Whether it's raw power that overwhelms you, unpredictable manifestations that catch you off guard, or simply inefficient usage that wastes precious energy, it's a problem that needs addressing. We are heroes, and control is paramount. So, the faculty has approved a new experimental program. Izuku felt a prickle of unease, a faint, chilling echo of his nightmare. An experiment. Quirk control. The words seemed to intertwine with the images of the crimson sky and the tearing reality from his dream. Was this connected? Was his subconscious trying to warn him? This isn't for everyone, Aizawa clarified, his gaze settling briefly on Izuku, then moving to Bakugo, whose brow was furrowed in a perpetual scowl, then to Todoroki, whose calm exterior masked immense, often conflicting, power. It's designed for those whose quirks are either inherently volatile, or those who are experiencing unusual fluctuations. He emphasized the word unusual, and Izuku felt a blush creep up his neck. He knew Aizawa was referring to the recent, unexpected emergence of the previous one for all quirks within him. He paused again, letting the words sink in, allowing the students to digest the implications. We've selected 6 students for the initial phase. These individuals have been identified as having the most potential for growth in this area, but also the most pressing need for stabilization. He picked up a tablet from his podium, its screen glowing faintly in the dim classroom. The chosen participants are Izuku Midoriya, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Ochako Uraka, Tenya Ida, and Fumikage Tokoyami. A wave of surprise, mixed with a touch of apprehension, washed over the selected students. Izuku felt a knot tighten in his stomach. His instability with One for All was certainly a factor, especially with the Black Whip and Float quirks manifesting recently, often without warning, making him a danger to himself and others if not properly managed. He glanced at his classmates. Bakugo, of course, had immense power, but his control over his explosions, especially in confined spaces, could be aggressive. Todoroki's dual quirk, while powerful, often led to internal conflict and inefficient usage. Uraka's quirk, while seemingly simple, could be dangerous if she accidentally made something too heavy float, or if her nausea overwhelmed her. Ida, despite his precision, sometimes struggled with the sheer speed of his engines. And Tokoyami's dark shadow was notoriously difficult to control in darkness, its power escalating beyond his grasp. It made sense. This experiment, Aizawa explained, his voice droning on, yet every word carrying weight, will be overseen by myself and Mei Hatsume from the support course. Hatsume has developed a new device, the Quirk Synchronization Matrix, designed to analyze and, theoretically, stabilize quirk energy fluctuations. It's a highly advanced piece of tech, and frankly, a bit untested in a live environment, which is why we're starting with a small group. Mei Hatsume. Izuku knew her. Brilliant, eccentric, and prone to creating inventions that bordered on the absurd, yet often surprisingly effective. The thought of her tinkering with something meant to stabilize quirks sent a shiver down his spine that was half excitement, half dread. Her inventions were always groundbreaking, but sometimes, they had unforeseen side effects. He remembered the sports festival, and her penchant for dramatic, often explosive, demonstrations. Midoriya, Aizawa's eyes, usually half closed, fixed on him with an intensity that made Izuku straighten in his seat. You've had significant issues with One for All's output and the recent manifestation of additional quirks. Your participation is particularly crucial. Are you willing to volunteer? Izuku didn't hesitate. Despite the lingering unease from his dream, despite the vague, unsettling feeling that this experiment might be connected to something far larger and more dangerous than simple quirk control, the opportunity to gain better control over One for All, to master the immense power that had been entrusted to him, was paramount. This was his path to becoming a hero who could save everyone, just like All Might. And to do that, he needed control. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. I'll do it. His voice, though still a little shaky from the morning's nightmare, held a fierce determination. Aizawa gave a curt nod, a flicker of something akin to approval in his tired eyes. Good. The rest of you, report to Training Ground Gamma after classes. Midoriya, you'll be the first to undergo the synchronization process. The bell rang, a shrill, piercing sound that cut through the lingering tension, signaling the end of homeroom. The rest of the school day passed in a blur of anticipation and nerves for Izuku. He tried to focus on his lessons, on the intricate theories of heroics and the complex equations of support item design, but his mind kept drifting to the experiment. What would it feel like? Would it truly help him control One for All, to harness its full potential without shattering his own body? Or would it? He pushed the unsettling thoughts away, the dark tendrils of his nightmare trying to creep back into his consciousness. This was for the better. This was how he became a better hero. This was how he lived up to All Might's legacy. He just had to trust the process. He had to trust UA, he had to trust Mei Hatsume, even if her inventions sometimes had a flair for the dramatic. Training Ground Gamma was a vast, sprawling complex, usually used for urban combat simulations, a concrete jungle of crumbling buildings and simulated disaster zones. Today, however, it was transformed. A large, intricate piece of machinery dominated the center of the main arena, dwarfing the surrounding structures. It was a dizzying array of shimmering chrome, polished steel, and pulsating lights, interwoven with a labyrinth of intricate wiring and glowing conduits. It resembled a colossal, metallic spiderweb spun around a central, transparent chamber, humming with a barely contained energy. The air around it felt charged, almost electric. Mei Hatsume, goggles perched precariously on her head, her pink hair a wild halo around her face, was buzzing around it like a hyperactive bee, making last-minute adjustments with a manic grin plastered across her face, muttering excitedly to herself about supercool babies and ultimate power synchronization. "Behold, my babies," Mei declared, throwing her arms wide in a grand, theatrical gesture at the contraption as Izawa and the 6 selected students approached. Her voice was a high-pitched, enthusiastic chirp that cut through the low hum of the machinery. The quirk synchronization matrix. It's designed to create a resonant frequency with your quirk, allowing us to map its unique energy signature, analyze its fluctuations, and then, with precise, micro-adjustments, stabilize any errant frequencies. Think of it as a super advanced tuning fork for your very essence. She gestured wildly, her eyes gleaming with the fervor of a mad scientist. Izuku felt a strange pull from the machine, a subtle, almost imperceptible hum that resonated deep within him, vibrating in harmony with the dormant power of One for All. It was almost as if One for All was reaching out to it, a curious beast sensing a kindred spirit, or perhaps, being drawn in, an irresistible force pulling it towards an unknown destiny. He could feel the latent energy within the machine, a mirror to his own. Midoriya, you're up first, Izawa said, his voice as flat and unenthusiastic as ever, but with an underlying current of seriousness. He gestured towards the central chamber, which was essentially a transparent cylinder large enough to comfortably fit a person, its inner surfaces glowing with a faint, inviting light. Get in. With a deep breath that did little to calm the frantic beating of his heart, Izuku stepped into the chamber. The cool, smooth surface of the reinforced glass hummed beneath his fingertips, a faint vibration that traveled up his arm. May quickly sealed the door with a satisfying hiss, her eyes gleaming with scientific fervor, already tapping away at a nearby control panel. All right, Midoriya-kun. She chirped, her fingers dancing across a holographic interface. We're going to start with a low-level energy scan to get a baseline. Just relax and let your quirk flow naturally. Don't try to force it, just let it be. Izuku closed his eyes, focusing inward, trying to feel the immense power of One for All. It was always there, a roaring inferno just beneath his skin, waiting to be unleashed, a constant, low thrumming that was as much a part of him as his heartbeat. Today, it felt particularly restless, almost agitated, like a caged beast sensing an impending interaction with a new, unknown force. He could feel the different quirks within it, the echoes of the previous users, swirling and shifting, a chaotic symphony of power. A soft, emerald glow began to emanate from his body, the telltale sign of One for All activating, a gentle aura that pulsed with his every breath. The machine responded, its lights intensifying, a low thrumming growing into a deep, resonant hum that filled the chamber, vibrating through the glass and into Izuku's very bones. Data streamed across May's holographic screens, a dizzying array of graphs, fluctuating numbers, and complex energy patterns, like a living map of his inner power. Fascinating, May exclaimed, her voice barely containing her excitement, a high-pitched squeal of delight. His energy signature is incredibly complex. It's like a symphony of different frequencies all trying to play at once, a chaotic masterpiece. The residual energy from the previous users is truly a sight to behold. Izawa, ever stoic, watched the readouts with a critical eye, his arms crossed over his chest. Is it stable? Relatively. May chirped, her eyes glued to the data. But there are definite spikes. See here? These are the residual energies from the previous user's quirks. They're colliding. Like different radio waves interfering with each other. That's what's causing the instability, the unpredictable manifestations. She pointed at a particularly jagged line on a graph. Initiate stabilization protocol, Izawa ordered, his voice unwavering, betraying none of the underlying tension. Roger that. May's fingers danced across the controls with practiced ease, a blur of motion. The hum of the machine deepened, becoming a powerful, almost overwhelming vibration that Izuku felt in his bones, in his teeth, in the very core of his being. The lights within the chamber pulsed with a blinding intensity, bathing him in a kaleidoscope of colors, emerald green, electric blue, fiery orange, all swirling and blending around him, a dizzying light show. He felt a strange sensation, as if countless invisible hands, made of pure energy, were reaching into him, gently, then more firmly, trying to untangle the knotted threads of his power, to smooth out the chaotic currents of One for All. For a moment, it felt good. A sense of order, of clarity, began to settle over the chaotic energy of One for All. He felt the different quirks, Black Whip, Float, the others he hadn't even fully identified yet, aligning themselves, their individual energies flowing into a more harmonious whole, like a discordant orchestra suddenly finding its rhythm. A wave of profound calm washed over him, a fleeting glimpse of what true mastery might feel like. He could almost taste the potential, the future where he could wield One for All without fear of self-destruction. Then, something went wrong. Horribly, catastrophically wrong. A sharp, piercing whine erupted from the machine, a sound that grated against Izuku's teeth, rising in pitch until it was a deafening shriek that assaulted his ears, threatening to burst his eardrums. The lights within the chamber flickered wildly, erratically, then exploded in a shower of brilliant, dangerous sparks that rained down like deadly confetti. The hum of the machine became a violent shudder, a monstrous tremor that shook the very ground beneath their feet. The entire structure began to groan, metal twisting and groaning under immense, unimaginable strain, like a tortured beast. "What's happening?" Uraka cried out, her voice a thin thread of panic, shielding her eyes from the blinding flashes and the chaotic light. Ida stood rigid, his engine sputtering, his face pale. Bakugo snarled, instinctively raising his hands, ready to unleash an explosion, but against what? "The energy output is spiking," Mei yelled, her voice hoarse with alarm, her face pale with a mixture of terror and disbelief as she frantically pounded on the controls, her usual manic grin replaced by a look of utter desperation. "It's overloading. One for all. It's too much. It's rejecting the synchronization. It's fighting back." Her words were barely audible over the growing cacophony. Inside the chamber, Izuku felt an excruciating pressure building within him, as if his very being was about to rupture, to explode from the inside out. One for all, instead of being stabilized, was reacting violently, its raw, untamed power clashing with the machine's attempts to contain it, like two titans locked in a death grip. The emerald glow around him intensified, becoming a blinding, emerald sun, pulsating with dangerous, uncontrolled energy, radiating heat that scorched his skin. He felt his consciousness fraying, his grip on reality slipping. "Shut it down, Hatsune," Aizawa roared, his eyes wide with concern, his erasure quirk flaring, the red glow momentarily cutting through the chaos, but it was useless against the sheer, uncontrolled force erupting from the machine. It was a force beyond quirks, beyond comprehension. "I can't." Mei shrieked, tears of frustration and fear welling in her eyes. "It's locked. The system's completely overloaded. It's feeding off his quirk, amplifying it, tearing itself apart." The chamber began to crack, thin fissures spreading across the transparent walls like spiderwebs across a shattered pane of glass, growing wider with every violent shudder. The air crackled with raw, uncontrolled energy, smelling of ozone and burning metal, a scent of impending destruction. Izuku screamed, not in pain, but in a primal fear as the world around him began to distort. The walls of the chamber seemed to ripple, to melt, the very air shimmering as if it were water, then twisting into impossible shapes, folding in on itself. He saw his friends, their faces contorted in horror, their desperate shouts swallowed by the roaring void that was forming around him. A deafening crack echoed through the training ground, a sound that seemed to split the very fabric of the universe. The central chamber shattered, not into shards, but into a swirling vortex of emerald light and distorted reality, a kaleidoscope of impossible colors and shifting dimensions. The air tore open, revealing a gaping, jagged maw of swirling colors and impossible depths, a portal to somewhere else. It was a rift, a tear in the very fabric of existence, screaming into being. Izuku, caught in the eye of the storm, felt himself being pulled, violently, inexorably, into the swirling abyss. His last conscious thought was of his friends, their horrified faces illuminated by the chaotic, swirling light, their desperate shouts swallowed by the roaring void that consumed him. He reached out, a futile gesture, for the world he knew, the world he was meant to protect. Then, darkness. Absolute, suffocating darkness, colder than any winter night, deeper than any ocean trench. The first sensation was the chill. A damp, earthy cold that seeped into his bones, far different from the sterile, climate-controlled air of the UA training ground. It was the cold of ancient earth, of deep, primeval forests. The second was the silence, a profound, oppressive quiet that pressed in on him, broken only by the rustle of unseen leaves, the faint drip of moisture from unseen branches, and the distant, mournful hoot of an owl, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. Izuku gasped, his eyes snapping open, his lungs burning as he tried to pull in air, which felt thick and heavy. He lay sprawled on a bed of damp, decaying leaves, their earthy scent mingling with the sharp, resinous smell of ancient trees. Above him, a canopy of impossibly tall, gnarled trees blotted out the sky, their branches interwoven like skeletal fingers, forming a dense, impenetrable roof. The darkness was absolute, save for the faint, silvery glow of a sliver of moon filtering through the dense foliage, casting long, distorted shadows that danced with every whisper of the wind, creating monstrous, shifting shapes that played tricks on his already frayed nerves. He pushed himself up, his muscles aching, protesting with every movement, his head throbbing with a dull, persistent ache. Where was he? The training ground was gone. UA was gone. His heart hammered against his ribs, A frantic drumbeat of rising panic. This wasn't right. This wasn't any forest he knew. The trees were too ancient, too menacing, their forms alien and unsettling, unlike anything he had ever seen in Japan. The air felt heavier, older, imbued with a sense of forgotten time. He instinctively reached for his pockets, for his phone, for his hero license, for his emergency first aid kit, for anything familiar, anything that could ground him. Empty. His costume was gone, replaced by the tattered remains of his UA uniform, ripped and stained with dirt, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. His trusty red shoes were still on his feet, thankfully, a small comfort in the vast unknown, but everything else was gone. His backpack, his meticulously organized notebooks, his support gear, all vanished, as if they had never existed. Panic began to set in, cold and insidious, creeping up his spine like a venomous spider. He tried to activate One for All, to feel the familiar surge of power, the comforting warmth of its immense energy, the crackle of green lightning that usually enveloped him. Nothing. A faint, almost imperceptible hum, like a dying ember, flickered deep within him, a mere ghost of its former glory, but it was weak, alien, unresponsive. It felt foreign. As if the very air in this place was hostile to it, dampening its essence, suffocating its flame. It was like trying to breathe underwater. "Hello?" He called out, his voice hoarse, a desperate plea that was swallowed by the vast, indifferent silence of the forest. Only the echo of his own desperation answered him, a hollow, mocking sound that underscored his terrifying isolation. He was utterly, terrifyingly alone. He stumbled to his feet, his legs shaky, his body trembling with a mixture of cold and fear. He had to find out where he was. He had to find a way back. This had to be a dream. A continuation of his nightmare, a cruel trick of his mind. But the biting cold, the rough bark of the trees beneath his trembling fingers, the pungent smell of damp earth and decaying leaves, it was all too real, too visceral to be a fabrication. He began to walk, blindly, through the oppressive darkness, pushing aside thick undergrowth that snagged at his tattered uniform, his ears straining for any sound, any sign of civilization, any human voice. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly, a labyrinth of shadows and ancient secrets, each step leading him deeper into the unknown. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, every distant rustle in the bushes, sent a jolt of fear through him, making him jump, his heart leaping into his throat. He was a hero, meant to save people, to face villains head-on, to stand as a symbol of peace, but this was an unknown terror, a creeping dread that gnawed at his resolve, a fear that was far more insidious than any physical threat. He felt like a child lost in a dark, endless maze. Hours seemed to pass, each one stretching into an eternity. The moon, a sliver of silver, slowly climbed higher, casting the forest in an ethereal, ghostly light that only served to make the shadows seem deeper, more menacing. Izuku's hope dwindled with each step, replaced by a growing despair. He was lost. Utterly, irrevocably lost. The thought of his mother, of All Might, of his friends, brought a fresh wave of tears to his eyes, but he quickly blinked them back. He couldn't afford to break down. Not yet. Then, he heard it. A guttural growl, low and menacing, that seemed to vibrate through the very ground, shaking the leaves around him. It was a sound of pure, predatory hunger, unlike anything he had ever heard. It was followed by a sickening wet sound, like tearing flesh, a gruesome symphony that turned his stomach. He froze, every instinct screaming at him to run, to flee this unseen horror, but his hero's heart, despite the overwhelming fear, compelled him to investigate. He was a hero. He couldn't just run. He crept forward, parting a curtain of thick, dew-laden vines, and peered into a small clearing, the moonlight illuminating a scene of unspeakable horror. What he saw made his blood run cold, freezing in his veins. A creature, tall and gaunt, with skin the color of bruised plums and eyes that glowed with an unnatural, predatory light, hunched over something on the ground. Its limbs were elongated, ending in razor-sharp claws that dripped with a dark, viscous substance. Its mouth was a gaping maw filled with needle-like teeth, stained crimson. It was a monster. Something out of a horror story, a grotesque nightmare made flesh. It was unlike any villain he had ever encountered, unlike any quirk he had ever seen. This was something ancient, something evil, something utterly inhuman. And it was feasting. The sickening tearing sound continued, accompanied by a low, contented growl. A wave of nausea washed over Izuku, threatening to make him retch. This wasn't a villain. This wasn't a quirk. This was something else entirely. Something ancient and evil, a creature of pure malice. The creature's head snapped up, its glowing, malevolent eyes fixing on him, burning holes into his very soul. A low snarl rumbled in its chest, a sound of pure, unadulterated hunger, a promise of violence. It began to move, slowly at first, a predatory stalk, then with terrifying, unnatural speed, lurching towards him, its long limbs propelling it with a sickening grace. Izuku's mind screamed. He had no quirk, no gear, no plan. His body, usually so responsive to one for all, felt heavy, sluggish, useless. But his body, honed by years of training, by a lifetime of hero worship and the ingrained instinct to protect, reacted instinctively. He ducked under a sweeping claw, the wind of its passage rustling his hair, a faint, acrid smell of decay accompanying it. He saw an opening, a desperate, foolish one, but the only one he had. A glint of moonlight on something metallic embedded in the creature's shoulder. A sword hilt. Without thinking, driven by pure, desperate adrenaline, he lunged, his fingers closing around the hilt. It was a katana, its blade dark and curved, seemingly ancient, yet sharp. He yanked it free with a grunt, the monster roaring in frustration as the blade tore through its flesh, a black, viscous liquid oozing from the wound. The creature recoiled, momentarily stunned by the unexpected pain, its glowing eyes wide with a flicker of surprise. Izuku didn't hesitate. He swung the blade, clumsily, wildly, with no formal training, but with the full force of his desperate terror, his entire body pouring into the unrefined motion. The katana sliced through the creature's neck with a wet, tearing sound, a sickening thwack that echoed in the silent clearing. The monster froze, its glowing eyes wide with a mixture of shock and disbelief, its snarl dying in its throat. Then, slowly, impossibly, it began to disintegrate, its body crumbling into ash and dust, vanishing into the night air as if it had never been, leaving behind only a faint, lingering stench of decay. Izuku stood panting, the katana heavy in his trembling hands, its dark blade reflecting the sliver of moon, now stained with the black, oily substance that had been the monster's blood. He had killed it. He had killed a monster. The relief was immediate, overwhelming, a rush of pure, unadulterated survival, but it was quickly replaced by a chilling realization. This wasn't a dream. This was real. And whatever that thing was, it wasn't human. It was something far more terrifying. He looked down at the spot where the creature had been feasting, his stomach churning. The moonlight now illuminated a small, still form. A girl. She was young, no older than himself, perhaps younger, lying motionless on the damp leaves. Her hair was black, unbound and disheveled, and she wore a strange, traditional Japanese kimono, torn and stained. A bamboo muzzle was clenched between her teeth, a bizarre, unsettling detail. And then, he saw it. The small, dark holes in her neck, oozing a dark, viscous liquid. The torn flesh on her arm. The same wounds he had seen on the creature he had just killed. The realization hit him like a physical blow, a wave of sickening horror. His blood ran cold. The monster hadn't been feasting on her. It had been protecting her? He had killed her protector. And now? A rustle in the undergrowth, sharp and sudden, broke through his daze. Izuku spun around, raising the katana defensively, his heart leaping into his throat once more. A young man burst into the clearing, his eyes wide with horror, his face etched with a desperate, frantic hope that quickly turned to agonizing despair. He wore a checkered haori, a traditional Japanese jacket, and carried a distinctive, dark-bladed sword, its hilt worn from use. His gaze fell upon the girl on the ground, his sister, then on Izuku, standing over her, the katana still in his hand, its blade stained with the dark, viscous fluid that could only be. The young man's eyes, once filled with hope, narrowed into slits of pure, unadulterated fury. His breath hitched, a strangled sound of agony and rage that tore from his throat, a sound of profound, irreparable loss. Nezuko! He screamed, his voice raw with grief, a guttural cry that echoed through the silent forest. He took in the scene, the dissipating dust of the demon, a creature he had long hunted, the still form of his sister, his last remaining family, and the green-haired stranger holding the very blade that had, in his eyes, just ended her life. The evidence was irrefutable, damning. You monster! The young man snarled, his hand flying to the hilt of his own sword, his knuckles white with suppressed violence. You killed her. You killed my sister. His voice was thick with venom, his eyes burning with a hatred so intense it felt like a physical heat. Izuku's mind reeled, scrambling for an explanation, for a way to undo the irreversible. Nezuko? Sister? This wasn't a monster he had killed. This was a girl? A human girl? He had made a terrible, irreversible mistake, a mistake that would haunt him forever. Wait. No. You don't understand, Izuku stammered, dropping the katana, its clatter loud in the sudden, tense silence. His hands were raised in a gesture of surrender, of desperate explanation, of pleading for understanding. She looked like a demon. I thought she was attacking someone. I was trying to save them. His words tumbled out, frantic and disjointed, choked with rising panic and guilt. But the words were lost, drowned out by the roar of the young man's grief and rage. Tanjiro Kamado, the brother who had sworn to protect his last remaining family, who had carried his sister through countless dangers, saw only one thing: the murderer of his beloved sister. There was no room for explanation, no space for nuance, only the blinding red haze of vengeance. With a cry that tore through the silent forest, a cry of pure, unadulterated fury and sorrow, Tanjiro launched himself forward, his sword glinting in the moonlight, aimed directly at Izuku's heart. The feud, born of a tragic misunderstanding and a desperate, misguided act, had begun, an inescapable destiny forged in the crucible of loss and vengeance. Chapter 2, Tears on the Sword. The air, thick with the scent of damp earth and the metallic tang of fresh blood, crackled with an unspoken tension, a prelude to the storm. It was a tension that vibrated not just in the humid forest air, heavy with the night's lingering chill, but in the very fibers of Izuku Midoriya's being, a cold dread that settled deep in his stomach, churning with the bitter taste of his catastrophic mistake. Tanjiro Kamado, his face a mask of contorted grief and incandescent rage, moved with a speed that defied Izuku's expectations, a blur of checkered houri and dark steel that seemed to ripple through the sparse moonlight, almost too fast for the human eye to track. His sword, a Nichiren blade, a weapon Izuku now knew was imbued with a purpose far beyond anything in his own world, gleamed ominously, reflecting the sliver of moon like a predatory eye, a cold, hard point of light in the overwhelming darkness. It was a deadly extension of Tanjiro's burning vengeance, a conduit for his profound sorrow, a physical manifestation of his shattered heart. This wasn't the wild, unrefined swing of a street brawler, nor the predictable, often theatrical, movements of a quirk-using villain he was accustomed to analyzing. This was the precise, honed strike of someone who had trained relentlessly, who had faced death countless times and survived, whose every muscle was attuned to the art of killing, whose every breath was a calculated move. This was no mere quirk user, no villain he had ever encountered in his own world. This was a warrior, a true combatant, driven by a sorrow so profound it had twisted into pure, lethal intent, a force of nature born from unimaginable loss, a storm of grief that threatened to consume everything in its path. You demon. Tanjiro's voice was a guttural snarl, raw with a pain that Izuku could almost taste, a metallic tang on his tongue, like rust and tears. It was a sound that tore through the quiet of the forest, echoing the agony of a broken heart, a primal scream of anguish and betrayal. You will pay for this. For Nezuko. The name, whispered with such tenderness moments before, a sacred vow, was now spat out like a curse, imbued with a venom that chilled Izuku to the bone, a poison that seemed to seep into his very soul. Izuku, still reeling from the horrific realization of his mistake, the vivid image of Nezuko's still, small form burned into his mind like a brand, instinctively recoiled. His mind screamed for one for all, for the familiar surge of power that would allow him to dodge with superhuman speed, to defend with reinforced limbs, to counter with a devastating blow that could shatter concrete. He yearned for the crackle of green lightning, the comforting hum of immense power that usually coursed through his veins, a constant, reassuring presence. But the power remained a distant, flickering ember, stubbornly unresponsive, a dying flame in the depths of his being, as if the very fabric of this alien world rejected its presence, suffocating its flame, rendering it inert. He was just Izuku Midoriya, a quirkless boy once more, vulnerable and exposed, facing a trained swordsman whose every movement bespoke lethal intent, whose every breath was a prelude to death. The irony was a bitter taste on his tongue, a cruel jest of fate. He, the symbol of hope in his world, the inheritor of a legacy of power, was utterly helpless here, reduced to nothing but raw instinct. The Nichiren blade whistled through the air, a terrifying whisper of death, a sound that cut through the night, aimed directly at his head. It was a clean, swift strike, designed to end a life with brutal efficiency. Izuku, relying purely on the muscle memory of countless training sessions, the desperate, ingrained will to survive that had been forged in the fires of All Might's tutelage, threw himself to the side. His body moved without conscious thought, a desperate, animalistic lunge. The blade sliced through the air where his head had been a split second before, a chilling whisper of death that raised goosebumps on his skin. He felt the faint rush of displaced air, the cold kiss of impending doom, a sensation that made his blood run cold. He scrambled backward, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird, frantic and desperate, threatening to burst from his chest, his eyes wide with a desperate plea for understanding, for a pause, for a chance to explain the inexplicable, to bridge the impossible gap between their worlds. Please. You have to listen, Izuku gasped, his voice strained, raw from fear and exertion, his breath coming in ragged, painful gasps that tore at his throat. I didn't know. She looked like the monster. It was dark. I thought I was saving someone. His words tumbled out, a frantic, desperate torrent, choked with rising panic and guilt, a jumbled confession, but they were met only with a fresh wave of attacks, each one more furious, more precise, more lethal than the last. Tanjiro's face was a mask of unyielding fury, his ears deaf to anything but the roar of his own grief, his mind consumed by the image of his sister. Tanjiro's movements were fluid, graceful, almost beautiful in their deadly precision, a terrifying dance under the moonlight, yet imbued with a terrifying, almost animalistic ferocity. He moved like water, flowing around Izuku, his steps silent on the damp forest floor, leaving no trace, his blade a shimmering arc of moonlight, a dance of death, each swing a promise of oblivion. He was relentless, a force of nature, each strike aimed to kill, to avenge the perceived murder of his sister, to extinguish the life of the one who had brought him such unbearable pain. Izuku dodged, weaved, and parried with his bare hands, his arms already stinging from countless near misses, the wind from the blade's passage biting at his skin, leaving faint, icy trails, each one a reminder of how close he was to death. He wasn't fighting a villain, he was fighting a force of nature, a storm of grief and vengeance that threatened to consume him whole, to tear him limb from limb. Every fiber of his being screamed for him to run, to escape, to find some sanctuary, but there was nowhere to go in this endless, dark forest, no escape from the relentless pursuit of Tanjiro's sorrow. He felt the exhaustion begin to set in, his muscles screaming, protesting with every desperate movement, his lungs burning, starved for air. How long could he keep this up? How many more seconds until his luck ran out? Lies. All lies, Tanjiro roared, his voice cracking with the intensity of his emotion, a raw, guttural sound of pure agony. His eyes, usually so kind and empathetic, now burned with an icy, unforgiving hatred that seemed to scorch the very air, turning it to ash. Nezuko is my sister. She was human. You murderer. His accusation was a hammer blow, crushing Izuku's already fragile spirit, shattering any remaining hope of understanding. The word echoed in his ears, a damning indictment. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, a rapid succession of slashes that forced Izuku back, closer and closer to the dense, thorny undergrowth that seemed to claw at his tattered uniform, snagging on the torn fabric, threatening to ensnare him. Izuku's training, years of observing heroes, analyzing their movements, predicting their attacks, was all he had left. It was a lifetime of meticulous study, of poring over hero fight footage, of dissecting every move, every counter, every weakness. He saw the patterns, the subtle shifts in Tanjiro's weight, the telltale tensing of his muscles before a strike, the slight rotation of his wrist, the almost imperceptible shift in his breathing. He anticipated, he reacted, his body moving on instinct, a desperate dance of survival, a desperate attempt to stay one step ahead of death, but he couldn't counter. He was purely on the defensive, his only goal to survive the next deadly swing, to buy himself another precious second. He felt the exhaustion begin to set in, a deep, bone-weary fatigue, his muscles screaming, protesting with every desperate movement, his lungs burning, starved for air. His vision began to blur at the edges. How long could he keep this up? How many more seconds until his luck ran out, until his body finally gave way? A horizontal slash aimed at his midsection, a blur of steel designed to cut him in half, to sever his life in one swift motion. Izuku twisted, barely avoiding it, feeling the cold kiss of the blade against his shirt, a faint tearing sound as the fabric gave way, a whisper of imminent doom. He stumbled, his foot catching on a root that seemed to rise from the ground specifically to trip him, a cruel trick of the uneven terrain, sending him sprawling backwards onto the damp leaves, the impact jarring his teeth, sending a shockwave of pain through his skull. Tanjiro was on him in an instant, a shadow descending, his weight pressing down, the tip of his blade pointed directly at Izuku's throat, a cold, unyielding point of steel that promised immediate oblivion, a final, chilling punctuation mark to his short, tragic journey. Izuku lay there, pinned, helpless, the rough texture of the leaves digging into his back, the damp earth cold against his skin, staring up into the furious, tear-streaked face of the young man he had so grievously wronged. The moonlight, filtering through the dense canopy, a pale, ghostly glow, illuminated the raw agony in Tanjiro's eyes, the profound sorrow that fueled his rage, a bottomless well of despair that seemed to stretch into infinity. It was a mirror of his own guilt, his own despair, a reflection of the terrible mistake he had made, a mistake that would haunt him forever. The air between them hummed with unspoken grief and the chilling promise of death, a heavy silence pregnant with impending violence. "Tell me," Tanjiro whispered, his voice trembling with suppressed emotion, a fragile tremor that belied the lethal intent in his eyes, the deadly precision of the blade. The blade pressed lightly against Izuku's skin, just enough to make him acutely aware of its sharpness, of the thin line between life and death, of the fragility of his own existence. "Why? Why did you do it? She was all I had left. My only family. My only reason to live." His words were a desperate plea, a demand for an answer that could never truly satisfy, a wound that could never truly heal. Izuku's throat tightened, a knot of fear and remorse, a lump that made it impossible to swallow. How could he explain the concept of quirks, of heroes and villains, of a world utterly alien to this one, a world where such horrific creatures were not born of ancient curses but of mutated abilities, of genetic anomalies? How could he explain that in his world, creatures that looked like the one he had killed were always monsters, always threats, never protectors, never anything but pure evil? He couldn't. The chasm of misunderstanding was too vast, too deep, a gaping maw that swallowed all reason, all logic. His words would sound like madness, like desperate, pathetic lies, a futile attempt to escape the consequences of his actions.
I didn't know," Izuku choked out, tears welling in his own eyes, blurring Tanjiro's furious face, mixing with the sweat and grime on his cheeks, a bitter, salty stream.
"I swear. In my world. That thing. It was a monster. A threat. I thought she was its victim. I thought I was saving her." His voice broke, dissolving into a ragged sob, the weight of his actions crushing him, suffocating him, pressing down on his chest until he could barely breathe. He had tried to be a hero, to embody the ideals of All Might, to save a life, to be a beacon of hope, and instead, he had become a killer. The very thought was a poison in his veins, a corrosive acid eating away at his soul, burning him from the inside out. Tanjiro's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something unreadable passing through them, a fleeting moment of doubt, a shadow of confusion, quickly replaced by renewed, incandescent fury. "You lie. You lie. No human looks like that unless they are a demon. And she was not a demon. She was my sister." He pressed the blade harder, a thin line of blood appearing on Izuku's skin, a single bead welling up and tracing a path down his throat, a chilling testament to his unwavering resolve. "You will pay for this with your life." His hand tensed, muscles coiling, ready to deliver the final, avenging blow, to end Izuku's life and bring a semblance of peace to his tormented soul. Just as Tanjiro's arm tensed, ready to deliver the final, fatal blow, a new presence, swift and silent as a shadow, entered the clearing. It was a presence that seemed to absorb the very light, a chilling aura of calm authority that cut through the raw emotion like a sharp blade, instantly cooling the heated air. A figure, tall and imposing, clad in a dark, patterned haori, his face impassive, his eyes like still pools of deep water, appeared seemingly out of nowhere, materializing from the shadows as if he were a part of the forest itself, a silent guardian. He moved with an effortless grace that spoke of immense power and discipline, every movement economical, precise, deadly, a master of his craft. His hand, quick as a viper, clamped down on Tanjiro's wrist, stopping the blade's descent mere millimeters from Izuku's throat, the steel glinting menacingly, a silent promise of death narrowly averted. The force of his grip was absolute, unyielding, a power that transcended mere physical strength. "That is enough." The newcomer's voice was calm, almost detached, yet it carried an undeniable authority that instantly quelled Tanjiro's rage, replacing it with a stunned, bewildered silence. It was the voice of someone who commanded respect, who had seen too much to be easily swayed by emotion, a voice that had witnessed countless tragedies and remained unmoved. "What is happening here, Kamado?" Tanjiro, still trembling with fury, his body rigid with adrenaline, turned to the newcomer, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and desperate plea. "Tomioka-san. This monster. He killed Nezuko. He killed my sister." He pointed a trembling finger at Izuku, his voice cracking with renewed grief, the words tumbling out in a desperate, choked rush, a torrent of pain and accusation. Giyu Tomioka, the water Hashira, one of the most powerful demon slayers, glanced down at the still form of Nezuko, his gaze lingering for a moment on the bamboo muzzle and the faint, almost imperceptible rise and fall of her chest, a subtle movement that spoke of life. Then, his eyes shifted to the dissipating dust of the demon Izuku had slain, a faint, lingering scent of decay in the air, a testament to its demise. His gaze lingered for a moment longer on the katana lying on the ground, its blade still stained with the black, oily substance, then shifted to Izuku, his eyes assessing, analytical, betraying no emotion, like a deep, still lake, reflecting everything but revealing nothing. He took in Izuku's tattered UA uniform, its strange design, his wide, tear-filled eyes, the lack of any discernible battle aura or familiar demon slayer uniform. He was an anomaly. "The demon you speak of. The one that just vanished," Tomioka said, his voice flat, devoid of inflection, a calm statement of fact, "was not the one you were fighting, Kamado. It was a different kind of demon. And the girl? She is not dead." Izuku's eyes widened, a gasp catching in his throat, a sudden, desperate intake of air. Not dead? He looked at Nezuko, still motionless, but he could now see it, a faint, almost imperceptible rise and fall of her chest, a fragile flutter of life, a miracle. A fragile, desperate hope flickered within him, a tiny flame in the overwhelming darkness of his guilt, pushing back against the suffocating despair. He hadn't killed her. He hadn't. A wave of immense, overwhelming relief washed over him, making his knees weak. Tanjiro, however, was in disbelief, his earlier rage momentarily forgotten in the face of this impossible revelation. What? But she's not moving. And he was standing over her with the blade. I smelled blood. His voice was frantic, a desperate plea for his senses to be trusted, for the reality he had perceived to be true. Tomioka knelt beside Nezuko, his fingers gently touching her neck, checking her pulse, his movements calm and precise, a testament to his training. Her wounds are not fatal. She is injured, yes, but not dead. Her demonic regeneration is slow, but it is working. And the demon you saw. It was protecting her. This boy. He killed a demon that was guarding a human. An unusual circumstance. Highly unusual. He looked up at Izuku, his gaze piercing, as if trying to see into his very soul, to discern the truth of his intentions. Who are you? And why do you carry a Nichiren blade? Izuku, still lying on the ground, felt a fresh wave of confusion, a dizzying swirl of new information, new terms, new realities. Nichiren blade? He didn't know what that was, only that it had cut through the monster with terrifying ease, a power he had never wielded before. I'm Izuku Midoriya. And I don't know where I am.
I just woke up here.
That blade. I pulled it from the monster's shoulder. I thought it was attacking her. He gestured weakly towards Nezuko, his voice still shaky, but a new urgency in his tone. He needed to explain. He needed to be understood. He needed to clear his name. Tomioka stood, his expression unreadable, his eyes still fixed on Izuku, a silent, unwavering gaze. A monster, you say? Not a demon. He looked at the dissipating dust once more, as if searching for a clue, a sign of this monster that was not a demon. And you are not a demon slayer. Your uniform. It is not of our corps. It is strange. Foreign. Unlike anything I have ever seen. Demon slayer? Corps? Izuku stammered, his mind struggling to process the new terminology, the foreign concepts, the sudden shift in his reality. I'm a hero. From UA High. I have a quirk, one for all, but it's not working here. It's dormant. I was in an experiment, a quirk synchronization matrix, designed to stabilize my power, and then there was an explosion, a rift in reality, and I was here. He sounded insane, even to himself, the words tumbling out in a desperate, disjointed rush, a jumbled confession of the impossible. He expected disbelief, ridicule, outright dismissal, but Tomioka's face remained impassive, his silence unnervingly accepting. Tanjiro, meanwhile, had sunk to his knees beside Nezuko, his earlier rage replaced by a desperate, trembling hope as he saw the faint rise and fall of her chest, confirming Tomioka's words, a miracle unfolding before his eyes. Nezuko. She's alive. Oh, Nezuko. He gently touched her face, his fingers tracing the contours of her cheek, tears streaming down his cheeks, this time tears of profound relief, of overwhelming gratitude, of a burden lifted. He pulled her closer, murmuring her name like a prayer, a desperate plea for her to awaken. Tomioka watched the interaction, his gaze softening almost imperceptibly as he observed Tanjiro's devotion to his sister, a rare display of emotion from the stoic Hashira, a flicker of humanity in his otherwise detached demeanor. He then turned back to Izuku, his expression firm, the calm authority returning to his eyes, a silent command. You have much to explain, Midoriya Izuku. Much that defies our understanding, our knowledge of this world. But first, we must ensure the girl is safe. She is vulnerable. And you? You will come with me. There are others who will need to hear your story. Your presence here cannot be ignored. His voice left no room for argument, a quiet command that brooked no defiance, a promise of a new, uncertain path. Izuku, still overwhelmed and disoriented, nodded numbly. He had no choice. He was in an unknown world, without his powers, and had just committed a grave error, one that had nearly cost a life, one that had brought such immense pain to another. He had to understand. He had to find a way home. And perhaps, just perhaps, he could somehow atone for the pain he had caused, for the terror he had inflicted, for the life he had almost taken. The weight of his guilt, though momentarily eased by Nezuko's survival, still pressed down on him, a heavy shroud that clung to his soul, a constant, nagging reminder of his failure. The journey through the ancient forest with Giyu Tomioka and Tanjiro, who now carried his sister gently on his back in a specially designed wooden box, was a surreal blur for Izuku. The air was still thick with the lingering scent of damp earth and the faint, unsettling aroma of the demon's dust, a chilling reminder of the night's horrors, but the immediate threat had receded, replaced by a profound, almost suffocating silence. The silence of the Hashira was profound, a weighty presence that seemed to absorb all sound, broken only by the rustle of leaves underfoot, the distant chirping of unseen insects, and the occasional, strained sniffle from Tanjiro, who walked ahead, his shoulders slumped with exhaustion and lingering grief, his head bowed in silent communion with his sister. Izuku walked behind them, his mind a whirlwind of questions, anxieties, and the chilling echoes of his nightmare, which now seemed to bleed into his waking reality, blurring the lines between dream and truth. The forest itself seemed to watch them, its ancient trees silent sentinels, their gnarled branches reaching like skeletal fingers, casting long, shifting shadows that played tricks on his eyes, making every twisted root seem like a lurking threat. Every rustle, every creak of a branch, made him jump, his nerves frayed, his senses on high alert for dangers he couldn't even comprehend. He tried to speak, to ask questions, to bridge the vast chasm of misunderstanding that separated him from these two, to explain the impossible circumstances of his arrival, the sheer absurdity of his situation. He wanted to ask about the demons, about the demon slayer core, about this Nichiren blade, about how to get home. But Tomioka's stoic presence was intimidating, a wall of calm authority he dared not breach, his silence a powerful deterrent. And Tanjiro's grief-stricken silence was a palpable barrier, a wall of pain he couldn't penetrate, his face still etched with sorrow, his eyes occasionally flicking back to the wooden box on his back, a silent testament to his burden. Izuku couldn't blame him. He had, after all, nearly killed his sister, however unintentional it had been. The guilt was a heavy stone in his gut, a constant, throbbing ache. He felt like an intruder, an alien, a source of pain in a world he didn't belong to. As dawn approached, painting the sky in hues of soft pink and fiery orange, a breathtaking display of color that seemed strangely out of place in this somber forest, a fleeting moment of beauty amidst the darkness, the trees began to thin, giving way to a winding, rocky path that led to a small, secluded hut nestled deep within a clearing. It was a humble dwelling, made of dark, weathered wood and thatch, blending seamlessly with its natural surroundings, as if it had grown organically from the earth itself, a part of the landscape. Smoke curled lazily from its chimney, a thin, ethereal ribbon rising into the morning sky, hinting at a hidden warmth within, a promise of respite, of temporary safety. "We will rest here," Tomioka announced, his voice breaking the long silence, a low, steady rumble that cut through the quiet, a welcome sound after hours of oppressive silence. "This is the home of an old acquaintance. It is safe." His words, though simple, carried an undeniable weight, a guarantee of temporary sanctuary, a brief reprieve from the crushing unknowns. Inside the hut, the air was warm and smelled faintly of herbs, burning wood, and something else, something ancient and earthy, like dried leaves and old paper, a scent that spoke of history and forgotten lore. An elderly woman, her face a map of wrinkles like a dried apple, each line a testament to a long life, but with kind, knowing eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of centuries, greeted them. She wore a simple, faded kimono and moved with a quiet grace, her steps light and deliberate, almost ethereal. She seemed unfazed by Tomioka's imposing presence, or by the sight of Tanjiro carrying a large wooden box. She simply nodded, her gaze lingering on Izuku for a moment, a flicker of something akin to curiosity, or perhaps recognition, in her ancient eyes, as if she could see beyond his physical form, into the very essence of his being. Tomioka explained the situation in hushed tones, his voice low and calm, recounting the events of the night with a detached precision, a factual report. Izuku could only catch fragments: demon, unusual, portal, another world. Quirk. The old woman listened intently, her expression unchanging, her eyes half closed, as if she were listening with more than just her ears, perhaps with her soul, with an ancient connection to the world. She then nodded slowly, a profound understanding in her movements, a silent acknowledgement of the impossible. "The boy is from another world," she murmured, her voice surprisingly strong for her age, a resonant tone that seemed to vibrate with ancient power, with the wisdom of the earth itself. I felt the disturbance. A tear in the veil. The world is out of balance. A great power has crossed the threshold. Her words sent a fresh shiver down Izuku's spine. She spoke of his sudden appearance as if it were a natural phenomenon, a consequence of cosmic forces, not an impossible, fantastical event. It was as if she had been expecting him, or something like him, a disturbance in the cosmic order. Tanjiro, meanwhile, had gently placed Nezuko's wooden box in a quiet corner of the hut, away from the light, his hand resting protectively on its lid, a silent vigil, his gaze never leaving it. He then turned to Izuku, his earlier rage replaced by a deep, weary sadness, his eyes still wary, but no longer burning with pure hatred. You said you thought she was a monster," he began, his voice low, a hesitant tremor in his tone, a fragile attempt at conversation. "What kind of monster? What did it look like?" Izuku hesitated, choosing his words carefully, trying to translate concepts from his world into terms that might be understood here, to paint a picture of the horrors he had faced. "In my world, there are people with special abilities called quirks. They are superpowers. They manifest in all sorts of ways: strength, speed, elemental control, even stranger things. And some use them for evil, becoming villains, causing destruction, preying on the innocent. But there are also creatures. Mutated beings, sometimes born from quirks, sometimes from other phenomena, from environmental factors, from unknown origins. The one I fought. It looked like one of those. Horrific, unnatural. Its skin was bruised plum, its limbs elongated, ending in razor-sharp claws. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent, predatory light. And its mouth. A gaping maw filled with needle-like teeth. It was eating something." He omitted the detail that it was clearly eating a human, not wanting to reignite Tanjiro's fury, knowing the fragile truce they had. He described its grotesque form, its predatory movements, the sheer malevolence he had felt emanating from it, a cold, ancient evil. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen, even among the most twisted villains. Tanjiro listened intently, his brow furrowed in concentration, his sensitive nose twitching slightly, as if trying to discern the truth of Izuku's words through scent, to pick up on any deception. "Here, we call them demons. They are creatures that feast on humans, born from a single source, a powerful, ancient demon named Muzan Kibutsuji. He is the progenitor of all demons, their master. They are immortal, regenerating from any wound, unless they are exposed to sunlight, which burns them to ash, or decapitated by a Nichiren blade." He gestured to his own sword, its dark blade resting against his hip, a symbol of his purpose. "These blades are forged from sun-absorbing ore, a rare metal found in mountains bathed in perpetual sunlight. Only these blades, imbued with the sun's energy, can truly kill them, severing their connection to Muzan and their immortality." Izuku's mind raced, trying to reconcile this new, terrifying information with his own understanding of the world. Demons. Muzan Kibutsuji. Nichiren blades. It was all so foreign, yet strangely, terrifyingly, consistent with the nightmare he had experienced. The crimson sky, the writhing shadows, the tearing fabric of existence, could that have been a glimpse of this world, consumed by demons, a world teetering on the brink of annihilation? The pieces, though disparate, were beginning to click into place, forming a horrifying mosaic of cosmic horror and ancient conflict. "So, the creature I killed. It was a demon?" Izuku asked, his voice barely a whisper, the reality of what he had done settling over him with a chilling weight, a new layer of guilt. Tanjiro nodded, a grim expression on his face, his eyes still holding a deep sadness, a lingering ache. "Yes. It was a demon. One of Muzan's lesser minions, but a demon nonetheless. But Nezuko. She is different. She was turned into a demon by Muzan, but she has never eaten a human. She protects them. She fights against her demonic nature every day, resisting the urge to consume human flesh, using her blood demon art to defend. That demon you killed. It was one of Muzan's, a lesser one, but it had cornered Nezuko. It was trying to get to her, to consume her, to turn her into a true, bloodthirsty demon. And you killed it just as it was about to attack her." His voice was still laced with pain, a raw ache that resonated in the quiet hut, but a hint of understanding, a fragile thread of empathy, was beginning to weave its way into his tone. The scent of Izuku's genuine remorse was undeniable, a clear, honest scent that cut through the lingering grief. Izuku felt a fresh wave of nausea, this time mixed with profound relief and a crushing weight of irony. He had killed a demon, yes, but almost killed the very person it was trying to protect, the very person who was fighting against her own demonic nature, a true hero in her own right. His heroic instincts, so finely tuned in his own world, had utterly failed him here, leading him to the brink of an unforgivable act, an act that would have forever stained his soul. The thought of what he almost did, the innocent life he almost took, was a cold, sharp blade twisting in his gut, a constant reminder of his misjudgment.
I am so sorry, Tanjiro-kun, Izuku said, bowing deeply, his voice thick with genuine remorse, his head bowed in shame, unable to meet Tanjiro's gaze.
I truly am. I never meant to harm her. I was just trying to help. To be a hero. It was a terrible mistake, one I will never forget. Tanjiro looked at him, his eyes still holding a deep sorrow, a lingering shadow of the night's trauma, but the burning hatred had receded, replaced by a weary resignation, and a nascent, fragile understanding.
I believe you.
Your scent. It is not one of malice. It is confused and regretful. It smells of genuine sorrow, of a pure heart burdened by error. He paused, then added, his voice barely audible, a testament to the depth of his pain, but the pain. It is still fresh. The fear. It was real. For Nezuko. For me. Tamika, who had been silently observing their exchange, his impassive face betraying nothing, finally spoke, his voice cutting through the emotional tension with calm authority, a voice that commanded attention. Regardless of intent, Midoriya, you have entered a world you do not understand. You have witnessed the horrors of demons. And you have wielded a Nichiren blade, a weapon of the Demon Slayer core. You cannot simply walk away from this. You are now involved. Your presence here is not an accident. It is a consequence. A consequence of the tier and realities. Involved in what? Izuku asked, his voice trembling, a new fear beginning to coalesce in his mind, a sense of impending destiny. The fight against demons, Tamika replied, his gaze unwavering, his eyes like steel, reflecting the flickering firelight. The Demon Slayer Corps. We are a clandestine organization, unknown to the government, operating in the shadows. We are the last line of defense against Muzan Kibutsuji and his creations. We hunt them, we kill them, we protect humanity. You have seen what they are. You have killed one. You possess a unique ability, though it is currently dormant. If that power can be reawakened, if you can learn to fight with us, to adapt to this world's ways, to master our breathing techniques, perhaps you can be useful. More than useful. You may be a vital asset in this war. Izuku felt a flicker of his hero spirit, a tiny spark in the overwhelming darkness of his situation, a familiar warmth in his chest. Useful. He was a hero. He couldn't just sit by while people were in danger, even in a world he didn't understand, a world so far removed from his own, a world where the very concept of quirks was alien. But his quirk. His one for all. My quirk. One for all, Izuku began, explaining the concept of inherited power, the stockpiled strength of 8 previous users, the immense physical prowess it granted, the manifestation of previous users' abilities like Black Whip and Float. He spoke of its origins, passed down through generations, a symbol of justice. He spoke of the immense physical strain it put on his body, the way it tore at his muscles, shattered his bones if he used too much, if he couldn't control its overwhelming force. He spoke of the experiment, the quirk synchronization matrix, designed to stabilize his power, to allow him to use it without self-destruction, the frantic attempts to control the uncontrollable. He spoke of the resulting explosion, the blinding flash of light, the tearing sound, the rift in reality that had swallowed him whole, spitting him out into this terrifying, beautiful, and ancient world. He spoke of his dream, the crimson sky, the writhing shadows, the tearing fabric of existence, the sense of an impending cataclysm that now seemed to mirror the threat of Muzan Kibutsuji. He spoke of it all, pouring out his confusion and desperation, his hopes and fears, hoping that somehow, these people, so different from anyone he had ever known, would understand the impossible truth of his journey, the strange tapestry of his fate. Tamika listened patiently, his face unreadable, his eyes fixed on Izuku, absorbing every word, every nuance, every tremor in his voice. The old woman, however, nodded slowly, her eyes closed, as if she were seeing the events unfold before her, a silent witness to the unraveling of realities, to the intertwining of destinies. A powerful energy, the old woman finally said, her eyes opening, revealing a deep, ancient wisdom that seemed to pierce through the layers of reality, seeing beyond the physical. A resonance with the very fabric of the world. Your world, and this one. The rift. It was not just a tear in space, a simple portal, but a tear between realities, a wound in the very tapestry of existence, a cosmic scar. Your quirk, one for all, is a force of creation and accumulation in your world, a power meant to protect and build, to bring hope. Here, the energy is different. It is older. More primal. It is the energy of the earth, of the sun, of the very essence of life and death. It resists your power, or perhaps, it demands a different kind of connection, a different way of being, a different harmony. It is like trying to force a river to flow uphill, to change its very nature. So, I can't use it here? Izuku asked, a wave of despair washing over him, a cold dread that threatened to extinguish his last spark of hope, to leave him utterly helpless. Without one for all, he was just a boy. A boy who had accidentally killed a demon's protector. A boy lost in a world of monsters. Not in the way you were accustomed, the old woman confirmed, her voice gentle but firm, her words carrying the weight of undeniable truth. But perhaps, it can be reawakened. Or perhaps, it can find a new path, a new way to manifest in this different energy, a new form. The threads of fate are tangled, young one. You are here for a reason. There are no true accidents in the grand design, only paths yet to be revealed. Tanjiro, who had been listening intently to the explanation, his brow furrowed in thought, his sensitive nose picking up on the sincerity of Izuku's words, finally spoke, his voice softer now, tinged with a new emotion, curiosity, and perhaps, a nascent understanding, a flicker of empathy. So, you're not a demon. And you didn't mean to hurt Nezuko. He looked at Izuku, his eyes still tinged with sadness, but the burning hatred had been replaced by a cautious, almost hopeful, gaze. You want to go home? Izuku nodded vehemently, the thought of his mother, of All Might, of his friends, a sharp ache in his chest, a yearning that transcended distance and dimension. More than anything. My mom. She'll be so worried. My friends. My mentor, All Might. They'll be looking for me. They'll be trying to find a way to bring me back. I have to get back. Then you must help us, Tamika stated, his voice firm, his gaze unwavering, laying out the stark choice before Izuku, a path fraught with danger but also with purpose. The Demon Slayer Corps. We fight Muzan Kibutsuji and his demons. Our lives are dedicated to this. If your power can be reawakened, if you can learn to fight with us, to adapt to this world's ways, to master our breathing techniques, our swordsmanship, perhaps we can find a way to send you back. The old woman here. She has knowledge of ancient ways, of the balance between worlds, of the rifts that sometimes appear. But it will not be easy. You will face horrors you cannot imagine, creatures of pure malice. You will see death, and feel loss, the crushing weight of sacrifice. And you will be forced to make choices that will test your very soul, choices that will define who you are, both as a hero and as a human. This is not a world of quirks and villains, it is a world of life and death, of ancient evils. Izuku looked at Tanjiro, at the young man who had just lost his family, who carried the burden of a demon sister, yet still fought for humanity with unwavering resolve, his spirit unbroken. He saw the resilience, the unwavering kindness, even in the face of such profound grief, such unimaginable pain. He looked at Tamika, the stoic warrior, whose calm demeanor masked a fierce dedication to his duty, a silent protector, a pillar of strength. He looked at the old woman, whose ancient wisdom seemed to hold the secrets of the universe, a beacon of knowledge in this bewildering new reality. He was lost, alone, and seemingly powerless. But he was still a hero. The core of his being, the unwavering desire to save and protect, remained, burning brightly within him. I will, Izuku said, his voice firm, a new resolve hardening his gaze, pushing back against the fear and despair, a quiet vow. I will help you fight the demons. I will learn your ways. I will train. And I will find a way home. But first, I need to understand this world. I need to understand the demons, the core, the breathing techniques. And I need to understand what I did. I need to atone. I need to make sure I never make a mistake like that again. The path ahead was dark, fraught with danger and emotional turmoil, a labyrinth of shadows and unknown horrors, but for the first time since he had woken in this terrifying forest, Izuku felt a flicker of purpose, a guiding light in the overwhelming darkness. His journey, born of a shattered dream and a tragic mistake, had truly begun. He was Midoriya of the Demon Vale, a hero lost in a world of shadows, and his story was just beginning to unfold, intertwined with the fate of this ancient, demon-haunted land, a new chapter opening before him. Chapter 3, Voices from the Past, A New Journey. The hut, a humble dwelling nestled deep within the ancient forest, seemed to breathe with a quiet, ancient wisdom, as if the very wood of its walls and ceiling had absorbed the secrets of centuries, each knot and grain a silent witness to countless dawns and dusks. Its rough-hewn beams groaned softly in the morning light, a gentle creak that echoed the slow awakening of the world outside, a symphony of rustling leaves and distant bird calls. The air, still thick with the earthy scent of dried herbs, a subtle fragrance of thyme and sage, and the comforting aroma of burning wood from the central hearth, felt like a warm, comforting embrace after the chilling terror of the night, a soft blanket woven from forest magic and forgotten dreams. Outside, beyond the small, paper-paned window, the world was slowly waking, painting the sky in hues of soft rose and ethereal gold, delicate brushstrokes of dawn filtering through the dense canopy of trees that stood like silent, watchful giants, their branches interwoven like gnarled, skeletal fingers reaching for the heavens. Yet, for Izuku Midoriya, the warmth within the hut was a fragile comfort, a thin veil over the profound disorientation that still swirled within his mind, a kaleidoscope of impossible realities that spun like a broken top, refusing to settle. He was a hero, or at least, he had been. Now, he was merely a boy, stripped of his power, lost in a world of ancient evils and whispered legends, his very essence stripped bare, leaving him feeling as vulnerable as a newborn bird, fallen from its nest. The elderly woman, whose name Izuku had yet to learn, moved with a quiet grace that belied her age, her movements as fluid as water, as silent as falling snow, each step deliberate and unhurried. Her face, a tapestry of wrinkles etched by countless seasons, each line a story untold, held eyes that seemed to gaze not just upon the present, but into the very fabric of time itself, seeing echoes of the past and whispers of the future, a profound depth that hinted at untold experiences. She poured steaming tea into simple, unglazed clay cups, the fragrant steam rising in delicate, dancing tendrils, carrying with it the soothing aroma of roasted barley, a scent that promised warmth and respite, a momentary escape from the chill of the unknown. Giyu Tomioka, the stoic Hashira, sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, his posture as unyielding as polished stone, his presence a silent, powerful anchor in the small space, radiating an aura of calm, deadly efficiency. His gaze was fixed on Izuku with an intensity that made the young hero in training feel as though he were being dissected, every secret laid bare, every thought exposed, every flicker of emotion observed. Tanjiro Kamado, still pale with exhaustion and the lingering shadow of grief, sat beside his sister's wooden box, his hand resting protectively on its lid, a silent guardian, his very being radiating a quiet, fierce devotion, a love that transcended even the horror of her transformation. The air was heavy with unspoken questions, with the weight of extraordinary circumstances, a silence so profound it hummed with anticipation, a silent symphony of curiosity and dread. "Drink," the old woman murmured, her voice like the gentle rustle of autumn leaves, dry and wise, yet carrying an undeniable resonance, a deep, earthy tone that seemed to vibrate through the very floorboards beneath them. She offered a cup to Izuku, her hand steady, her eyes kind, a silent invitation to trust. "It will calm your spirit. You have traveled far, though not by conventional means. Your journey was through the very threads of existence, a path few mortals ever tread." Izuku took the cup, his fingers trembling slightly as they wrapped around the warm, rough clay, the heat a welcome sensation against his cold skin. The tea was bitter, a taste he wasn't used to, unlike any beverage he'd ever had in his world, yet strangely invigorating, a warmth spreading through his chilled limbs, chasing away the lingering cold of the forest and the deeper chill of his fear. He looked at the old woman, her eyes holding an ancient mystery, then at Tomioka, whose gaze was unreadable, like a deep, still pond, then at Tanjiro, whose face was a mixture of sorrow and cautious hope, a reflection of his own tumultuous emotions. The silence stretched, filled only by the soft crackle of the hearth, the gentle breathing of the three humans, and the distant, melodic calls of forest birds, a world slowly coming to life around them, oblivious to the cosmic drama unfolding within the hut. "You spoke of a rift," Izuku began, his voice hoarse, a dry whisper, barely audible, breaking the profound quiet that seemed to press in on them, making the air heavy. He looked directly at the old woman, a desperate plea for understanding in his eyes, a yearning for answers that might explain the impossible. A tear between realities. What? What does that mean? How did I get here? Was it like a dream, a nightmare I haven't woken from? His mind still struggled to grasp the concept, clinging to the familiar framework of his own world. The old woman sighed, a sound like wind through ancient pines, carrying the weight of forgotten tales, of knowledge accumulated over countless lifetimes. "The world, young one, is not as simple as it appears to the waking eye, nor as solid as you perceive it to be. There are layers, like the delicate, translucent skin of an onion, or the countless, intricate petals of a mystical flower, each one a different facet of existence, a different dimension, a different reality. Your world, vibrant and filled with the kinetic energy of quirks, a tapestry woven from individual powers, and this one, ancient and steeped in the primal power of the earth and sun, the very essence of life and death, exist on different planes, usually separated by a veil. This veil is thin, like a spider's silk, shimmering and almost invisible, yet usually impenetrable, a boundary that few, if any, can ever cross. But sometimes, when immense energies clash, when the very fabric of existence is strained beyond its limits, when the threads of reality are pulled too taut, stretched to the breaking point, that veil can tear. It becomes a wound in reality, a gaping maw that screams into being, a portal to the impossible. And through such a wound, things can pass, things that defy the natural order, that break the laws of known physics. Her eyes, ancient and knowing, fixed on him, seeing not just his physical form, but the very essence of his being, the echo of another world, a resonance that only she could perceive. Your quirk, as you call it, one for all. It is a power of immense accumulation, a force that gathers and amplifies, a boundless wellspring of energy, a constantly growing reservoir. When it clashed with Hatsume's device, designed to synchronize it, to bring order to its chaos, to tame its wildness, the energies became too vast, too discordant, too violently opposed for the veil to withstand. The attempt to control the uncontrollable, to harmonize the unharmonizable, created an unprecedented surge. It ripped. And you, caught in the eye of that storm, a tiny boat on a cosmic ocean, were pulled through, from one reality to another, a journey across the impossible. Izuku stared, his mind reeling, spinning like a broken compass, unable to find true north. A tear in reality. It sounded like something out of a fantastical dream, a whimsical tale spun by a bard on a moonlit night, yet here he was, living it, breathing the air of this impossible place, feeling the damp earth beneath him. So, it was one for all that brought me here? My own power. It did this? It tore reality? He whispered, a fresh wave of shock washing over him, colder than any winter wind. The very thing he had worked so hard to control, to master for good, to use to save lives, had been the instrument of his displacement, of a cosmic accident. The irony was a bitter, metallic taste in his mouth. In part, the old woman confirmed, her voice gentle, yet firm, like the steady flow of a river, unwavering in its course. It was the catalyst. It was the key that unlocked the door, however unintentionally. Your power, in its uncontrolled state, a wild, untamed beast, resonated with the very instability of the veil, creating a path, a momentary bridge between worlds, a fleeting connection. It is a power that seeks to break boundaries, even those between worlds, a force that yearns for expansion, for growth beyond its own confines. Tamika, who had been listening intently, his gaze unwavering, his face a mask of detached observation, spoke for the first time since entering the hut, his voice a low, flat rumble, devoid of inflection, yet carrying a profound weight, a quiet authority. And your power? It is dormant here. Why? Why does it not respond to your will? Why is it silent? His question was simple, direct, but Izuku detected a hint of genuine curiosity beneath the stoicism, a flicker of interest in the impossible, a rare glimpse into the Hashira's thoughts. The old woman turned her gaze to Tamika, her eyes briefly meeting his, a silent understanding passing between them, then back to Izuku, her gaze soft but piercing, as if she could see the very energy within him. The energy of this world is different, Hashira. It is older. More primal. It flows from the earth, from the sun, from the very essence of life and death, from the breath of all living things, a deep, ancient current. Your quirk, Midoriya, is a product of your world's evolution, a manifestation of its unique energy, its specific flow, its particular resonance. Here, that energy is alien. It is like trying to breathe water in the air, or air in the water. Your power is not gone, not truly, but it is stifled, suppressed by the dominant energy of this realm, like a delicate flame in a powerful wind, struggling to find oxygen. It needs to find a new way to breathe, a new way to resonate with this world's essence, to learn its language, its rhythm, its very soul. A new way to breathe? Izuku echoed, the phrase echoing strangely in his mind, a curious riddle, a puzzle he desperately wanted to solve. It sounded like something out of a fairy tale, a whimsical instruction from a wise old sage, yet it felt profoundly important, a key to unlocking his predicament. Indeed, the old woman said, a faint, enigmatic smile touching her lips, a hint of ancient amusement in her eyes, as if she knew a secret joke only the universe understood. Just as our demon slayers learned to master their breathing styles to harness the energy of their bodies and the world around them, to amplify their strength and senses, to push beyond human limits, so too must your power adapt. It is a process of attunement, of finding harmony with the flow of this world, of learning to dance with its unique rhythm, to become one with its energy. It is not about forcing your power, but about coaxing it, guiding it to find its own path here, to sing a new song in a different key. Tanjiro, who had been silent, listening to every word with a quiet intensity, his brow furrowed in thought, his sensitive nose twitching as if processing the very scent of the old woman's wisdom, finally spoke, his voice quiet but firm, a gentle melody in the tense air, a beacon of hope. My master, Urokodaki-sensei, taught me water breathing. He lives on Mount Sagiri, deep in the mountains, a secluded place where the air is pure and the training is rigorous. He teaches all new demon slayers, those who seek to join the core, to fight demons, to protect the innocent. Perhaps he could teach you. He is stern, but kind, and he knows much about the world, about the flow of energy, about the true nature of strength. He looked at Izuku, his eyes still holding a deep sadness, a lingering shadow of his own loss, but also a flicker of something new, a shared burden, a nascent understanding, a fragile bridge forming between them, a silent offer of camaraderie. If you truly wish to fight demons, and to find your way home, to return to your family, to the world you left behind, you will need to learn to fight in this world, with this world's power, with its very breath. Izuku looked at Tanjiro, whose earnestness was palpable, radiating from him like a warm light, then at Tomioka, whose stoic gaze offered no easy answers, only a silent challenge, then back at the old woman, whose wisdom seemed boundless, a deep well of ancient knowledge. The path ahead was terrifyingly uncertain, a winding road into the unknown, fraught with dangers he couldn't yet comprehend, yet a fragile thread of hope, woven from the promise of a way home and the chance to atone for his terrible mistake, began to pull at him, a silent siren call he couldn't ignore. He was a hero. He couldn't just give up, not when there was a chance to help, a chance to return, a chance to fulfill his purpose. He had to learn. He had to fight. He had to adapt. I will, Izuku said, his voice firm, a new resolve hardening his gaze, a quiet vow that resonated in the small hut, filling the air with determination. I will learn. Whatever it takes. I will fight the demons. I will protect the innocent. And I will find a way home. I promise. To my mother, to All Might, to my friends, I promise. His hand instinctively clenched into a fist, a familiar gesture of resolve. Tomioka nodded, a subtle gesture of approval, a faint, almost imperceptible softening of his stern features, like a ripple on a still pond. Good. Then we will take you to Urokodaki-san. He will assess your potential. He will test your resolve. He will push you to your limits, and beyond. But be warned, his training is harsh. It is designed to break those who are not truly committed, to weed out the weak. Many do not survive it, either physically or mentally. It is a path of pain, of relentless struggle, of self-discovery through suffering. His words were not a threat, but a simple, stark truth, a clear warning of the brutal reality that awaited him, a reality far removed from the safe confines of Ue High. The old woman, whose name was now revealed to be Sakonji, a former demon slayer herself, chuckled softly, a dry, rustling sound like leaves dancing in the wind, a sound that held both wisdom and a hint of melancholy. He speaks the truth, young Midoriya. The path of the demon slayer is paved with blood and sacrifice, with loss and endless struggle, with the constant threat of death. But it is also a path of immense growth, of discovering strength you never knew you possessed, of forging your spirit in the fires of adversity, of becoming something more than you ever imagined. And perhaps, in learning our ways, in understanding the flow of this world's energy, you will find a way to awaken your own unique power in this realm, to make your quirk sing a new song, a melody unique to this world. Her eyes twinkled with a knowing light, as if she held a secret just beyond his grasp, a glimpse into his future. The conversation continued for hours, a slow, painstaking exchange of knowledge between worlds, a delicate dance of understanding, each word carefully chosen, each concept meticulously explained. Izuku, with his analytical mind, a sponge eager to absorb every detail, absorbed every word, every nuance, every subtle gesture. He filled pages in his mental notebook, creating intricate diagrams of the Demon Slayer core, mapping out their hierarchy, their methods, their history. He learned of Muzan Kibutsuji, the progenitor of all demons, a being of unimaginable power and cruelty, whose very existence was a blight upon the land, a living curse. He learned that Muzan's blood could transform humans into his monstrous servants, beings driven by an insatiable hunger for human flesh, immortal unless decapitated by a Nichiren blade or exposed to sunlight, their only weaknesses. He learned of the Demon Slayer core, a secret organization operating outside the government's knowledge, their sole purpose to eradicate demons and protect humanity in the shadows, a silent war fought in the dead of night, their existence a whispered legend. He learned of the Hashira, the 9 strongest swordsmen, each a master of a unique breathing style, each a force of nature in their own right, legends whispered among the terrified populace, their names revered and feared. He learned of the Nichiren blades, forged from sun-absorbing ore, a rare and mystical metal found only in specific mountains, the only weapons capable of permanently killing demons, their colors changing to reflect the user's spirit and breathing style, a personal connection to their wielder. He learned of the final selection, the perilous trial that new recruits had to endure to join the Corps, a week-long survival test on a demon-infested mountain, where only a handful emerged alive, a brutal rite of passage. The stories were grim, filled with hardship and sacrifice, but also with unwavering courage, with acts of selfless heroism that resonated deeply with his own ideals. He described his own world in turn, trying to paint a vivid picture for them, to convey the vibrant chaos and underlying order of his home, the emergence of quirks, the sudden appearance of superpowers in the population, the subsequent rise of heroes and villains, the structured society built around these abilities, the concept of a symbol of peace who stood openly against evil, protecting the weak. He spoke of All Might, his mentor, his unwavering smile that could calm a panicked city, his immense strength that could level buildings with a single punch, his tireless dedication to saving everyone, always with a smile. He spoke of his friends at UA, of Bakugo's explosive temper and surprisingly strategic mind, a rival and a friend, of Uraka's cheerful determination and gravity-defying quirk, her unwavering optimism, of Ida's unwavering rectitude and incredible speed, his strict adherence to rules, of Todoroki's quiet power and internal struggles, his journey to self-acceptance, of the vibrant, chaotic energy of Class 1A, a family forged in the fires of training and battle. He tried to convey the vibrant, chaotic, yet hopeful essence of his home, a world so different from this one, yet equally fraught with its own dangers, its own battles between good and evil, its own heroes and villains. Tanjiro listened with a quiet fascination, his eyes wide with wonder, occasionally asking questions about the quirks and the heroes, his brow furrowed in thought as he tried to imagine such a world, a place so different from his own. He seemed particularly intrigued by the idea of people openly using their powers for good, rather than hiding in the shadows, fighting a hidden war, their existence a secret. It sounds bright, Tanjiro murmured, a wistful note in his voice, a faint longing for such an open world, a world where the sun shone on heroes. A world where people can openly save others, where heroes are celebrated, where their deeds are known. Here, we fight in the darkness, unseen, unheard by most. Our victories are often unknown, our sacrifices unmourned by the wider world, our existence a secret burden. Izuku felt a pang of longing for his own world, for the familiar sounds of city life, the comforting presence of his friends, the unwavering support of All Might, the simple joy of a katsudon meal. But he also felt a growing respect for these people, for their quiet, unwavering dedication to a fight that seemed endless, a battle fought without glory or recognition, purely for the sake of humanity. Their resolve, their inner strength, was truly awe-inspiring, a different kind of heroism, but heroism nonetheless. As the sun climbed higher, casting long shadows across the hut, stretching like weary limbs, Tomioka finally stood, his movements fluid and decisive, a silent command. We must depart. Mount Sadri is a long journey, a journey that will test your endurance, your spirit, your very will to survive. Tanjiro, you will guide us. Your nose will be invaluable in tracking our path and sensing danger. Midoriya, you will walk with us. And you will begin to learn what it means to be a demon slayer, not just in theory, but in every step you take, in every breath you draw. His words were a command, but also a promise of a new, arduous path, a path that would transform him. The journey to Mount Sadri was an ordeal unlike anything Izuku had ever experienced, a brutal symphony of pain and exhaustion, a relentless test of his physical and mental limits. It was not the structured, controlled environment of UA training, with its padded mats and simulated villains, its clear objectives and safety protocols, but a brutal, unforgiving trek through an unforgiving wilderness, a world that seemed determined to break him, to strip away every last vestige of his former self. Tomioka, ever silent, walked with an effortless stride that seemed to defy the rugged terrain, his presence a constant, unyielding reminder of the harsh realities of this world, a silent, powerful force of nature, a shadow moving through shadows. Tanjiro, despite his exhaustion, moved with a quiet determination, his senses acutely attuned to the subtle shifts in the forest, his hand never far from Nezuko's box, a constant source of comfort and protection, his burden and his strength. Izuku, on the other hand, struggled. His muscles, accustomed to the raw, explosive power of one for all, now felt weak, unresponsive, like dead weights, refusing to obey his will. Every step was a battle against aching limbs and burning lungs, a desperate fight for breath, each gasp a painful reminder of his current limitations. The forest floor was uneven, a treacherous carpet littered with tangled roots that snaked like hidden serpents and sharp stones that bruised his feet through his worn shoes, leaving them raw and tender, each step a fresh agony. The air grew colder as they ascended, the dense canopy blocking out most of the sunlight, casting the path in perpetual twilight, a shadowy realm where every rustle seemed to hide a threat, every twisted branch a lurking monster. He stumbled, he slipped, he fell, countless times, each fall jarring his body and his pride, sending waves of pain through his exhausted frame, a constant reminder of his helplessness. He felt clumsy, pathetic, a stark contrast to the powerful hero he aspired to be, a painful echo of his quirkless past. "You are too reliant on your quirk," Tamika stated one evening, his voice cutting through the crackle of their small campfire, sharp and precise like a surgeon's scalpel, his eyes reflecting the flickering flames, twin points of light in the deepening gloom. They had stopped for the night in a small, sheltered cave, the air damp and cold, carrying the scent of wet earth and ancient stone. "Your body is weak. Your movements are inefficient. You have power, yes, but no foundation. No discipline. You are like a sword without a hilt, dangerous but uncontrollable. You must build your body from the ground up, like a mountain." Izuku flinched, the words stinging, burning like acid, yet he knew they were true, undeniable. He had always relied on one for all to compensate for his physical shortcomings, pushing his body beyond its natural limits, relying on its explosive power rather than his own inherent strength, a crutch he no longer had. Now, without it, he was just ordinary. Worse than ordinary, in this world of superhuman strength and deadly demons. He was a liability, a burden, a weak link.
I understand," Izuku murmured, his voice thick with shame, his head bowed, unable to meet Tamika's unwavering gaze.
"I've always relied on my power. It was everything. My identity." "That is your weakness here," Tamika replied, his gaze unwavering, a silent, unyielding force, his words cutting through Izuku's self-pity. "In this world, strength comes from within. From your breath. From your spirit. From your will. It is forged in hardship, not granted by birth. It is earned through sweat and blood, through perseverance." He picked up a fallen branch, stripped it of its leaves with a single, practiced motion, its rough bark feeling surprisingly smooth under his touch, and held it like a sword, its rough surface gleaming faintly in the firelight. "Observe." He began to move, slowly at first, then with increasing speed and precision, demonstrating a series of fluid, almost dance-like movements. Each swing of the branch was imbued with a subtle power, a focused intent that Izuku could almost feel, a ripple in the air, a whisper of unseen energy. It wasn't brute force, but a harmonious blend of balance, form, and breath, a seamless flow of energy, like water carving its path through stone. He moved like water itself, adapting, flowing, striking, each movement a testament to perfect control. "This is the foundation of water breathing," Tamika explained, his voice low, a quiet murmur that carried profound meaning, a lesson whispered from ancient times. "It is not about strength alone, but about adapting, flowing like water, striking with precision and grace. Every movement is connected to your breath, to the energy within your body, to the very essence of the world around you. It is about becoming one with the flow, becoming the water itself, fluid and unyielding." He then handed the branch to Izuku, its rough bark feeling strangely alien in his hands, a heavy, unfamiliar weight, a symbol of the challenge before him. "Try. Mimic my movements. Focus on your breath. Feel the energy. Do not think, feel. Let your body guide you." Izuku took the branch, his fingers clumsy, his hands still trembling slightly from exhaustion and nerves. He tried to mimic Tamika's fluid movements, but his limbs felt stiff, uncoordinated, like a puppet whose strings were tangled, moving against his will. He stumbled, the branch clattering to the ground with a pathetic thud, echoing his own frustration. He tried again, his brow furrowed in concentration, sweat beading on his forehead, his jaw clenched, but his breathing was ragged, his movements clumsy, his body refusing to cooperate, betraying him. He felt a wave of frustration, a familiar feeling from his quirkless childhood, when every physical task felt like an insurmountable challenge, a cruel reminder of his limitations, a ghost of his past. "You are trying too hard," Tamika observed, his voice still calm, a steady presence in Izuku's rising frustration, like a rock in a storm. "You are forcing it. Let your body flow." Let your breath guide you. Imagine yourself as water, adapting to every contour, flowing around every obstacle, finding the path of least resistance, yet powerful enough to carve canyons. Tanjiro, who had been watching silently, his eyes filled with understanding, a quiet empathy radiating from him, approached, a gentle smile on his face. It's difficult at first, Midoriya-kun. I struggled too. My body was stiff, my movements clumsy. I felt like I would never get it. But you have a strong spirit. I can smell it. You have a desire to protect, a pure heart. That is the most important thing. That is what will guide you, more than any technique. He offered a small, encouraging smile, a beacon of kindness in the darkness. Try to feel the air, the way it moves through your lungs, how it fills your body, how it invigorates every cell. Imagine it flowing through your body, like a river, strong and steady, carrying your intent, your will, your determination. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to clear his mind, to push away the frustration and self-doubt, to silence the nagging voice of his past failures. He closed his eyes, remembering Tanjiro's words, picturing a river, flowing effortlessly, adapting to every obstacle, carving its own path through stone, always moving forward. He tried again, his movements still clumsy, but with a newfound focus, a subtle shift in his internal landscape, a whisper of connection. He felt a faint, almost imperceptible shift within him, a subtle connection to his breath, to the rhythm of his own body, a tiny spark of understanding, like a distant star twinkling in the night. It was a tiny spark, barely visible, but it was there, a promise of something more, a hint of potential. Days bled into weeks as they continued their arduous journey, each one a testament to Izuku's unwavering resolve, to his indomitable spirit. Izuku's training became a constant, grueling routine, a relentless pursuit of strength, a battle fought against his own limitations. Every morning, Tomioka would put him through rigorous physical exercises, push-ups until his arms burned and trembled, sit-ups until his core screamed in protest, sprints until his lungs ached and his vision blurred, all without the aid of his quirk, relying solely on his raw, human endurance, pushing his body to its absolute breaking point. He learned to climb trees with surprising agility, his fingers finding purchase on rough bark, his muscles burning with effort, to navigate treacherous terrain with newfound balance, leaping over roots and stones with a growing confidence. He practiced with the branch, then with a dull wooden sword, endlessly repeating the forms of water breathing, trying to master the precise movements, the controlled breathing, the elusive connection between his body and his spirit, between his inner energy and the world around him, a constant, silent meditation. His body ached constantly, a dull, throbbing pain that became a familiar companion, a constant reminder of his efforts. His muscles screamed in protest, but he pushed through the pain, fueled by his unwavering determination to become strong enough to fight, strong enough to go home, strong enough to protect those he cared about. He remembered All Might's booming words, echoing in his mind like a sacred mantra, a guiding light, go beyond. Plus ultra, he remembered his own promise to save everyone, to be a hero who could protect the innocent, no matter the world he was in. He couldn't give up. Not now. Not ever. Not when so much was at stake, not when there were lives to protect. He also began to observe Tanjiro more closely, studying his movements, his quiet strength, his unwavering kindness. The young man, despite his quiet demeanor, possessed an incredible resilience, a spirit forged in the fires of unimaginable loss, a strength born from profound sorrow. He never complained, never wavered in his dedication to his sister, his love for Nezuko an unbreakable shield, a constant source of motivation. He would often sit by Nezuko's box, talking to her softly, sharing stories of their past, of their family, of their hopes for the future, his voice filled with a gentle love that touched Izuku's heart, a profound tenderness that transcended the boundaries of their worlds, a universal language of affection. He also noticed Tanjiro's incredible sense of smell, his ability to discern emotions, to track demons through the faintest scent, to even predict attacks through scent alone, an almost supernatural ability. It was a unique ability, almost like a quirk in its own right, but clearly a natural talent honed through years of hardship, a gift born of necessity, of survival. One evening, as they rested by a rushing river, its waters tumbling over smooth stones, creating a soothing melody, the sound of the water a soothing lullaby, a gentle balm to their weary souls, Izuku found himself sitting beside Tanjiro, who was meticulously sharpening his Nichiren blade with a whetstone, the rhythmic shink-shink a steady counterpoint to the river's flow, a sound of dedication and preparation, a ritual of readiness. Tanjiro-kun, Izuku began, his voice hesitant, a fragile thread of curiosity, breaking the comfortable silence. About Nezuko. You said she was turned into a demon. How? How did that happen? What was it like? Was it painful? Tanjiro paused, his hand still, the whetstone resting against the blade, his gaze distant, lost in a painful memory, a shadow falling over his face, obscuring the kindness in his eyes. It was a terrible night. The snow was falling heavily, blanketing the mountains in white, making everything silent. We lived in the mountains, a small, humble home, far from any village, isolated but peaceful. My family. My mother, my younger siblings. They were all killed by a demon. All of them. Their blood stained the snow. His voice was a low, raw whisper, thick with unshed tears. All except Nezuko. And she. She was turned. I found her, bleeding, struggling, her body twisted by the transformation, her skin burning, her eyes wild with hunger. She attacked me at first, her fangs sharp, her claws extended. But then, she protected me from Tomioka-san. She fought against her demonic nature, against the hunger for human flesh, against the monster she was becoming. She still does, every single day, every single moment. His voice was laced with a profound sadness, a raw wound that had never truly healed, a constant ache in his soul, a burden he carried with unwavering resolve. Muzan Kibutsuji. He did this. He took everything from me. He destroyed my family. He turned my sister into a demon. He is the source of all our suffering, the root of all evil in this world. Izuku felt a wave of empathy wash over him, a deep, aching understanding that resonated with his own sense of loss and helplessness. Tanjiro's pain was palpable, a heavy cloak of sorrow that seemed to emanate from him, chilling the air around them. It reminded him of his own helplessness, his own fear when he was quirkless, the feeling of being unable to protect those he cared about, the crushing weight of powerlessness that had haunted his childhood. I'm so sorry, Tanjiro-kun. That's horrible. Unspeakable. No one should have to go through that. It is, Tanjiro agreed, his eyes still distant, gazing into the flickering flames of the campfire, seeing not the fire, but the ghosts of his past, the faces of his lost family. But it also gave me a purpose. To turn Nezuko back into a human. To find a cure for her, no matter the cost, no matter how long it takes. To hunt down Muzan Kibutsuji and make him pay for what he did, to avenge my family, to end his reign of terror, to bring peace to this world. That is why I became a demon slayer. That is my path, my destiny. And you believe there's a way to turn her back? Izuku asked, a flicker of hope for Nezuko, a desperate yearning for a happy ending in this grim world, for a miracle to undo such suffering. I do, Tanjiro said, his voice firm, a quiet conviction in his tone that brooked no doubt, a strength that came from deep within. I will find a way. No matter what. Even if it takes my entire life, even if I have to sacrifice everything. He looked at Izuku, his gaze softening slightly, a rare smile gracing his lips, a gentle warmth in his eyes. You also have a purpose here, Midoriya-kun. To find your way home. To return to your family, to your world. We are both searching for something we lost, something precious that was taken from us. We are both driven by a desire to protect what remains. The shared vulnerability, the mutual understanding of profound loss, of being adrift in a world that had taken so much, began to chip away at the wall between them. It wasn't friendship yet, not truly, but it was the fragile beginning of a bond forged in shared hardship and a common yearning for what was lost, a silent promise of support, a nascent connection that transcended their different origins. Tell me more about the breathing styles, Izuku prompted, eager to learn, to find a way to become useful in this world, to bridge the gap between his understanding and theirs, to find a new path to strength. How do they work, exactly? How do you breathe fire, or water? Is it a quirk, a mutation? Tanjiro smiled faintly, a gentle, patient expression, as if explaining a complex but beautiful riddle. It's not literally breathing fire, Midoriya-kun. It's not a quirk, as you understand it, not an innate mutation. It's a technique, a highly refined discipline that allows us to draw more oxygen into our bodies, to increase our physical capabilities far beyond normal human limits, our speed, our strength, our endurance, to enhance our senses, and to focus our energy, our spirit, our very life force. Each breathing style is derived from the sun breathing, the original, ultimate breathing style, said to be the first and most powerful, the source of all others. Mine is water breathing. It allows me to move fluidly, like water, to strike with precision, to adapt to any situation, to flow around obstacles, to be both gentle and unyielding. Others have flame breathing, wind breathing, stone breathing, thunder breathing, insect breathing, love breathing, mist breathing. Each with its own unique forms and techniques, each reflecting a different element of nature, a different philosophy of combat. He demonstrated a few subtle movements with his sword, a graceful, almost imperceptible shift in his stance, a ripple of energy emanating from him, the air around him seeming to hum with a focused intent, a faint hum of energy. It's about mastering your own body, your own breath, and connecting with the natural elements, with the very essence of the world around you. It's about achieving total concentration breathing, a constant state of heightened awareness and physical prowess, a state of mind and body where you are always at your peak. Izuku listened intently, his analytical mind already dissecting the information, trying to find parallels to quirks, to his own understanding of energy and control, to the way his own body reacted to one for all. It was a different system, a different philosophy, but the underlying principle of harnessing one's inner strength, of pushing beyond human limits, resonated deeply with his own heroic ideals, with everything All Might had taught him about going beyond. He felt a spark of excitement, a challenge he could truly sink his teeth into, a new path to power opening before him. As the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into a month, their arduous journey continued. They traversed dense forests where sunlight barely touched the ground, scaled treacherous mountain paths where loose scree threatened to send them plummeting, and crossed vast, open plains where the wind howled like a hungry demon. Izuku's body, though still aching with a dull, persistent throb that became a familiar companion, began to adapt. His movements became more fluid, his breathing more controlled, his steps lighter on the uneven terrain, a growing confidence in his stride. He could now keep pace with Tanjiro, his exhaustion still present, but no longer debilitating, and even occasionally surprised Tamika with a quick dodge or a sudden burst of speed, a flicker of his old agility returning, a nascent power stirring within him. He was still far from being a demon slayer, still lacked the raw power and honed skill of a true warrior, but he was no longer completely helpless. He was learning. He was growing. He was becoming stronger, in a way he hadn't anticipated, a strength forged in the crucible of this new world. One afternoon, as they traversed a particularly dense part of the forest, the sunlight barely penetrating the thick canopy, leaving the ground in perpetual gloom, a low growl echoed from the shadows, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very earth, chilling them to the bone. Tanjiro immediately tensed, his hand flying to his sword, his nose twitching, his expression grim, his senses screaming danger. Tamika's eyes narrowed, his posture shifting into a ready stance, his aura radiating a silent, deadly calm, a predator ready to strike. A demon, Tanjiro whispered, his voice grim, a chilling certainty in his tone. Close. And it smells. Particularly foul. Like rotting meat and old blood, mixed with something else. Something malicious. It's strong. Stronger than the last one. Izuku's heart hammered in his chest, a familiar surge of adrenaline, a mix of fear and desperate readiness, a primal instinct to fight or flee. This was it. His first true encounter with a demon since Nezuko, since his terrible mistake, since he had almost taken an innocent life. He gripped the dull wooden sword Tamika had given him, its rough surface feeling strangely comforting in his hands, his knuckles white, his palms sweating. He felt a cold dread, but also a fierce determination. He had to do better this time. He would do better. A creature emerged from the shadows, its form grotesque and twisted, a nightmare made manifest, stepping into a sliver of moonlight. It was larger than the one he had killed before, easily twice the size of a man, its bulk casting a monstrous shadow. Its skin was a sickly, mottled green, covered in weeping sores that oozed a viscous, black fluid. Its limbs were unnaturally long and spindly, ending in razor-sharp claws that scraped against the forest floor with a grating, chilling sound. Its head was a misshapen mass, with multiple glowing, malevolent eyes, some red, some yellow, that fixed on them with chilling intent, radiating pure hunger, a predatory gleam. It snarled, a guttural sound that promised violence, a sound that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the air, a sound of ancient, boundless evil. "Stay behind me, Midoriya," Tamika ordered, his voice calm, but his aura radiating immense, controlled power, a silent warning that brooked no argument. He drew his Nichiren blade, the dark steel shimmering faintly, almost humming with latent energy, eager for blood. But Izuku, driven by instinct, by the ingrained desire to protect, by the crushing weight of his past failure, couldn't simply stand by. He remembered his failure with Nezuko, the crushing guilt that still gnawed at his soul, the innocent life he had almost taken. He had to do something. He had to prove himself, not just to them, but to himself, to the hero he aspired to be. As the demon lunged, a blur of sickly green and deadly claws, moving with terrifying speed, faster than anything he had seen before, Izuku moved. He didn't have a breathing style, no fancy techniques, no superhuman strength. But he had his analytical mind, his years of observing, predicting, dissecting every movement of heroes and villains, a lifetime of study. He saw the demon's trajectory, the subtle shift in its weight, the telltale signs of its attack, the subtle opening in its guard, a momentary vulnerability. He dodged, rolling to the side, narrowly avoiding a sweeping claw that would have disemboweled him, feeling the wind of its passage against his cheek, a cold kiss of death. Midoriya, Tanjiro cried out, surprised by Izuku's sudden movement, a mix of alarm and a flicker of admiration in his voice, a recognition of unexpected courage. The demon roared in frustration, a sound of pure, bestial fury, its multiple glowing eyes filled with a primal rage, enraged by its missed strike. Izuku, heart pounding like a drum against his ribs, a frantic rhythm of fear and determination, remembered Tamika's earlier lesson: focus on your breath. Feel the energy. Be water. He took a deep, shaky breath, trying to mimic the controlled, rhythmic breathing he had been practicing for weeks, trying to find that elusive connection. He focused his intent, not on a quirk, not on an external power, but on his own body, on the raw, unrefined strength he possessed, on the desperate will to survive and protect, to make a difference. He swung his wooden sword, a desperate, clumsy blow aimed at the demon's leg, hoping to at least slow it down, to create another opening. It connected with a dull thud, barely phasing the creature, which merely snarled louder, its eyes burning with renewed malice. But it bought him a precious moment, a fraction of a second, a fleeting opportunity. Tamika, seeing Izuku's desperate attempt, seeing the opening created by the demon's momentary distraction, moved with blinding speed. He appeared behind the demon in a flash, his Nichiren blade a silver streak in the dim light, a deadly arc of steel, a silent, lethal dance. With a single, fluid motion, a movement of perfect grace and power, he brought the blade down. Swoosh. A clean cut, a sound like silk tearing, impossibly soft yet utterly final. The demon's head flew from its shoulders, tumbling to the ground with a wet thud, its glowing eyes still wide with surprise. Its body stiffened, then slowly, agonizingly, began to disintegrate into ash, vanishing into the forest floor, leaving behind only a faint, acrid smell, a lingering stench of evil, a reminder of its brief, violent existence. Izuku stood panting, his wooden sword still clutched in his trembling hands, his body screaming in protest, every muscle aching, his lungs burning. He hadn't defeated it. Tamika had. But he had faced it. He had moved. He had tried to fight. He had not frozen. He had acted. He had contributed. Tamika turned to him, his impassive gaze assessing, his eyes piercing, searching for something. Foolish. Reckless. You put yourself in unnecessary danger. You could have been killed. There was no praise in his voice, but no condemnation either. It was a simple observation, a statement of fact, but it carried a weight that Izuku understood. But you moved. You did not freeze. You tried to protect. Your instincts are strong, even without your quirk. That is commendable. Tanjiro approached, his eyes wide with a mix of relief and awe, a genuine smile beginning to spread across his face. Midoriya-kun. That was dangerous. But you saw its movements. You reacted. You were so fast. You truly have a hero's heart. A hint of admiration, a spark of respect, flickered in his eyes, a genuine warmth that reached Izuku's soul. You have a good eye for combat. A true hero's spirit. You will learn quickly. Izuku felt a surge of something akin to pride, a small, fragile seedling of hope blooming in his chest, pushing back against the lingering fear and self-doubt. He was still weak. He was still powerless in the way he understood power. But he was learning. He was adapting. He was finding a new way to be a hero in this terrifying, beautiful, and utterly alien world. The path ahead was long, fraught with unseen dangers and unimaginable challenges, but for the first time, Izuku felt a sense of purpose, a guiding star in the overwhelming darkness. His journey had truly begun, a journey to find his way home, and to become a hero in a world where quirks were but a distant dream, and the only power that mattered was the breath within his lungs, and the unwavering spirit in his heart. The whispers of the ancient breath were becoming clearer, guiding him forward into the unknown, a new chapter of his epic tale unfolding with every arduous step. Chapter 4, The Mountain Road. The final stretch of the journey to Mount Sagri felt less like a simple trek and more like a descent into a waking dream, a long, winding path woven from shadows and ancient whispers, where every rustle of leaves seemed to tell a forgotten tale, and the very air hummed with secrets, a silent symphony of the unknown, played on unseen strings. Each day unfolded like a colossal, leather-bound storybook, its pages thick with intricate details, its chapters filled with trials that stretched Izuku Midoriya's spirit and body to their very limits, pulling at the threads of his endurance until they hummed with strain, threatening to snap, like taut violin strings about to break under an invisible bow. The air grew thinner, crisper, carrying the sharp, clean scent of pine needles and the damp, earthy aroma of rich soil and decaying leaves, a fragrance that spoke of wild, untamed places, of forests that had stood for millennia, untouched by human hands, their ancient hearts beating slowly, rhythmically, with the pulse of the earth itself. The trees, once merely tall, now towered like colossal guardians, their ancient trunks thick and gnarled, covered in emerald moss that clung like velvet, their branches reaching up to scratch at the sky, a tangled, dark lace against the pale heavens, sometimes obscuring the sun entirely, plunging the path into a cool, green twilight, a perpetual dusk where shadows danced like silent sprites, performing a never-ending, eerie ballet. Their roots snaked across the uneven ground like sleeping dragons, vast and powerful, twisting around rocks and disappearing into the mossy earth, creating treacherous obstacles that lay hidden beneath the fallen foliage, waiting to trip the unwary, to ensnare the unprepared, to test the very will of those who dared to trespass on their ancient domain. The sunlight, when it managed to pierce the dense canopy, dappled the forest floor in shifting patterns of gold and emerald, creating a magical, ever-changing tapestry that seemed to shimmer with hidden secrets, with the fleeting dance of unseen spirits, a play of light and shadow that both enchanted and unnerved, hinting at wonders and horrors alike, a world of beautiful deception. Yet, beneath this ethereal beauty, lay a harsh reality, a constant reminder of the world's quiet, deadly dangers, a whisper that beauty could hide teeth, that even the most serene places held peril, a silent promise of the lurking horrors that called this wilderness home, waiting patiently in the gloom for their next meal. Gyuto, the silent Hashira, continued to move with an effortless grace that seemed to defy the rugged terrain, as if the ground itself yielded to his steps, smoothing the path before him, making way for his passage with a silent reverence. He was like a phantom, his movements so fluid and precise, his steps barely disturbing the fallen leaves, leaving no trace behind, a master of stealth, a whisper in the wind, a shadow among shadows, a ghost of discipline, a living legend. His presence was a constant, unyielding reminder of the harsh realities of this world, a silent, powerful force of nature, a living embodiment of discipline, honed to a razor's edge, capable of cutting through any obstacle, any doubt, any illusion. His dark aura seemed to absorb the light, making him appear almost as a part of the shadows themselves, a figure woven from twilight and unyielding resolve, a silent guardian, a sentinel against the darkness, a protector of the unseen, a lonely warrior. He rarely spoke, his words as sparse as winter snow, each one chosen with care, imbued with a profound weight, but his silence was a language in itself, communicating a profound discipline, an unshakable resolve, and a depth of understanding that Izuku could only begin to fathom, like trying to read the deepest parts of the ocean, where light never reached, where secrets lay hidden in the crushing depths, guarded by ancient currents. Izuku often found himself watching Tamika, his analytical mind whirring, trying to decipher the subtle shifts in his posture, the almost imperceptible tensing of his muscles, the way his eyes scanned the surroundings, missing nothing, taking in every detail, every minute change in the environment, hoping to glean some secret of his strength, some insight into his mastery, some hidden technique that could be learned, a key to unlocking his own potential, to becoming even a fraction of what Tamika was, a silent aspiration. It was like trying to read a book written in a language he barely understood, a complex, ancient script filled with forgotten symbols and cryptic meanings, but every gesture, every silent command, every deliberate movement, was a lesson, a piece of a larger puzzle, slowly revealing itself, one painstaking detail at a time, a silent tutelage beneath the watchful eyes of the ancient trees. Tanjiro Kamado, despite the crushing weight of his grief and the physical exhaustion of their relentless journey, moved with a quiet determination that was truly inspiring. He was like a young sapling, bending with the wind but never breaking, his spirit resilient, his roots deep, drawing strength from the earth, from his unwavering purpose, from the love he carried for his sister. His sensitive nose, a gift in this demon-haunted world, twitched occasionally, picking up scents that Izuku couldn't even imagine, the faint metallic tang of a distant demon, a chilling whisper of danger that made the hairs on Izuku's neck stand on end, a primal warning that sent shivers down his spine, a scent of impending doom, the sweet, cloying smell of a hidden flower, a brief moment of beauty amidst the harshness, a tiny splash of color in a world of muted tones, a fleeting joy that brought a momentary smile, the subtle shift in the wind that promised rain, a change in the air's mood, a coming storm, a shift in the very breath of the forest, a silent forecast of the weather's whims. He walked with a purpose, a focused intent in his every step, his hand never far from Nezuko's wooden box, which rested securely on his back. The box, a simple wooden container, worn smooth by countless journeys, was more than just a burden, it was a symbol of his unwavering love, his unshakable hope, his reason for enduring, a portable sanctuary for his last remaining family, a precious cargo, a piece of his heart he carried with him, a constant reminder of his vow, a silent prayer for her return. He would often murmur soft words to Nezuko, quiet reassurances that only she could hear, his voice filled with a tenderness that touched Izuku's heart, a stark contrast to the brutal world they inhabited, a gentle melody in a world of harsh discord, a testament to enduring love, a bond that even a demon's curse could not break, a connection that transcended all boundaries, even life and death. Izuku, on the other hand, struggled. His body, accustomed to the raw, explosive power of One for All, the comforting hum of superhuman strength that had once coursed through his veins, now felt weak, unresponsive, like dead weights dragging him down, each limb a heavy burden, a leaden anchor tethering him to the earth, to his limitations, to his human frailty. Every step was a battle against aching limbs and burning lungs, a desperate fight for breath in the thinning mountain air, each gasp a painful reminder of his current limitations, of the vast chasm between his former self and his current state, a chasm that seemed impossible to cross, a gulf of powerlessness that threatened to swallow him whole. The mountain paths were uneven, a treacherous carpet littered with tangled roots that snaked like hidden serpents and sharp stones that bruised his feet through his worn shoes, leaving them raw and tender, each step a fresh agony, a small, sharp pain that accumulated into a dull, constant throb throughout his body, a symphony of aches and protests, a chorus of suffering that never ceased. The air grew colder as they ascended, the dense canopy blocking out most of the sunlight, leaving the path in perpetual twilight, a shadowy realm where every rustle seemed to hide a threat, every twisted branch a lurking monster, every shadow a potential demon, waiting to pounce, to consume, to drag him into the abyss, into oblivion. He stumbled, he slipped, he fell, countless times, his knees scraping, his hands bruising, his uniform tearing further, each fall jarring his body and his pride, sending waves of pain through his exhausted frame, a constant reminder of his helplessness, of his vulnerability, of how utterly unprepared he was for this world, for this new reality. He felt clumsy, pathetic, a stark contrast to the powerful hero he aspired to be, a painful echo of his quirkless past, a ghost of his former self, haunting his present, whispering doubts in his ear, questioning his very worth, his very purpose, his very right to call himself a hero, a cruel, mocking chorus. He remembered the countless times he'd tried to jump higher, run faster, hit harder, only to fall short, to be reminded of his inherent lack, of the gap between him and others, a gap that now felt wider than ever, a chasm he might never cross, a dream that might never be realized, fading like mist in the morning sun. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of climbing, a journey measured not in miles but in aches and gasps, in sweat and tears, the forest began to thin, and a small, humble dwelling came into view, nestled at the base of a towering, mist-shrouded peak. It was a simple wooden house, weathered by countless seasons, its dark timbers softened by time, its roof thatched with straw, smoke curling lazily from its chimney, a thin, ethereal ribbon rising into the pale sky, a sign of life. A faint, earthy scent, like old wood and damp moss, hung in the air, a scent of quiet age and enduring peace, a welcome aroma after the wildness of the forest. This was Mount Seidri, and this was the home of Sakonji Urokodaki, the former water Hashira, a legend whispered among the demon slayers, a figure of awe and fear. Tomioka stopped at the edge of the clearing, his silent presence a stark contrast to the quiet anticipation that now hummed in the air, a palpable tension, a sense of impending destiny. This is it, Midoriya. Urokodaki-san's home. His voice was low, devoid of overt emotion, yet Izuku detected a subtle shift in his aura, a hint of reverence, or perhaps, respect, a deep, unspoken deference for the man who had shaped him, who had taught him the ways of the blade. A figure emerged from the hut, moving with a slow, deliberate pace, each step measured and precise, like a seasoned hunter. He was a man of imposing stature, his broad shoulders and muscular frame hinting at immense strength beneath his simple robes, a power that seemed to ripple beneath the fabric, contained and controlled. But what truly captured Izuku's attention was his face. It was hidden behind a tengu mask, a traditional Japanese mask with a long nose, painted a deep, vibrant red, giving him an otherworldly, almost mythical appearance, like a spirit from an ancient tale, a guardian of the mountain. His eyes, visible through the mask's openings, were sharp, ancient, and seemed to pierce through Izuku, seeing every hidden fear, every unspoken doubt, every secret tucked away in his heart, every vulnerability. He carried a large, gnarled staff, its wood polished smooth from years of use, a silent testament to its long companionship, a symbol of his wisdom. Tomioka, Urokodaki's voice was deep, resonant, like the rumble of distant thunder, yet surprisingly gentle, carrying an undeniable authority, a quiet power that commanded respect without effort, a voice that had seen and heard much. You have returned. And you bring an anomaly. His gaze, hidden behind the mask, seemed to bore into Izuku, a silent, probing examination, a deep assessment. Urokodaki-san, Tomioka replied, bowing respectfully, his usual stoicism softened by a subtle deference, a rare display of humility. This is Midoriya Izuku. He is from another world. A world where humans possess strange abilities called quirks. He seeks to learn the ways of the demon slayer. And he seeks a way home. Urokodaki's masked face tilted slightly, as if in contemplation, a silent question hanging in the air. He approached Izuku, his steps silent, deliberate, like a predator assessing its prey, yet without malice, only a profound curiosity. Izuku felt an instinctive urge to shrink back, to hide, to make himself invisible, but he stood his ground, meeting the masked gaze with a determined stare, a silent challenge, a refusal to break. The air around Urokodaki felt heavy, ancient, imbued with a power that was different from anything Izuku had encountered, a power born of deep connection to the earth and its elements, a primal force that hummed in the very air, a quiet energy that vibrated with the pulse of the mountain. Another world, you say, Urokodaki rumbled, his voice echoing in the quiet clearing, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to fill the space. A tear in the veil. I felt it. A disturbance in the flow of the world's breath, a ripple in the fabric of existence, a cosmic scar. And you, boy, are the ripple, the consequence of that tear, the one who stepped through. He circled Izuku slowly, his gaze scrutinizing every detail, every subtle tremor in Izuku's posture, every flicker of emotion in his eyes, every scar on his hands. You carry a strange scent, boy. A scent of immense power, yet it is dormant, sleeping. Like a great river that has forgotten how to flow, its water stilled, its power contained. And a scent of deep guilt, of a mistake that weighs heavily on your spirit, a burden you carry with every breath, a shadow that clings to you. Izuku flinched, the words striking deep, resonating with the pain that constantly gnawed at him. His guilt over Nezuko was a constant companion, a burning ember in his soul, a wound that refused to heal, a reminder of his failure.
I made a mistake, Urokodaki-san.
I thought she was a demon. I almost killed her. I want to atone. I want to learn to fight properly, to protect. To be a true hero, here, in this world. And I want to find a way home, back to my family, to my world, to the life I left behind. His voice was raw with desperation, a plea for understanding, for a chance at redemption, for a path forward. Urokodaki stopped in front of him, his masked face unreadable, a silent judge, his presence imposing. Atonement is a heavy burden, boy, a path paved with thorns and sacrifice. And the path of the demon slayer is not for the faint of heart. It is a path of endless struggle, of facing horrors that would break lesser men, of witnessing unspeakable cruelty, of fighting a war that never truly ends. You speak of quirks and heroes. Here, we have only our blades, our breath, and our will. And the demons are real. They feast on humans. They are merciless. They know no pity, no compassion, no remorse. His voice held a chilling gravity, a profound understanding of the darkness they faced, a weight of countless battles, of lives lost. I understand, Izuku said, his voice firm, though his heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. I want to be strong enough to protect people, here and in my world. I want to be a hero who can truly save everyone, no matter the cost. Urokodaki was silent for a long moment, the only sound the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the mountain, a silent judgment hanging in the air. Then, he pointed to a colossal boulder at the edge of the clearing, a massive, jagged rock that seemed to have been torn from the very heart of the mountain, its surface scarred by time and weather, covered in moss and lichen. It was easily twice Izuku's height, its surface rough and unyielding, a monolith of stone, an impossible obstacle. Your first test, boy, Urokodaki rumbled, his voice devoid of emotion, flat and unyielding as the stone itself. Cut that boulder in half. With this. He pulled a dull, heavy katana from his robes, its blade thick and unsharpened, more like a blunt club than a sword, its edge completely flat, incapable of cutting anything. He handed it to Izuku, its weight surprisingly heavy in his trembling hand, a burden rather than a weapon. Until you can do that, you are not worthy of my training. You are not worthy of becoming a demon slayer. You are not worthy of wielding a Nichiren blade. You are not worthy of standing against the darkness. Izuku stared at the boulder, then at the dull blade in his hand, its blunt edge mocking him, then back at Urokodaki's masked face, searching for a hint of jest, A flicker of humor, a sign that this was all a cruel joke. Cut a colossal boulder in half with a blunt sword? It was impossible. Utterly, ridiculously impossible. It felt like a riddle from a dream, a task given by a whimsical, yet terrifying, king, a cruel jest from a Mad Hatter. His mind screamed in protest. This wasn't training, this was madness. This was a test of his sanity, a challenge designed to break him. But how? Izuku stammered, his voice laced with disbelief, a desperate plea for logic, for reason. It's a boulder. A solid rock. And this isn't even sharp. It's blunt. How can I possibly cut it? It's impossible. Urokodaki simply turned and walked back towards his hut, his silhouette disappearing into the dim light of the doorway, leaving Izuku with only the impossible task and the vast, silent mountain. When you cut it, come back. Tanjiro approached Izuku, a sympathetic look in his eyes, a silent understanding passing between them, a shared burden. He's serious, Midoriya-kun. It's a test of your spirit, not just your strength. He wants to see if you have the resolve to push beyond what you think is possible, beyond your own limitations, beyond what your eyes tell you. Many have tried. Few have succeeded. It's not about the blade's sharpness, but your own. Your will. Your belief. He patted Izuku on the shoulder, a comforting gesture, a silent encouragement. Don't give up. Focus on your breath. Remember what Tomioka-san taught you. And remember why you are doing this. Remember Nezuko. Remember your family. Remember your promise. He then followed Urokodaki into the hut, leaving Izuku utterly alone in the clearing, facing the impossible boulder, a silent, mocking giant under the vast sky, a symbol of his daunting challenge. The sun began to set, painting the sky in fiery hues of orange and purple, streaks of crimson and violet bleeding into the fading light, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to mock Izuku's predicament, stretching like grasping hands, reaching for him. He stood before the boulder, the dull blade feeling impossibly heavy in his hands, a leaden weight that mirrored the despair in his heart, a burden he could barely lift. He tried to swing it, to hack at the stone, to force it to yield, to break, but it merely scraped against the rough surface, producing a grating sound that grated on his nerves, a testament to his futility, a harsh, mocking whisper. He tried to remember Tomioka's fluid movements, the water-breathing forms, to mimic the grace and precision, but his body felt clumsy, unresponsive, a stranger to his will, refusing to obey. He was exhausted, disheartened, and utterly overwhelmed, a tiny figure against an insurmountable obstacle, a lost boy in a giant's world. Days bled into weeks, and weeks into months, under the stern, unyielding gaze of Mount Sagri. The mountain itself seemed to watch him, a silent judge, its peaks shrouded in mist, its slopes unforgiving, its ancient spirit observing his every struggle. Izuku's life became a relentless cycle of failure and exhaustion, a brutal rhythm of despair. Every morning, he would rise with the sun, his muscles aching, his body protesting with every movement, and stand before the boulder. He would swing the dull blade, again and again, until his arms screamed in protest, until he thought they would give out, until his muscles screamed in agony, until he collapsed in exhaustion, sit-ups until his core screamed in protest, until every muscle spasmed, until he could barely lift his head, sprints until his lungs ached and his vision blurred, until he collapsed onto the damp earth, gasping for air, his body trembling uncontrollably, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs, a desperate drumbeat. All this, without the aid of his quirk, relying solely on his raw, human endurance, pushing his body to its absolute breaking point, testing the very limits of his being, of what a human body could endure, of what he could endure, day after grueling day, week after grueling week. He learned to climb trees with surprising agility, his fingers finding purchase on rough bark, his muscles burning with effort, to navigate treacherous terrain with newfound balance, leaping over roots and stones with a growing confidence, his steps becoming lighter, more sure, more deliberate, more graceful, almost like a dancer. He practiced with the branch, then with a dull wooden sword, endlessly repeating the forms of water breathing, trying to master the precise movements, the controlled breathing, the elusive connection between his body and his spirit, between his inner energy and the world around him, a constant, silent meditation, a dance of discipline, a quest for harmony, a search for a new way to fight, a new way to exist, a new way to be a hero. His body ached constantly, a dull, throbbing pain that became a familiar companion, a constant reminder of his efforts, his muscles screaming in protest with every movement, every breath, every beat of his heart, a symphony of soreness, a testament to his suffering. But he pushed through the pain, fueled by his unwavering determination to become strong enough to fight, strong enough to go home, strong enough to protect those he cared about, both in this world and his own, to fulfill his purpose, to live up to his ideals. He remembered All Might's booming words, echoing in his mind like a sacred mantra, a guiding light in the darkest moments, a powerful voice urging him onward, never to give up, never to surrender, go beyond. Plus ultra, he remembered his own promise to save everyone, to be a hero who could protect the innocent, no matter the world he was in, no matter the challenges he faced, no matter how impossible they seemed, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice. He couldn't give up. Not now. Not ever. Not when so much was at stake, not when there were lives to protect, not when Nezuko's fate hung in the balance, a fragile thread of hope, a desperate prayer, a silent vow to himself and to those he loved. He also began to observe Tanjiro more closely, studying his movements, his quiet strength, his unwavering kindness, his profound empathy, his ability to connect with others on a deeper level, to understand their pain, to offer comfort. The young man, despite his quiet demeanor, possessed an incredible resilience, a spirit forged in the fires of unimaginable loss, a strength born from profound sorrow, a will that bent but never broke, a kindness that never faltered, even in the face of immense pain, even when his own heart ached with grief. He never complained, never wavered in his dedication to his sister, his love for Nezuko an unbreakable shield, a constant source of motivation, a pure, unwavering flame that burned brightly in the darkness, guiding his every step, illuminating his path. He would often sit by Nezuko's box, talking to her softly, sharing stories of their past, of their family, of their hopes for the future, his voice filled with a gentle love that touched Izuku's heart, a profound tenderness that transcended the boundaries of their worlds, a universal language of affection that needed no words, only feeling, only connection, a bond stronger than death itself. He also noticed Tanjiro's incredible sense of smell, his ability to discern emotions, to track demons through the faintest scent, to even predict attacks through scent alone, an almost supernatural ability, a gift that seemed to defy logic, a sixth sense that guided him through the perils of this world, a silent warning system, a powerful tool for survival. It was a unique ability, almost like a quirk in its own right, but clearly a natural talent honed through years of hardship, a gift born of necessity, of survival in a world of constant danger, a world where every sense was a weapon, every instinct a guide. One evening, as they rested by a rushing river, its waters tumbling over smooth, moss-covered stones, creating a soothing melody, a gentle lullaby that calmed the weary soul, a balm to their aching bodies and troubled minds, Izuku found himself sitting beside Tanjiro, who was meticulously sharpening his Nichiren blade with a whetstone, the rhythmic shink-shink a steady counterpoint to the river's flow, a sound of dedication and preparation, a ritual of readiness, a warrior's meditation, a silent communion with his weapon, a promise of future battles. The air was cool, carrying the fresh scent of water and pine, a crisp, clean aroma that filled his lungs, a welcome change from the stale air of the cave. Tanjiro-kun, Izuku began, his voice hesitant, a fragile thread of curiosity, breaking the comfortable silence that had settled between them, a silence that felt heavy with unspoken thoughts and shared burdens, a silent understanding. About Nezuko. You said she was turned into a demon. How? How did that happen? What was it like? Was it painful for her? Did she suffer? Did you see it happen? The whole thing? Every terrifying moment?
I need to understand.
He wanted to understand the full scope of Tanjiro's burden, the depth of his sorrow, the trauma he carried, the nightmare he lived, the scars on his soul, the weight of his purpose. Tanjiro paused, his hand still, the whetstone resting against the blade, his gaze distant, lost in a painful memory, a shadow falling over his face, obscuring the kindness in his eyes, replacing it with a profound sadness that seemed to seep from his very being, chilling the air around them, making the very shadows seem heavier, darker, as if the world itself mourned with him, sharing his burden. It was a terrible night. The snow was falling heavily, blanketing the mountains in white, making everything silent, muffled, almost peaceful, a deceptive calm that hid the coming horror, the impending tragedy. We lived in the mountains, a small, humble home, far from any village, isolated but peaceful, a simple life, filled with laughter and warmth, a life of innocence, a life I cherished. My family. My mother, my younger siblings, Rokita, Takeo, Hanako, Shigeru, and Kai. They were all killed by a demon. All of them. Their blood stained the snow, a horrifying crimson against the pure white, a sight I will never forget, a stain on my soul, a wound that will never heal. Their bodies. Lifeless, cold, their eyes staring blankly, empty of life, empty of hope. His voice was a low, raw whisper, thick with unshed tears, choked with agony, a sound of profound grief that tore at Izuku's heart, echoing his own fears, his own experiences of helplessness. All except Nezuko. And she. She was turned. I found her, bleeding, struggling, her body twisted by the transformation, her skin burning, her eyes wild with hunger, with a terrifying, unnatural light, a monster emerging from within, fighting for control. She attacked me at first, her fangs sharp, her claws extended, driven by an instinct she couldn't control, a primal urge for human flesh. But then, she protected me from Tomioka-san, from the demon slayer who came to kill her, who saw only a demon, not my sister, not the kind girl she was, not the human she still fought to be. She fought against her demonic nature, against the hunger for human flesh, against the monster she was becoming. She still does, every single day, every single moment, fighting for her humanity, for her soul, for the memories of our family, for the hope of returning to normal, to being human again. His voice was laced with a profound sadness, a raw wound that had never truly healed, a constant ache in his soul, a burden he carried with unwavering resolve, a silent promise to her, a vow to restore her, to find a cure. Muzan Kibutsuji. He did this. He took everything from me. He destroyed my family. He turned my sister into a demon. He is the source of all our suffering, the root of all evil in this world, a being of pure malice, a darkness that infects everything it touches, a curse upon humanity, a force that must be stopped, no matter the cost. Izuku felt a wave of empathy wash over him, a deep, aching understanding that resonated with his own sense of loss and helplessness, with the times he had felt powerless to protect, to prevent tragedy, to save those he loved. Tanjiro's pain was palpable, a heavy cloak of sorrow that seemed to emanate from him, chilling the air around them, making the very shadows seem heavier, darker, as if the world itself mourned with him, sharing his burden, his grief. It reminded him of his own helplessness, his own fear when he was quirkless, the feeling of being unable to protect those he cared about, the crushing weight of powerlessness that had haunted his childhood, a ghost of his past, a wound that still lingered, now mirrored in Tanjiro's eyes, a shared scar, a silent bond. I'm so sorry, Tanjiro-kun. That's horrible. Unspeakable. No one should have to go through that. To lose so much, to witness such a thing, to carry such a burden, to live with such a memory, such a pain. It is, Tanjiro agreed, his eyes still distant, gazing into the flickering flames of the campfire, seeing not the fire, but the ghosts of his past, the faces of his lost family, their smiles, their laughter, their last moments of life, their peaceful sleep, now shattered. But it also gave me a purpose. To turn Nezuko back into a human. To find a cure for her, no matter the cost, no matter how long it takes, no matter the dangers I face, no matter how many demons I have to fight, no matter the pain I endure, no matter the sacrifice. To hunt down Muzan Kibutsuji and make him pay for what he did, to avenge my family, to end his reign of terror, to bring peace to this world, to save others from his cruelty, to ensure no one else suffers as we have. That is why I became a demon slayer. That is my path, my destiny, my vow, my reason for living, my sole purpose, my driving force, my unwavering resolve. And you believe there's a way to turn her back? Izuku asked, a flicker of hope for Nezuko, a desperate yearning for a happy ending in this grim world, for a miracle to undo such suffering, to restore what was lost, to bring back the light to Tanjiro's life, to heal his heart, to give him peace. I do, Tanjiro said, his voice firm, a quiet conviction in his tone that brooked no doubt, a strength that came from deep within, from the purest love, from an unshakable faith in his sister, a belief that transcended all logic, all reason. I will find a way. No matter what. Even if it takes my entire life, even if I have to sacrifice everything, I will not give up on her. She is my family. She is my hope. She is my world. And I will save her. I will bring her back. He looked at Izuku, his gaze softening slightly, a rare smile gracing his lips, a gentle warmth in his eyes, a silent invitation to share his burden, to join him on his quest, to walk beside him, to fight with him. You also have a purpose here, Midoriya-kun. To find your way home. To return to your family, to your world. We are both searching for something we lost, something precious that was taken from us. We are both driven by a desire to protect what remains, to reclaim what was stolen, to find our way back to where we belong, to restore balance, to make things right, to heal the wounds of our worlds. The shared vulnerability, the mutual understanding of profound loss, of being adrift in a world that had taken so much, began to chip away at the wall between them. It wasn't friendship yet, not truly, but it was the fragile beginning of a bond forged in shared hardship and a common yearning for what was lost, a silent promise of support, a nascent connection that transcended their different origins, their different worlds, their different burdens, drawing them closer, thread by thread, weaving their destinies together. Tell me more about the breathing styles, Izuku prompted, eager to learn, to find a way to become useful in this world, to bridge the gap between his understanding and theirs, to find a new path to strength, a new way to be a hero, a way to fight against these terrifying demons. How do they work, exactly? How do you breathe fire, or water? Is it a quirk, a mutation, some kind of magic, or something else entirely? Is it a secret technique? Is it something anyone can learn? Does it require a special bloodline? His analytical mind was buzzing, craving knowledge, trying to categorize and understand this new form of power, this ancient art, this mystical discipline. Tanjiro smiled faintly, a gentle, patient expression, as if explaining a complex but beautiful riddle, a secret of the universe, a profound truth. It's not literally breathing fire, Midoriya-kun. It's not a quirk, as you understand it, not an innate mutation that you are born with, not a special power granted by birth. It's a technique, a highly refined discipline that allows us to draw more oxygen into our bodies, to increase our physical capabilities far beyond normal human limits, our speed, our strength, our endurance, our agility, our reaction time, our senses, to enhance our senses, and to focus our energy, our spirit, our very life force, our ki. Each breathing style is derived from the sun breathing, the original, ultimate breathing style, said to be the first and most powerful, the source of all others, a legendary technique passed down through generations, almost a myth, a forgotten art, a whisper from the past. Mine is water breathing. It allows me to move fluidly, like water, to strike with precision, to adapt to any situation, to flow around obstacles, to be both gentle and unyielding, like a river that can carve stone, or a wave that can crash against a cliff, overwhelming its target, relentless and unstoppable. Others have flame breathing, wind breathing, stone breathing, thunder breathing, insect breathing, love breathing, mist breathing, serpent breathing, sound breathing, flower breathing, beast breathing. Each with its own unique forms and techniques, each reflecting a different element of nature, a different philosophy of combat, a different way of wielding the sword, a different path to mastery, a different expression of strength, a different dance of death. He demonstrated a few subtle movements with his sword, a graceful, almost imperceptible shift in his stance, a ripple of energy emanating from him, the air around him seeming to hum with a focused intent, a faint hum of energy, a silent demonstration of power and control, a dance of deadly beauty. It's about mastering your own body, your own breath, and connecting with the natural elements, with the very essence of the world around you. It's about achieving total concentration breathing, a constant state of heightened awareness and physical prowess, a state of mind and body where you are always at your peak, where every cell is alive with energy, where your senses are razor sharp, where you can push your body beyond its natural limits without breaking, without tearing yourself apart, without succumbing to fatigue. Izuku listened intently, his analytical mind already dissecting the information, trying to find parallels to quirks, to his own understanding of energy and control, to the way his own body reacted to one for all. It was a different system, a different philosophy, but the underlying principle of harnessing one's inner strength, of pushing beyond human limits, of becoming more than ordinary, resonated deeply with his own heroic ideals, with everything All Might had taught him about going beyond. He felt a spark of excitement, a challenge he could truly sink his teeth into, a new path to power opening before him, a new way to be a hero, a new way to save. He began to form mental diagrams, comparing the flow of energy and breathing styles to the pathways of one for all, searching for connections, for a way to adapt, for a way to bridge the gap between his old power and this new one. He wondered if his dormant quirk could somehow resonate with these breathing techniques, if they could awaken it, or transform it, if this ancient art could unlock something new within him, a hidden potential he never knew existed, a new form of his power. As the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into a month, their arduous journey continued. They traversed dense forests where sunlight barely penetrated the thick canopy, leaving the ground in perpetual gloom, a world of shadows and whispers, where ancient trees stood like silent sentinels, watching their every move, their gnarled branches reaching out like grasping hands. They scaled treacherous mountain paths where loose scree threatened to send them plummeting into unseen chasms, where every step was a gamble, a test of balance and nerve, where the air was thin and biting, chilling them to the bone, making their lungs ache. They crossed vast, open plains where the wind howled like a hungry demon, whipping their clothes and stinging their faces, carrying the scent of distant storms and unseen dangers, a constant reminder of the wildness of this world, its untamed spirit. Izuku's body, though still aching with a dull, persistent throb that became a familiar companion, a constant reminder of his efforts, began to adapt. His movements became more fluid, his breathing more controlled, his steps lighter on the uneven terrain, a growing confidence in his stride. He could now keep pace with Tanjiro, his exhaustion still present, but no longer debilitating, and even occasionally surprised Tamika with a quick dodge or a sudden burst of speed, a flicker of his old agility returning, a nascent power stirring within him, a promise of what he could become. He was still far from being a demon slayer, still lacked the raw power and honed skill of a true warrior, but he was no longer completely helpless. He was learning. He was growing. He was becoming stronger, in a way he hadn't anticipated, a strength forged in the crucible of this new world, a strength that was truly his own, earned through sweat and perseverance, through pain and unwavering will, through countless trials and endless effort. One afternoon, as they traversed a particularly dense part of the forest, the sunlight barely penetrating the thick canopy, leaving the ground in perpetual gloom, a world of shadows and whispers, a low growl echoed from the shadows, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very earth, chilling them to the bone, a primal warning that made every hair on Izuku's body stand on end. Tanjiro immediately tensed, his hand flying to his sword, his nose twitching, his expression grim, his senses screaming danger, a primal warning that needed no words. Tamika's eyes narrowed, his posture shifting into a ready stance, his aura radiating a silent, deadly calm, a predator ready to strike, his presence a shield, a silent promise of protection. A demon, Tanjiro whispered, his voice grim, a chilling certainty in his tone. Close. And it smells. Particularly foul. Like rotting meat and old blood, mixed with something else. Something malicious, something truly evil, a scent of pure malevolence, a stench of death and corruption. It's strong. Stronger than the last one. Be ready. His hand instinctively went to Nezuko's box, a silent promise of protection, a silent prayer for her safety, a silent vow. Izuku's heart hammered in his chest, a familiar surge of adrenaline, a mix of fear and desperate readiness, a primal instinct to fight or flee, but also a growing resolve, a fierce determination that burned brightly within him, pushing back against the fear, against the doubt. This was it. His first true encounter with a demon since Nezuko, since his terrible mistake, since he had almost taken an innocent life. He gripped the dull wooden sword Tamika had given him, its rough surface feeling strangely comforting in his hands, a familiar weight, his knuckles white, his palms sweating. He felt a cold dread, but also a fierce determination. He had to do better this time. He would do better. He would not fail. He would protect. A creature emerged from the shadows, its form grotesque and twisted, a nightmare made manifest, stepping into a sliver of moonlight, its presence chilling the very air, making the hairs on Izuku's arms stand on end, a wave of revulsion washing over him, a deep-seated disgust that churned his stomach. It was larger than the one he had killed before, easily twice the size of a man, its bulk casting a monstrous shadow that stretched across the forest floor, consuming the light, distorting the very trees around it, making them seem to writhe. Its skin was a sickly, mottled green, covered in weeping sores that oozed a viscous, black fluid, a truly repulsive sight, an affront to nature, a testament to its corruption. Its limbs were unnaturally long and spindly, ending in razor-sharp claws that scraped against the forest floor with a grating, chilling sound, like bone on stone, a sound that promised pain and dismemberment, a prelude to violence. Its head was a misshapen mass, with multiple glowing, malevolent eyes, some red, some yellow, some a sickly green, that fixed on them with chilling intent, radiating pure hunger, a predatory gleam, a promise of violence, a silent threat that needed no words. It snarled, a guttural sound that promised violence, a sound that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the air, a sound of ancient, boundless evil, a sound that echoed in Izuku's very soul, a chilling melody of death, a symphony of horror. Stay behind me, Midoriya, Tamika ordered, his voice calm, but his aura radiating immense, controlled power, a silent warning that brooked no argument, a command that demanded obedience, a clear boundary between safety and peril, a shield against the coming storm. He drew his Nichiren blade, the dark steel shimmering faintly, almost humming with latent energy, eager for blood, for the fight, a deadly dance about to begin, a silent promise of swift justice. But Izuku, driven by instinct, by the ingrained desire to protect, by the crushing weight of his past failure, couldn't simply stand by. He remembered his failure with Nezuko, the crushing guilt that still gnawed at his soul, the innocent life he had almost taken, the pain he had caused. He had to do something. He had to prove himself, not just to them, but to himself, to the hero he aspired to be, to the legacy he carried, to the promise he had made to All Might and to himself, to never be useless again, to always fight for what was right. As the demon lunged, a blur of sickly green and deadly claws, moving with terrifying speed, faster than anything he had seen before, faster than even some villains with speed quirks, a true blur of motion, Izuku moved. He didn't have a breathing style, no fancy techniques, no superhuman strength from One for All. But he had his analytical mind, his years of observing, predicting, dissecting every movement of heroes and villains, a lifetime of study, a mental database of combat scenarios, a finely tuned instinct for battle, a quickness of thought that allowed him to react in a blink. He saw the demon's trajectory, the subtle shift in its weight, the telltale signs of its attack, the subtle opening in its guard, a momentary vulnerability, a chance, however fleeting, however small, a window of opportunity. He dodged, rolling to the side, narrowly avoiding a sweeping claw that would have disemboweled him, feeling the wind of its passage against his cheek, a cold kiss of death, a whisper of oblivion, a chilling reminder of how close he was to the edge, to the end, to utter annihilation. Midoriya, Tanjiro cried out, surprised by Izuku's sudden movement, a mix of alarm and a flicker of admiration in his voice, a recognition of unexpected courage. Be careful. It's too dangerous. Don't be reckless. It's stronger than the last one. The demon roared in frustration, a sound of pure, bestial fury, its multiple glowing eyes filled with a primal rage, enraged by its missed strike, by the audacity of this small human who dared to defy it, who dared to stand in its path, who dared to interfere with its hunt. Izuku, heart pounding like a drum against his ribs, a frantic rhythm of fear and determination, remembered Tamika's earlier lesson: focus on your breath. Feel the energy. Be water. Flow. Adapt. Do not fight the current, become the current. Let your body move as it wills, instinctively. He took a deep, shaky breath, trying to mimic the controlled, rhythmic breathing he had been practicing for weeks, trying to find that elusive connection, that harmony between his body and the world, to tap into a new source of strength, a new wellspring of power, a silent, internal well he was only just discovering. He focused his intent, not on a quirk, not on an external power, but on his own body, on the raw, unrefined strength he possessed, on the desperate will to survive and protect, to make a difference, however small, however insignificant it might seem in the grand scheme of things, to contribute to the fight, to save a life. He swung his wooden sword, a desperate, clumsy blow aimed at the demon's leg, hoping to at least slow it down, to create another opening, to buy more time for Tamika to act, to distract the monster, to draw its attention away from Tanjiro and Nezuko. It connected with a dull thud, barely phasing the creature, which merely snarled louder, its eyes burning with renewed malice, its hunger growing, its focus now solely on Izuku, the audacious human who dared to strike it. But it bought him a precious moment, a fraction of a second, a fleeting opportunity, a chance for Tamika to act, to deliver the decisive blow, to end the threat, to save them all. Tamika, seeing Izuku's desperate attempt, seeing the opening created by the demon's momentary distraction, moved with blinding speed. He appeared behind the demon in a flash, his Nichiren blade a silver streak in the dim light, a deadly arc of steel, a silent, lethal dance of precision and power. With a single, fluid motion, a movement of perfect grace and power, he brought the blade down. Swoosh. A clean cut, a sound like silk tearing, impossibly soft yet utterly final, a whisper of death that echoed through the forest. The demon's head flew from its shoulders, tumbling to the ground with a wet thud, its glowing eyes still wide with surprise, a grotesque mask of disbelief, frozen in its final moment of rage and confusion. Its body stiffened, then slowly, agonizingly, began to disintegrate into ash, vanishing into the forest floor, leaving behind only a faint, acrid smell, a lingering stench of evil, a reminder of its brief, violent existence, a nightmare dissolving into nothingness, like smoke in the wind, leaving no trace, as if it had never been. Izuku stood panting, his wooden sword still clutched in his trembling hands, his body screaming in protest, every muscle aching, his lungs burning, starved for air, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs, a wild drumbeat. He hadn't defeated it. Tamika had. But he had faced it. He had moved. He had tried to fight. He had not frozen. He had acted. He had contributed. He had faced a demon, and he had survived. He had made a difference, however small, however fleeting, however insignificant it might seem in the grand scheme of things. Tamika turned to him, his impassive gaze assessing, his eyes piercing, searching for something, a silent evaluation. Foolish. Reckless. You put yourself in unnecessary danger. You could have been killed. Your lack of a proper blade and technique makes you vulnerable. There was no praise in his voice, but no condemnation either. It was a simple observation, a statement of fact, but it carried a weight that Izuku understood, a silent acknowledgement of his growth, of his potential. But you moved. You did not freeze. You tried to protect. Your instincts are strong, even without your quirk. That is commendable. You have the heart of a warrior, Midoriya. A true hero, even in a world that does not understand your definition, a world that speaks a different language of power, a different language of strength. Tanjiro approached, his eyes wide with a mix of relief and awe, a genuine smile beginning to spread across his face, a warmth that reached Izuku's soul, a silent acknowledgement of his courage, a shared moment of triumph. Midoriya-kun. That was dangerous. But you saw its movements. You reacted. You were so fast. You truly have a hero's heart. A hint of admiration, a spark of respect, flickered in his eyes, a genuine warmth that reached Izuku's soul. You have a good eye for combat. A true hero's spirit. You will learn quickly. I can feel it. You have a strong scent of determination, a pure scent of courage, a scent of unwavering resolve, a scent of true heroism. Izuku felt a surge of something akin to pride, a small, fragile seedling of hope blooming in his chest, pushing back against the lingering fear and self-doubt. He was still weak. He was still powerless in the way he understood power. But he was learning. He was adapting. He was finding a new way to be a hero in this terrifying, beautiful, and utterly alien world. The path ahead was long, fraught with unseen dangers and unimaginable challenges, but for the first time, Izuku felt a sense of purpose, a guiding star in the overwhelming darkness. His journey had truly begun, a journey to find his way home, and to become a hero in a world where quirks were but a distant dream, and the only power that mattered was the breath within his lungs, and the unwavering spirit in his heart. The whispers of the ancient breath were becoming clearer, guiding him forward into the unknown, a new chapter of his epic tale unfolding with every arduous step, every painful breath, every hopeful beat of his heart. The mountain awaited, and with it, a new beginning, a new test, a new chapter in his extraordinary life, a chapter where he would truly discover what it meant to be strong. Chapter 5, Learning from the Mountain. The colossal boulder, now a silent testament to an impossible feat, stood cleaved in two, its rough, moss-covered surface still exhaling the faint, earthy scent of ancient stone, a whisper of its long slumber, a sigh of release, as if the very heart of the mountain had finally yielded its breath, acknowledging a new force, a new presence, a new song in its ancient chorus. A clean, smooth cut, impossibly precise, bisected its immense bulk, a line of stark white against the dark gray, a scar etched by sheer will, a wound in the very heart of the mountain, a testament to a spirit unyielding, a force that defied the very laws of nature, of what was thought possible, of what the physical world dictated. For Izuku Midoriya, it was more than just a split rock, it was a shattered illusion, a broken barrier, a tangible proof that the impossible could indeed be made real, that the whispers of doubt could be silenced by the roar of determination, that limits were merely illusions waiting to be transcended, like fragile glass that shatters under the right pressure, revealing a new vista. The dull, heavy katana, Urokodaki's impossible gift, now felt less like a leaden weight and more like an extension of his own trembling hand, its blunt edge no longer mocking, but humming with the echo of his triumph, a silent song of victory, a promise of future sharpness, a blade waiting to be forged in the crucible of battle, a weapon ready to be wielded by a hand that had learned to conquer the impossible. The air around him, once thick with the unspoken challenge of the mountain, now hummed with a different kind of energy, a quiet sense of accomplishment, a fragile hope, a nascent power stirring, a warmth spreading through his chest, a profound sense of peace, a calm that settled deep within his soul, like a still, clear pond reflecting the sky. He stood there, a tiny figure against the mountain's immense backdrop, feeling utterly, wonderfully, possible. His mind, once a cacophony of doubt and despair, a tangled knot of fears and anxieties, now echoed with a single, resonant thought, clear as a mountain spring. I did it. I actually did it. All Might. Mom. I did it. I'm not useless. Not here. Not anymore. This is real. I'm strong. I can do this. This is the beginning. This is where I truly become a hero. This is where my path truly begins. A wave of profound relief washed over him, making his knees weak, threatening to buckle, but he stood firm, rooted to the earth, a newfound strength holding him upright, a silent defiance against the world's challenges, a quiet triumph that resonated through his very being. Urokodaki emerged from his hut, his masked face unreadable, a silent, imposing presence, but Izuku could feel a subtle shift in the air around him, a faint scent of approval, of quiet pride, like the gentle warmth of a rising sun, a silent blessing, a long-awaited acknowledgement. His presence, usually so stern, now carried an almost imperceptible aura of contentment, a subtle softening around his broad shoulders, a hint of satisfaction, a silent nod of approval. Tanjiro, too, came out, his eyes wide with awe, A genuine smile spreading across his face, a warmth that reached Izuku's soul, a silent acknowledgement of his courage, a shared moment of triumph. "You did it, Midoriya-kun," Tanjiro exclaimed, rushing forward, his voice filled with admiration, his scent radiating pure joy and relief, a wave of positive emotion that washed over Izuku, enveloping him in warmth, a comforting embrace. "You actually did it. I knew you could. I felt the shift in the air, the moment it happened. It was like the mountain itself sighed in relief, like it finally accepted you, like it embraced you as its own." A silent cheer from the ancient trees, a profound recognition of your spirit. Tanjiro's eyes, usually so burdened by sadness, sparkled with unadulterated happiness for Izuku, a rare and precious sight, a beacon of pure joy, a reflection of his own unwavering hope, his own belief in the good in others, a silent promise of support. Izuku's thoughts, Tanjiro. He's so genuinely happy for me. It's not just about the training, it's about the belief. He's seen so much pain, so much loss, yet he still holds on to so much kindness, so much empathy. He's truly incredible. He's a hero, even without quirks. He sees the good in people, the potential. And he's willing to share his own pain, his own hope. He's like a warm sunbeam in this dark world. I have to live up to that belief. For him. For Nezuko. For Sabito and Makomo. For everyone I've met here. I can't let them down. I won't. I'll carry their hopes with me, like a precious flame. Tanjiro's thoughts, he did it. Midoriya-kun. His scent is so strong now. Not just determination, but a new kind of strength, a quiet power, a deep resolve. He's different from Sabito or Makomo, but he has the same fire, the same unwavering spirit, the same pure heart. Urokodaki-sensei must be proud. This means he can fight. He can help. Maybe he can even help me find a cure for Nezuko. His world. It's so strange, so fantastical, but his spirit is pure. He has the scent of a true protector. I hope he makes it through the final selection. He has too. For all of us. Urokodaki approached the cleaved boulder, his gaze lingering on the clean cut, his masked face tilted slightly, as if examining a rare artifact, a profound mystery, a testament to an ancient power, a power of will, a silent force. He then turned to Izuku, his voice still deep and resonant, like the rumble of distant thunder, but with a hint of something new, something akin to acceptance, a quiet respect, a profound acknowledgement of Izuku's spirit, of his true potential. "You have passed the test, boy. You have found your breath. You have found your will. You are worthy of my training. You are worthy of becoming a demon slayer." His words were not just a statement, they were a profound affirmation, a doorway opening into a new, terrifying, yet purposeful existence, a path carved by his own hands, by his own unwavering spirit, by his own sheer will, a destiny unfolding before him. Urokodaki's thoughts, he did it. The boy from another world. He found the flow. He found the strength not of a quirk, but of spirit. He carries the scent of sorrow, yes, but also a fierce, unyielding light, a pure determination, a spark of something extraordinary. He is different from my other children, from Sabito, from Makomo, from all the others who fell. He has an analytical mind, yes, but he also has a heart that refuses to break, a spirit that refuses to yield, a will that burns like the sun. He is worthy. Perhaps he can break the cycle. Perhaps he can truly make a difference. Perhaps he can survive the final selection and become a pillar of hope. But the final selection. It is a cruel mistress. It claims so many. I pray he is strong enough. I pray his will is stronger than the demons. I pray he returns. Izuku felt a surge of triumph, a wave of relief so profound it almost brought him to his knees. He had overcome the impossible. He had proven himself. He had found a new path. The mountain's stern embrace had indeed shaped him, painfully, relentlessly, but it had also forged him anew, like steel in a furnace, purified by fire, tempered by cold, made stronger than before, unbreakable. He was no longer just a lost hero from another world, a ghost adrift. He was a trainee demon slayer, ready to face the darkness, ready to fight, ready to find his way home. His journey was far from over, but a new chapter had truly begun, carved into the very stone of Mount Sadri, a testament to his unwavering spirit. The next morning, the air on Mount Sadri felt different. The mist still clung to the ancient trees, but it seemed to shimmer with a new promise, a quiet expectation, a sense of impending purpose, like the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for him. Izuku woke before dawn, not to the dull ache of despair, but to the sharp, invigorating sting of anticipation. His muscles still protested, a familiar chorus of soreness, but his spirit was lighter, buoyed by the previous day's triumph, by the knowledge that he had overcome the impossible. This was it. Formal training under Urokodaki. The real journey began now, a journey into the heart of the mountain's secrets, into the depths of his own potential, a test of his very soul, a path to true strength. Urokodaki stood waiting in the clearing, his Tengu mask a silent, imposing presence against the pale morning light, his posture radiating an ancient power, a quiet authority that commanded respect without a word. Beside him, Tanjiro stood, a quiet strength in his posture, a silent supporter, a familiar comfort, his scent a reassuring presence. Izuku noticed that Tomioka was gone, having departed silently before dawn, a phantom of the mist, leaving only a faint scent of water and discipline, a silent farewell, a subtle absence that spoke of his duties elsewhere, of the constant war against demons. He felt a pang of something akin to gratitude for the stoic Hashira, who had brought him to this place, to this new beginning, to this chance at redemption, to this path of self-discovery. From this day forward, Midoriya Izuku, Urokodaki's voice rumbled, deep and resonant, like the earth itself speaking, each word a stone dropping into a still pond, sending ripples through the air. Your life will be consumed by training. Every breath you take, every step you make, will be a part of your path to becoming a demon slayer. There will be no rest, no respite, until your body and spirit are forged into an unbreakable blade, sharp enough to cut through any demon, any doubt, any fear, any obstacle, any illusion. His words were not a threat, but a solemn vow, a promise of relentless hardship, a path of fire and steel, a crucible for his soul, a journey into the heart of his own being, a transformation. Izuku nodded, his eyes burning with determination, a fierce light in their emerald depths, reflecting the pale dawn. I'm ready, Urokodaki-san. I'll do whatever it takes. I won't let you down. I won't let anyone down. I'll become strong enough. His voice was firm, unwavering, echoing his inner resolve, a silent promise to himself and to those who believed in him. Izuku's thoughts, this is it. No turning back now. Urokodaki-san is serious. Every single day. Every single breath. This isn't just about fighting, it's about becoming. Becoming something new. Something stronger than I ever was, even with one for all. I have to push myself harder than ever before. For everyone. For my world. For this world. For Sabito and Makomo. For their sacrifice. I will honor their memory. I will become a hero worthy of their hopes. Urokodaki's first lesson was not with a sword, but with the mountain itself, a living, breathing entity, a giant classroom, a demanding teacher, its ancient spirit watching. He led Izuku to a section of the forest even denser and more treacherous than what they had traversed before. The trees grew so thickly that their branches intertwined like a vast, dark ceiling, blocking out almost all sunlight, plunging the area into perpetual gloom, a world of shadows and whispers. The ground was a labyrinth of tangled roots, slippery moss-covered rocks, and hidden pitfalls, each one a silent trap, waiting for a misstep, for the unwary. Your first task, Urokodaki commanded, his voice echoing in the oppressive silence, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate through the very air, is to descend this path and return before dawn. But you will not simply walk. You will navigate this terrain while avoiding countless traps. Tripwires, swinging logs, falling rocks, hidden pits. Every step is a test. And you will do it blindfolded. He held up a thick, dark blindfold, its fabric rough and unforgiving, a symbol of the challenge, a veil over his senses, a plunge into the unknown. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart leaping into his throat, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Blindfolded? In this treacherous, trap-filled forest? It was suicide. It was madness. But Urokodaki-san. That's impossible. I'll break my neck. I can't see anything. How will I avoid them? What if I fall into a ravine? What if a demon finds me in the darkness, helpless? His mind raced, calculating the countless ways he could fail, could be injured, could die. This is even harder than the boulder. At least with the boulder, I could see it. This is just darkness. A terrifying, endless darkness. My quirk isn't here to save me. I'm completely vulnerable. This is a death trap. Impossible? Urokodaki's voice held a chilling edge, a subtle warning, a hint of steel, unyielding. You cut a boulder that was impossible to cut. Here, your eyes will deceive you. Your reliance on sight is a weakness, a crutch you must shed. You must learn to rely on your other senses. Your hearing, to discern the faintest rustle of a tripwire, the subtle shift in air from a swinging log, the drip of water from a hidden cave. Your smell, to detect the scent of disturbed earth around a hidden pit, the metallic tang of a concealed blade, the faint aroma of a demon's presence. The subtle shifts in the air, the whispers of the forest, the very breath of the mountain. Your intuition. And above all, your total concentration breathing. It will sharpen your senses, quicken your reactions, and allow you to perceive what your eyes cannot. It will make you one with the environment, with the flow of the world, with the very essence of survival. He handed Izuku the thick, dark blindfold. Begin. Izuku hesitated, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He could hear Tanjiro's quiet breathing beside him, a steady rhythm, a silent encouragement. Tanjiro did this. He survived. He learned. If he can do it, if he survived this, then I can too. I have too. For Nezuko. For All Might. For everyone. I won't give up. Not now. Not ever. I will become strong. I will find a way. I will prove myself. I will master this darkness. He took a deep, shaky breath, trying to steady his nerves, and tied the blindfold tightly, plunging himself into absolute, suffocating darkness. The world vanished, replaced by an overwhelming void, a silent, terrifying abyss. He felt a sudden, profound sense of vulnerability, like a newborn, exposed and helpless, yet a spark of defiance burned within him, a stubborn refusal to break, a quiet fire. The first few attempts were a disaster, a symphony of stumbles and crashes, a painful ballet of failure. He stumbled immediately, tripping over an unseen root, sending him sprawling onto the damp earth, his face hitting the cold ground with a jarring thud, the taste of dirt in his mouth. A moment later, a heavy log, released by a hidden mechanism, swung down from above, narrowly missing his head, the whoosh of displaced air a chilling reminder of the danger, a whisper of death, a hair's breadth from oblivion. He crawled forward, trying to feel the ground with his hands, but his fingers encountered a tripwire, sending him tumbling into a shallow, muddy pit, the cold, slimy mud clinging to his clothes, seeping into his skin, chilling him to the bone. He emerged, covered in mud, shivering, his body bruised and aching, his pride wounded, his spirit flagging, but not broken. Izuku's thoughts, this is insane. I can't see anything. How am I supposed to know where the traps are? This is just a cruel trick. I'm going to break every bone in my body. I'm never going to get through this. This is worse than any villain attack. At least I could see them. I can't rely on anything I know. I'm completely lost. He felt a wave of despair, hot and bitter. No. I can't give up. I won't. Subito. Mikomo. They did this. Tanjiro did this. I have too. I will find a way. I will master this darkness. I will prove them wrong. I will prove myself. He remembered Subito's mocking voice, sharp as a blade. Still thinking too much, Midoriya. You rely on your eyes. You're useless without them. The words stung, fueling his anger, his resolve, a burning ember in his chest, refusing to be extinguished. No. I won't be useless. I'll find a way. I have too. I will. He forced himself to breathe, deeply, rhythmically, trying to focus on total concentration breathing, to quiet the frantic beating of his heart, to calm the storm in his mind, to find a center of peace, a quiet core. He tried to listen, to feel, to become aware of every subtle nuance of his surroundings, to extend his senses beyond sight, to perceive the unseen. He heard the faint creak of a branch high above, a fractional sound, before a log swung, a subtle warning that allowed him to duck. He felt a subtle shift in the air currents, a faint scent of disturbed earth, a whisper of displaced air, before encountering a pit, allowing him to step around it. Slowly, agonizingly, he began to perceive the unseen, to translate the subtle cues into warnings, into a new language of survival. It was like learning a new language, a language of whispers and shadows, a language spoken by the mountain itself, a silent dialogue between him and the wilderness, a dance with danger, a dance he was slowly mastering. He spent countless hours, his body a canvas of bruises and scrapes, but his senses sharpened, his intuition growing. He learned to trust the faint scent of disturbed earth, the subtle shift in air pressure, the almost imperceptible vibrations through the ground. His mind, once overwhelmed by the darkness, began to paint a picture of his surroundings, a map woven from sound, scent, and touch, a new way of seeing, a new way of understanding the world, a new way of living. Days turned into a blur of darkness and pain. He would spend hours navigating the trap-filled forest, sometimes crawling on his hands and knees, sometimes leaping over unseen obstacles, sometimes just standing still, listening, feeling, letting his senses guide him, becoming a part of the forest, a silent hunter. He learned to identify the subtle sound of a tripwire being pulled taut, the faint rustle of leaves before a rock fell, the distinct smell of disturbed earth around a hidden pit, a scent that warned of danger, of hidden peril, of impending doom. His body, once clumsy, began to move with a newfound agility, his reflexes sharpening with each near miss, each close call, each brush with disaster. He still got caught, often, falling into pits, getting hit by swinging logs, but less frequently. He was learning to dance with the invisible dangers, to anticipate their movements, to become one with the flow of the forest, a silent, deadly ballet, a dance of survival, a dance of life. After the blindfolded forest, a challenge he eventually conquered, able to navigate the treacherous path with surprising speed and accuracy, his movements fluid and confident, Urokodaki introduced him to sword training. Not with the dull katana from the boulder, but with a series of wooden swords, each heavier than the last, each one a new challenge, a new weight to bear, a new test of his strength and endurance. He taught Izuku the basic stances, the footwork, the grip. And then, the forms of water breathing, the 10 basic forms, each one a complex dance of offense and defense, of power and grace, a flowing poem of combat, a symphony of movement, a deadly art. First form, water surface / Urokodaki rumbled, demonstrating the movement. His body flowed, the wooden sword a shimmering arc, seemingly cutting through the air with visible force, a ripple of unseen energy following its path. Imagine your blade as a single, powerful wave, cutting through everything in its path. It is precise, direct, unyielding. It flows with the current, yet it carves its own way, unstoppable, like a river through stone, relentless and pure. Izuku tried to mimic him, but his movements were stiff, awkward, his limbs refusing to cooperate, like rusty gears, creaking and groaning. His wooden sword felt heavy, clumsy, an extension of his own inadequacy. He struggled to maintain the proper posture, his breath faltering, his concentration breaking, his mind a whirlwind of frustration. Izuku's thoughts, it's so elegant when he does it. Like poetry in motion. Like All Might's movements, but different. So fluid. So powerful. But when I try, it's like trying to make a brick dance. It's all brute force, no grace. I'm still just a clumsy Deku. I'm still not good enough. Will I ever be? Can I truly learn this? It feels like I'm fighting against myself, against my own body. I need to let go. But how? How do I stop thinking and just feel? He remembered All Might's powerful, yet graceful, movements, and felt a pang of longing, a deep yearning for his lost power, for the ease with which he once moved, for the certainty of his strength. Mikomo would often appear during these sessions, her gentle voice a stark contrast to Urokodaki's silent, demanding presence, a soothing melody in the harsh symphony of training, a gentle breeze after a storm, a quiet comfort. You're trying to copy, Midoriya-kun, she'd say, her voice like soft rain, washing over his frustration, cleansing his doubts. But water breathing is about becoming. You must become the wave. You must become the water. Don't just swing the sword, be the sword. Be the water. Let go of your thoughts, and just feel the flow. She would guide his hands, adjusting his grip, correcting his posture, her touch light as a feather, yet firm, guiding him with unseen hands, with a profound understanding. Feel the current within you. Let it flow through your arms, into the blade. Let your spirit merge with the water. Let go of your thoughts, and just feel. Trust your body. Trust your breath. Trust the flow. Trust yourself. Mikomo's thoughts, he is such a pure heart, this boy. So much desire to protect. But he carries so much doubt, so much fear of not being enough. Just like Sabito. But different. Sabito fought against his own strength, his own intensity. This boy fights against his perceived weakness, his own self-doubt. I must guide him gently, show him the path to inner harmony. He is like a small, turbulent stream, yearning to become a great river, powerful and serene. He has the potential to be truly great, if he can only believe in himself, if he can only let go of his past self. I hope he finds it. I hope he lives. Sabito, of course, would also appear, usually with a sneer, his presence a sharp, biting wind, a constant challenge, a relentless tormentor. Still flailing around like a drowning cat, Midoriya? You call that a slash? It's an embarrassment. You're wasting Urokodaki-sensei's time. You're wasting my time. Get serious, you useless lump. Stop thinking and move. He would then demonstrate the form himself, his movements impossibly fast, the wooden sword a blur, leaving Izuku breathless, humbled, utterly defeated. You're too slow. Too weak. You think too much. Stop thinking. Feel. Stop being a useless lump and move. Fight me. He would then launch into a sudden, unannounced attack, his real Nichiren blade whistling, forcing Izuku to react instantly, To defend for his life, to move or die, to find a way to survive, to push beyond his limits, to fight for every breath. Subito's thoughts, he's still so clumsy. So hesitant. But he has fire. A stubborn, unyielding fire. He reminds me of myself, before. That desperate need to protect. I have to push him. Break him down to build him up. He needs to understand that hesitation is death. He needs to learn to move without thought, to let instinct guide him. He has to survive the final selection. He has to. For Urokodaki-sensei. For all of us who couldn't. He needs to live. He needs to carry our hopes. He needs to be strong enough to face that demon. Their sparring sessions grew more intense, more dangerous, more like real battles, a dance of death where every misstep could be fatal. Subito would use his real Nichiren blade, its cold steel glinting, its edge sharp, forcing Izuku to defend with his wooden sword, a desperate, futile shield. Subito would attack from unexpected angles, his movements unpredictable, mimicking the chaotic nature of demons, forcing Izuku to adapt, to anticipate, to react purely on instinct, to survive. Izuku would be battered, bruised, his wooden sword often splintered, his body screaming in protest, his muscles aching, his breath ragged. He would fall, he would get up, he would fall again, a relentless cycle of pain and perseverance, of defeat and renewed effort. But he never gave up. He would push himself, remembering Nezuko's silent fight, Tanjiro's unwavering purpose, All Might's indomitable spirit, the promise he had made to himself, to never surrender, to always go plus ultra, to be a hero, no matter the cost, no matter the pain, no matter the odds. One afternoon, during a particularly brutal sparring session, the air thick with the scent of sweat and effort, Subito pressed him relentlessly. Izuku was cornered against a thick tree, its rough bark digging into his back, his wooden sword barely deflecting Subito's rapid, powerful strikes. He felt exhausted, his muscles screaming, his breath ragged, his vision blurring at the edges, his mind screaming for a moment of respite, for the pain to end. Subito's blade came down in a powerful overhead strike, a blur of deadly steel, aimed directly at his head, a killing blow. Izuku, reacting on pure instinct, a flash of insight, a sudden connection to the flow, threw himself to the side, rolling, and as he came up, he instinctively performed a movement he hadn't consciously practiced, a fluid, graceful counter. His wooden sword swept up in a wide, fluid arc, a defensive maneuver that flowed seamlessly into a counterattack, a perfect, unplanned dance, a moment of true mastery. It was clumsy, unrefined, but it was his. It was a movement born of instinct, of pure flow, of becoming the water. Subito's eyes, usually sharp and mocking, widened slightly, a flicker of surprise passing through them, a rare moment of genuine shock. He parried Izuku's unexpected strike, the clang of wood on steel echoing through the forest, a sharp, resonant sound. What was that, Midoriya? You moved. You actually moved without thinking. You felt the flow. You actually became the water for a moment. You're not completely useless after all. You're learning. You're finally getting it. A flicker of something akin to surprise, and perhaps, grudging respect, crossed his face, a silent acknowledgement of Izuku's progress, a rare nod of approval.
Izuku's thoughts, I felt it.
For just a second, I wasn't thinking. I was just moving. Like water. It was amazing. It was like one for all, but different. It was me. My body moved on its own, guided by something deeper. It was like the world was moving with me. Is this what total concentration breathing truly means? Is this what Urokodaki-san meant by finding my own current? Could this be how my quirk connects to this world? Is this the awakening? Is this the beginning of a new power? A new understanding began to dawn within him, a connection to his dormant quirk, a faint hum of energy deep within his core, a subtle awakening, a whisper of power, a promise of what was to come. Subito's thoughts, he did it. He finally let go. He found the flow. He's different. Stronger than the others, in a way. He has a unique way of seeing, of adapting. He might actually make it. He might survive the final selection. He might break the cycle. Makomo will be pleased. Our efforts, they are not in vain. He has the potential to avenge us all. Makomo, watching from a distance, smiled faintly, a gentle, knowing expression. He's finding his own current, she whispered to herself, her voice soft as a breeze. He's beginning to become the water. He's learning to dance. He's learning to truly live, to truly fight, to truly connect with this world. His spirit is shining. The training continued, relentless and unforgiving. Izuku learned the 10 basic forms of water breathing, each one a unique dance of offense and defense, of power and grace, of yielding and striking, of adapting and conquering. He practiced them thousands of times, until his body remembered them even when his mind was exhausted, until they became ingrained in his very being, a part of his muscle memory, a silent, flowing art. He learned to climb the mountain with immense boulders strapped to his back, to hold his breath for impossible lengths of time underwater, to withstand freezing temperatures, to run until his legs gave out, to push his body beyond every limit he had ever known, to break through every barrier, to shatter every expectation. He learned total concentration breathing, constant, maintaining it even during sleep, his body always at its peak, his senses always heightened, always aware, always ready, a silent, powerful engine. He could hear the faint rustle of a squirrel's tail from 100 yards away, smell the subtle changes in the air before a storm, feel the vibrations of the earth beneath his feet, a profound connection to the world around him, a silent symphony of life. His body transformed. He grew taller, leaner, his muscles corded and defined, etched by endless effort, by countless hours of pain and perseverance. His hands, once soft, were now calloused and hardened, marked by countless hours of effort, a badge of honor, a testament to his perseverance. His eyes, once soft and often tear-filled, now held a fierce, unwavering light, a quiet determination, a burning resolve, a reflection of the mountain spirit, a warrior's gaze. He was no longer the clumsy, quirkless boy. He was a warrior in the making, a hero reborn, forged in the crucible of Mount Sagery. Yet, the boulder remained. A silent, unyielding challenge. He would still stand before it every morning, swinging the dull blade, trying to find that elusive connection, that final piece of the puzzle, that moment of perfect flow, of ultimate harmony. He could perform the water-breathing forms with increasing mastery, his movements fluid and powerful, but the boulder remained unbroken, a testament to its unyielding nature, a final test, a silent question, a lingering doubt. One evening, after a particularly exhausting day of training, Izuku sat by the river, watching the water flow, its surface shimmering under the moonlight, a silent, comforting presence. Tanjiro sat beside him, quietly tending to Nezuko's box, his hand resting gently on its lid, a silent vigil, a constant act of love. Tanjiro-kun, Izuku began, his voice thoughtful, a hint of hesitation, a question brewing in his mind, a suspicion that had grown with each passing day. Sabito and Makomo. They're Urokodaki-san's former apprentices, right? But they feel different. Like they're not quite here. Sometimes, they just vanish. And they never seem to eat or sleep. They're always just watching. And they never talk about their own lives, only about training. It's like they're not truly alive. It's like they're echoes. He hesitated, searching for the right words, for a way to voice his growing suspicion, his unsettling realization. Are they ghosts? Spirits of the mountain? Are they dead? Have I been training with phantoms? Izuku's thoughts, I have to ask. It's been bothering me for weeks. They move like they're real, but they don't have a scent of life, like Tanjiro does. And they appear and disappear. It's like something out of a fairy tale, a sad, beautiful one. But if they're dead, then why are they here? Why are they helping me? Why are they pushing me so hard? What happened to them? What is the final selection? Is it a death trap? His heart ached with a sudden, profound sorrow for his mysterious teachers. Tanjiro's eyes, usually so open and expressive, clouded with a profound sadness. He looked at Izuku, then at the flowing river, his gaze distant, lost in a painful memory, a shadow falling over his face. Sabito and Makomo. They were indeed Urokodaki-sensei's apprentices. They were very talented. They trained here, just like you. And they faced the final selection. His voice was soft, almost a whisper, laced with sorrow, a deep ache, a profound grief. But they never returned from it. They died there, on Mount Fujikasan, during the final selection. Along with many others. Many of Urokodaki-sensei's students have died there. They were all so young. So full of promise. So full of life. Their dreams shattered. Their lives cut short by a demon that Urokodaki-sensei couldn't kill. A tear traced a path down his cheek, illuminated by the moonlight, a silent testament to his enduring pain, his shared burden. Tanjiro's thoughts, Midoriya-kun. He finally asked. He's perceptive. It's a painful truth. Urokodaki-sensei carries this burden every day. So many of his children lost. Sabito and Makomo. They were so strong. So kind. They deserve peace. But they choose to stay, to guide. Their love for Urokodaki-sensei, their desire for new demon slayers to survive. It's powerful. It's heartbreaking. I hope this truth doesn't break Midoriya-kun. I hope it strengthens him. He has to understand the true cost of this path. The final selection is not just a test, it's a graveyard for the unprepared. Izuku's breath hitched, a cold knot forming in his stomach. They were ghosts. Spirits. He had been trained by the departed. A chill ran down his spine, not of fear, but of profound sorrow, of a deep understanding of their sacrifice, of the brutal reality of this world, of the true cost of being a demon slayer. He remembered Sabito's fierce determination, his relentless pushing, Mikomo's gentle wisdom, her patient guidance. They had died trying to become demon slayers. Their spirits lingered, forever tied to this mountain, to their master, to the hope of guiding others to a fate they could not achieve, to a victory they could not witness, to a future they could not reach, a silent, selfless act of enduring love, a profound, heartbreaking dedication. Izuku's thoughts, they sacrificed everything. They died trying to protect people. And now they're helping me. They're giving me their strength, their knowledge, their hope, their dreams. This isn't just about me anymore. It's about them. About their sacrifice. I have to carry their will. I have to survive. I have to become strong enough to avenge them, to protect others from their fate. This is my plus ultra now. For them. For all the fallen. I will not let their deaths be in vain. I will carry their hopes and dreams with me into the final selection. A fierce resolve, born of sorrow and gratitude, ignited within him, burning brighter than ever before. They wanted to help me, didn't they? Izuku whispered, tears welling in his eyes, blurring the moonlight on the river. They wanted me to succeed where they failed. They wanted me to live. To carry on their will. To fulfill their dreams. To make their sacrifices mean something. To see a future they couldn't reach. They are truly heroes. Tanjiro nodded, his own eyes glistening with unshed tears. They did. They want all of Urokodaki-sensei's students to pass. To survive. To become strong enough to fight the demons that took their lives. They want their sacrifices to mean something. To not be in vain. They want to see a world free of demons, even if they cannot live in it. They are still protecting. Even in death, they protect. Their spirits linger because their will is so strong. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, a gesture of shared grief and understanding, a silent comfort, a profound connection. They believe in you, Midoriya-kun. Just like Urokodaki-sensei does. Just like I do. You carry their hopes now. You carry the hopes of all those who fell. You are their legacy. Do not let it burden you, but let it strengthen you. Let their hopes be your wings, their will your sword. The revelation was a heavy weight, yet it also brought a strange clarity, a profound sense of purpose, a burning resolve that solidified within him. Sabito's harshness, Mikomo's gentle guidance, it was all born from a place of profound experience, of sacrifice, of a desperate hope for the future. They were not just teachers, they were echoes of the past, guiding him towards a future they could not reach, a future they had died for. Their spirits were woven into the very fabric of the mountain, a silent, powerful presence, a chorus of unseen voices urging him onward, a silent army of hope, a legion of guiding lights, a legacy to uphold, a destiny to fulfill. The next morning, Izuku stood before the boulder. He no longer saw a mere rock, or an impossible task. He saw Sabito's fierce grin, Mikomo's gentle smile. He saw the faces of all the fallen apprentices who had tried and failed, their silent hopes resting on his shoulders, a collective burden and a profound inspiration. He saw the weight of their hopes, their dreams, their sacrifices. He saw the path they had walked, and the path he must now carve, not just for himself, but for them, for their memory, for their legacy, for a world where such tragedies would no longer occur, where demons would be vanquished, where peace could finally reign. He closed his eyes, taking a deep, steady breath, the total concentration breathing flowing through him like a river, constant and powerful, invigorating every cell, every fiber of his being. He felt the energy, not just in his muscles, but in his spirit, in his unwavering will, in the collective hopes of those who had come before him, a silent chorus of support, a symphony of determination. He imagined the water, flowing, adapting, finding the path of least resistance, eroding the hardest stone with patient persistence, with relentless, unyielding force, with the power of unshakable belief, with the combined will of all those who had trained on this mountain, all those who had fallen, all those who dreamed of a demon-free world. He became the water. He became the current. He became the will of those who had fallen, their spirits guiding his hand, their hopes fueling his strength, their silent voices cheering him on, a legion of unseen heroes, a force of nature, a conduit for their dreams. When he opened his eyes, the world was sharp, clear, vibrant. The boulder still stood, massive and unyielding. But it no longer seemed insurmountable. He saw not its solid mass, but the invisible currents within it, the subtle lines of weakness, the path the water would carve, the path his blade would follow, the path to victory, the path to a future where no more innocence would fall. He raised the dull blade, not with brute force, but with a quiet confidence, a newfound understanding, a silent resolve that permeated his very being. His grip was firm, his stance perfect, his breath steady, his mind clear, his heart pounding with purpose, with the weight of expectation, with the echoes of 1,000 silent hopes. He swung. The blade connected with the boulder, not with a dull thud, but with a sound that seemed to echo through the very heart of the mountain, a sharp, resonant crack, like the world itself was splitting open, a sound of creation and destruction, a symphony of triumph, a roar of victory, a silent cheer from the spirits. And then, slowly, impossibly, the colossal boulder began to split. A thin, jagged line appeared down its center, growing wider and wider, until with a final, groaning sigh, it cleaved into two massive halves, falling away from each other with a soft rumble, revealing a clean, smooth cut within, a testament to an impossible feat, a triumph of will over matter, a symbol of his newfound strength, a monument to his perseverance, a silent promise of what was to come, a prelude to his true destiny. Izuku stood there, panting, the dull blade still in his hand, his eyes wide with disbelief, then with a dawning realization, a profound understanding that settled deep in his soul. He had done it. He had cut the boulder. Not with brute strength, but with spirit. With breath. With will. With the water. With the hopes of those who had fallen. He had truly become a part of this world, a true demon slayer in spirit, a hero forged anew, ready for the next challenge. Urokodaki emerged from his hut, his masked face unreadable, but Izuku could feel a subtle shift in the air around him, a faint scent of approval, of quiet pride, a profound acknowledgement of his achievement, a silent blessing. Tanjiro, too, came out, his eyes wide with awe, a genuine smile spreading across his face, tears glistening in his eyes, a silent cheer, a shared joy, a profound relief. "You did it, Midoriya-kun," Tanjiro exclaimed, rushing forward, his voice filled with admiration, his scent radiating pure joy and relief. "You actually did it. I knew you could. Sabito and Makomo. They must be so proud. They must be smiling down on you, wherever they are, their spirits finally at peace." Tanjiro's thoughts: he did it. He truly did it. My master's burden. It lightens a little today. Sabito, Makomo, all the others. Their spirits must be cheering. This boy. He's going to make a difference. I can feel it. He's going to survive the final selection. And then maybe he can help me save Nezuko. He has the strength. He has the heart. He is a true demon slayer. A true friend. Urokodaki approached the cleaved boulder, his gaze lingering on the clean cut. He then turned to Izuku, his voice still deep and resonant, but with a hint of something new, something akin to acceptance, a profound respect, a silent blessing. "You have passed the test, boy. You have found your breath. You have found your will. You are worthy of my training. You are worthy of becoming a demon slayer. You are worthy of wielding a Nichiren blade. You are worthy of standing against the darkness. You are worthy of being a hero in this world. You are ready." Urokodaki's thoughts: another one. Another child I send to the mountain. But this one. He is different. He carries the weight of two worlds. He has a fire I have not seen in a long time. He has learned from Sabito and Makomo. He has accepted their legacy. He is ready. But the final selection. It is a cruel mistress. It is a graveyard for the unprepared. I pray he returns. I pray he breaks the cycle. I pray he finds his way home, and that he saves others from this fate. I pray he avenges my fallen children. Izuku felt a surge of triumph, a wave of relief so profound it almost brought him to his knees. He had overcome the impossible. He had proven himself. He had found a new path. The mountain's stern embrace had indeed shaped him, painfully, relentlessly, but it had also forged him anew. He was no longer just a lost hero from another world. He was a trainee demon slayer, ready to face the darkness, ready to fight, ready to find his way home. His journey was far from over, but a new chapter had truly begun, carved into the very stone of Mount Sadri, a testament to his unwavering spirit, a promise of what was to come, a prelude to his true destiny, a destiny intertwined with the fate of this demon-haunted world. The final preparations, a quiet dawn. The days that followed the cleaving of the boulder were filled with a different kind of training. The raw, brutal physical conditioning continued, but now it was infused with a new purpose, a deeper understanding. Izuku's movements were no longer clumsy, they were fluid, precise, imbued with the grace of water breathing. He practiced the 10 forms endlessly, his wooden sword singing through the air, each strike a focused expression of his will. Urokodaki watched him with silent intensity, occasionally offering a single, profound correction that would unlock a new level of understanding. One morning, Urokodaki presented Izuku with a real Nichiren blade. It was a simple, unadorned katana, its dark steel shimmering faintly in the morning light. The moment Izuku's hand closed around the hilt, a strange sensation coursed through him. It wasn't the explosive surge of one for all, but a quiet hum, a deep resonance that seemed to connect with the very core of his being. The blade felt light, balanced, an extension of his arm, almost as if it had been waiting for him. This blade, Urokodaki rumbled, his voice low, is forged from sun-absorbing ore. It is the only weapon that can truly kill a demon. It will be your companion. Your life will depend on it. Izuku's thoughts, a real Nichiren blade. This is it. This is what I've been working for. It feels right. Like it belongs in my hand. It's not just a weapon, it's a tool for justice. For protection. For saving. Just like one for all. But this power. It's different. It's earned. It's mine, in a way my quirk never truly was. I have to master it. For everyone. Urokodaki then began to teach him the intricacies of demon anatomy, the precise points to strike for a clean decapitation, the only way to truly kill them. He showed him diagrams, grim and detailed, of various demon types, their weaknesses, their blood demon arts. It was a chilling lesson, a stark reminder of the horrors he would soon face. Demons are cunning, Midoriya, Urokodaki warned, his voice grave. They will use every trick, every illusion, every fear against you. Do not underestimate them. Do not let your guard down for a single moment. Your senses must be constantly alert. Your total concentration breathing must be constant. Your will must be unbreakable. Urokodaki's thoughts, I must prepare him. I must fill his mind with knowledge, for knowledge is a shield. He has the spirit, the strength. But the demons? They are truly monstrous. He must understand the depth of their evil. He must be ready to kill. Can a boy who strives to save everyone truly kill without hesitation? That is the ultimate test. Tanjiro, meanwhile, continued to be Izuku's silent support. He would spar with Izuku using wooden swords, helping him refine his forms, offering gentle corrections. He would share stories of his own encounters with demons, the fear, the pain, the moments of desperation, but also the unwavering resolve that carried him through. You'll do great, Midoriya-kun, Tanjiro said one evening, as they sat by the fire, the Nichiren blade resting beside Izuku. You've trained harder than anyone I've ever seen. You've overcome so much. Your scent. It's so strong now. So determined. Tanjiro's thoughts, I wish I could go with him. The final selection. It's a nightmare. So many fall. But he has to go alone. That's the rule. I just hope he remembers everything Urokodaki-sensei taught him. And everything Sabito and Makomo taught him. I hope he comes back. He's my friend now. He's the only one who truly understands. Izuku looked at Tanjiro, a profound sense of camaraderie settling between them. Thank you, Tanjiro-kun. Your words. They mean a lot. You've helped me so much. You and Urokodaki-san. And Sabito and Makomo. He paused, a silent acknowledgement of their unseen presence. I won't let any of you down. The journey to Fujikasan, a garden of whispers. Finally, the day arrived. Urokodaki, his masked face as impassive as ever, stood before Izuku and Tanjiro. The final selection begins in 7 days. You will travel to Mount Fujikasan. It is a place of ancient wisteria, blooming year-round, a natural barrier against the sun for the demons trapped within its confines. You will enter a forest filled with demons that demon slayers have captured and imprisoned there. You must survive for 7 days. If you do, you will become a demon slayer. If you do not, you will join the spirits of the fallen. Urokodaki's thoughts, another one. Another child I send into the maw of death. The hand demon. It waits there. It has claimed so many of my children. Sabito. Makomo. I cannot go. I can only prepare them. I can only pray. Midoriya. He has a unique spirit. A hero from another world. Perhaps he can truly break the cycle. Perhaps he can avenge them. I can only hope. The journey to Mount Fujikasan was long, a silent trek through changing landscapes. As they approached, the air grew heavy with the sweet, almost cloying scent of wisteria, a fragrance that permeated everything. The mountain itself was shrouded in a perpetual twilight, the wisteria trees growing in impossible abundance, their branches laden with cascades of purple blossoms that hung like weeping chandeliers, casting long, ethereal shadows. The sight was beautiful, yet profoundly unsettling, like a dream that was too vivid, too perfect, hiding a dark secret. At the base of the mountain, a small, ancient shrine stood, its wooden pillars weathered by time. Around it, other young hopefuls had gathered, perhaps 20 or so, all dressed in various, simple kimonos, their faces a mixture of fear, determination, and a desperate hope. They were all so young, some even younger than Izuku, their eyes wide with the enormity of the task before them. Two figures, ethereal and serene, stood before the shrine. A boy and a girl, both with long, flowing hair and delicate, almost translucent skin. They were dressed in traditional ceremonial robes, their faces calm, their eyes holding an ancient wisdom. Izuku immediately recognized the scent of their presence, the subtle energy that had guided him on Mount Seidri. Sabito and Makomo. But they were different here, more solid, more radiant, their forms almost glowing in the wisteria-filtered light. Izuku's thoughts, Sabito. Makomo. They're here. They're real. Or at least, more real than they were on Mount Seidri. Are they? Are they the guardians of this place? Do they watch over everyone who enters? Their sadness. It's so profound here. This place. It's beautiful, but it feels like a graveyard. The boy, whose voice was clear and melodic, began to speak, his words echoing through the wisteria-scented air. Welcome, aspiring demon slayers. You have gathered here for the final selection. Beyond this point, within the wisteria forest, demons are imprisoned. These demons have been captured by the Demon Slayer Corps and are unable to leave this mountain. The girl, her voice soft and gentle, continued. You must survive for 7 days. Your task is to endure. To kill the demons you encounter. If you survive, you will be granted the rank of Demon Slayer. If you do not, your life will end here. A murmur of apprehension rippled through the gathered hopefuls. Some paled, their eyes wide with terror. Others clenched their fists, their determination hardening. Izuku's thoughts, 7 days. Alone. Against real demons. This is it. This is the test Sabito and Makomo failed. This is where they died. I have to be stronger. I have to be smarter. I have to remember everything Urokodaki-san taught me. Everything Sabito and Makomo taught me. I can't let their sacrifice be in vain. I will survive. The boy's voice, now more solemn, concluded. The sun will soon set. When the darkness falls, the demons will awaken. May your blades be sharp, and your wills unbreakable. Begin. With those words, the young hopefuls began to enter the wisteria forest, one by one, their figures swallowed by the purple gloom. Izuku took a deep breath, his total concentration breathing already active, a steady hum of energy within him. He looked at Tanjiro, who offered a silent, encouraging nod, his eyes filled with unwavering belief. He then looked at Sabito and Makomo, who stood silently, their gazes fixed on him, a profound sadness in their eyes, but also a flicker of hope, a silent prayer. Sabito's thoughts, go, Midoriya. You have the fire. You have the will. You have learned. Do not hesitate. Do not falter. Avenge us. Avenge all of us. Survive. Makomo's thoughts, be like the water, Midoriya-kun. Flow. Adapt. Find your path. Do not let the darkness consume you. Find the light within. Please. Return. For Urokodaki-sensei. For Tanjiro. For yourself. Izuku nodded, a silent promise to the spirits. He turned and stepped into the wisteria forest, the sweet, cloying scent of the blossoms enveloping him, a beautiful, deadly perfume. The purple twilight deepened, and as he walked deeper, the wisteria blossoms began to fade, replaced by the familiar, oppressive darkness of a demon-haunted forest. The air grew cold, heavy, filled with a new, foul scent, the stench of demons. The whispers of the unknown began to rise, no longer just the rustle of leaves, but the guttural growls, the chilling screeches, the sounds of hungry predators awakening. The final selection had truly begun. He was no longer just a trainee. He was a demon slayer, or he would die trying. A sound of creation and destruction, a symphony of triumph, a roar of victory, a silent cheer from the very spirits of the mountain. And then, slowly, impossibly, the colossal boulder began to split. A thin, jagged line appeared down its center, growing wider and wider, until with a final, groaning sigh, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the earth, it cleaved into two massive halves, falling away from each other with a soft rumble, revealing a clean, smooth cut within, a testament to an impossible feat, a triumph of will over matter, a symbol of his newfound strength, a monument to his perseverance, a silent promise of what was to come, a prelude to his true destiny. The air shimmered with the residual energy of the impossible, a faint, almost sweet scent of ozone lingering, like the aftermath of a distant lightning strike. Izuku stood there, panting, the dull blade still in his hand, its weight now feeling like a feather, his eyes wide with disbelief, then with a dawning realization, a profound understanding that settled deep in his soul. He had done it. He had cut the boulder. Not with brute strength, but with spirit. With breath. With will. With the water. With the hopes of those who had fallen. He had truly become a part of this world, a true demon slayer in spirit, a hero forged anew, ready for the next challenge, ready for anything the world might throw at him. Urokodaki emerged from his hut, his masked face unreadable, a silent, imposing presence, but Izuku could feel a subtle shift in the air around him, a faint scent of approval, of quiet pride, like the gentle warmth of a rising sun, a silent blessing, a long-awaited acknowledgement. His presence, usually so stern, now carried an almost imperceptible aura of contentment, a subtle softening around his broad shoulders, a hint of satisfaction, a silent nod of approval. Tanjiro, too, came out, his eyes wide with awe, a genuine smile spreading across his face, a warmth that reached Izuku's soul, a silent acknowledgement of his courage, a shared moment of triumph. "You did it, Midoriya-kun," Tanjiro exclaimed, rushing forward, his voice filled with admiration, his scent radiating pure joy and relief, a wave of positive emotion that washed over Izuku, enveloping him in warmth, a comforting embrace. "You actually did it. I knew you could. I felt the shift in the air, the moment it happened. It was like the mountain itself sighed in relief, like it finally accepted you, like it embraced you as its own, a silent cheer from the ancient trees, a profound recognition of your spirit." Tanjiro's hand reached out, not to pat him on the back, but to gently touch the cleaved boulder, tracing the clean cut with a reverent finger, as if touching a miracle, a testament to human will. Tanjiro's thoughts: he did it. He truly did it. My master's burden. It lightens a little today. Subito, Makomo, all the others. Their spirits must be cheering. This boy. He's going to make a difference. I can feel it. He's going to survive the final selection. And then maybe he can help me save Nezuko. He has the strength. He has the heart. He is a true demon slayer. A true friend. His scent is so bright, so full of hope. It's like a new dawn breaking over the mountain. I'm so proud of him. Urokodaki approached the cleaved boulder, his gaze lingering on the clean cut, his masked face tilted slightly, as if examining a rare artifact, a profound mystery, a testament to an ancient power, a power of will. He then turned to Izuku, his voice still deep and resonant, like the rumble of distant thunder, but with a hint of something new, something akin to acceptance, a quiet respect, a profound acknowledgement of Izuku's spirit, of his true potential. "You have passed the test, boy. You have found your breath. You have found your will. You are worthy of my training. You are worthy of becoming a demon slayer." His words were not just a statement, they were a profound affirmation, a doorway opening into a new, terrifying, yet purposeful existence, a path carved by his own hands, by his own unwavering spirit, by his own sheer will. Urokodaki's thoughts: he did it. The boy from another world. He found the flow. He found the strength not of a quirk, but of spirit. He carries the scent of sorrow, yes, but also a fierce, unyielding light, a pure determination, a spark of something extraordinary. He is different from my other children, from Subito, from Makomo, from all the others who fell. He has an analytical mind, yes, but he also has a heart that refuses to break, a spirit that refuses to yield, a will that burns like the sun. He is worthy. Perhaps he can break the cycle. Perhaps he can truly make a difference. Perhaps he can survive the final selection and become a pillar of hope. But the final selection. It is a cruel mistress. It claims so many. I pray he is strong enough. I pray his will is stronger than the demons. I pray he returns. I pray he avenges my fallen children. I pray he finds the peace they could not. A faint, almost imperceptible sigh escaped him, a whisper of a burden he had carried for too long, a silent prayer echoing in the mountain air. Izuku felt a surge of triumph, a wave of relief so profound it almost brought him to his knees. He had overcome the impossible. He had proven himself. He had found a new path. The mountain's stern embrace had indeed shaped him, painfully, relentlessly, but it had also forged him anew, like steel in a furnace, purified by fire, tempered by cold, made stronger than before, unbreakable. He was no longer just a lost hero from another world, a ghost adrift. He was a trainee demon slayer, ready to face the darkness, ready to fight, ready to find his way home. His journey was far from over, but a new chapter had truly begun, carved into the very stone of Mount Sadri, a testament to his unwavering spirit, a promise of what was to come, a prelude to his true destiny, a destiny intertwined with the fate of this demon-haunted world. The final preparations, a quiet dawn and a deadly blade. The days that followed the cleaving of the boulder were filled with a different kind of training. The raw, brutal physical conditioning continued, but now it was infused with a new purpose, a deeper understanding that resonated in every strained muscle and every controlled breath. Izuku's movements were no longer clumsy, they were fluid, precise, imbued with the grace of water breathing, a silent dance of power and intent. He practiced the 10 forms endlessly, his wooden sword singing through the air, each strike a focused expression of his will, a testament to his unwavering spirit. Urokodaki watched him with silent, unreadable intensity, occasionally offering a single, profound correction that would unlock a new level of understanding, a deeper connection to the flow, a subtle shift that felt like a revelation, a sudden burst of enlightenment. Izuku's thoughts, every swing feels different now. It's not just about muscle memory. It's about the breath. About the flow. About becoming the water. I can feel the energy moving through me, not like one for all's explosion, but like a steady current, a powerful river within. It's beautiful. And terrifying. Because now I know what I'm fighting for. And what I'm fighting against. I'm ready for a real blade. I'm ready for a real demon. He would spend hours practicing, his body moving with a newfound elegance, each form a meditation, a silent prayer. One crisp morning, the air still carrying the scent of pine and damp earth, Urokodaki presented Izuku with his very own Nichiren blade. It was a simple, unadorned katana, its dark steel shimmering faintly in the morning light, reflecting the pale sky, almost humming with a latent energy. The moment Izuku's hand closed around the hilt, a strange sensation coursed through him. It wasn't the explosive surge of one for all, the familiar green lightning, but a quiet hum, a deep resonance that seemed to connect with the very core of his being, a silent chord vibrating within his soul, a profound recognition. The blade felt light, balanced, an extension of his arm, almost as if it had been waiting for him, a destiny finally realized, a partnership forged in the crucible of training. Izuku's thoughts, a real Nichiren blade. This is it. This is what I've been working for. Every ache, every fall, every tear. It was all for this. It feels right. Like it belongs in my hand. It's not just a weapon, it's a tool for justice. For protection. For saving. Just like one for all. But this power. It's different. It's earned. It's mine, in a way my quirk never truly was. It's forged from my own effort, my own spirit, my own will. I have to master it. For everyone. For this world. For my world. For Sabito and Makomo. For their sacrifice. I will not fail them. I will make this blade sing. His grip tightened on the hilt, a silent vow, a promise whispered to the steel. This blade, Urokodaki rumbled, his voice low, a deep, resonant sound, is forged from sun-absorbing ore. It is the only weapon that can truly kill a demon, severing their connection to Muzan and their immortality. It will be your companion. Your life will depend on it. Treat it with respect. It is an extension of your will. It is your soul made manifest. Its color will change to reflect your spirit, your unique connection to the elements. Urokodaki then began to teach him the intricacies of demon anatomy, a grim, chilling lesson that turned Izuku's stomach, but one he absorbed with fierce concentration. He showed him detailed diagrams, meticulously drawn, of various demon types, their precise weaknesses, the exact points to strike for a clean decapitation, the only way to truly kill them. He explained the horrifying nature of their blood demon arts, their unique, often terrifying, supernatural abilities, some of which defied logic and reason, some that twisted reality itself. It was a chilling lesson, a stark reminder of the horrors he would soon face, a glimpse into the true darkness of this world, a world far more brutal than his own, a world where monsters truly existed. Demons are cunning, Midoriya, Urokodaki warned, his voice grave, each word heavy with experience, with the weight of countless battles. They will use every trick, every illusion, every fear against you. They will exploit your weaknesses. Do not underestimate them. Do not let your guard down for a single moment. Your senses must be constantly alert. Your total concentration breathing must be constant, even in your sleep, even when you are exhausted, even when you are in pain. Your will must be unbreakable. Your heart must be pure, but your blade must be merciless. Hesitation is death. Compassion, misplaced, is death. Urokodaki's thoughts, I must prepare him. I must fill his mind with knowledge, for knowledge is a shield, and a weapon. He has the spirit, the strength. But the demons? They are truly monstrous. He must understand the depth of their evil, the true nature of their depravity. He must be ready to kill. Can a boy who strives to save everyone truly kill without hesitation? That is the ultimate test. His compassion. It is a strength, but it can also be a fatal weakness in this world. I pray he finds the balance. I pray he does not become like them. I pray he returns. I pray he avenges my fallen children. I pray he finds the peace they could not. He has the potential for greatness, but this world, it is cruel. Tanjiro, meanwhile, continued to be Izuku's unwavering support, his silent strength. He would spar with Izuku using wooden swords, helping him refine his forms, offering gentle corrections, his movements fluid and precise. He would share stories of his own encounters with demons, the raw fear, the agonizing pain, the moments of desperation, but also the unwavering resolve that carried him through, the burning desire to protect Nezuko, to avenge his family. He spoke of the sense of demons, the subtle differences, the way their emotions could be smelled, a grim map of their inner turmoil. You'll do great, Midoriya-kun, Tanjiro said one evening, as they sat by the fire, the Nichiren blade resting beside Izuku, its dark steel reflecting the flickering flames, a silent promise. You've trained harder than anyone I've ever seen. You've overcome so much. Your scent. It's so strong now. So determined. So heroic. You have the scent of victory, the scent of a true warrior, a pure scent that demons will fear. Tanjiro's thoughts, I wish I could go with him. The final selection. It's a nightmare. So many fall. So many good people. So many hopeful scents vanish. But he has to go alone. That's the rule. That's the test. I just hope he remembers everything Urokodaki-sensei taught him. And everything Sabito and Makomo taught him. I hope he comes back. He's my friend now. He's the only one who truly understands my world, and I, his. He's the only one who can truly help me save Nezuko. He has to survive. He has to. I will wait for him. I will pray. A silent prayer escaped his lips, carried on the wind. Izuku looked at Tanjiro, a profound sense of camaraderie settling between them, a bond forged in shared hardship and mutual respect. Thank you, Tanjiro-kun. Your words. They mean a lot. You've helped me so much. You and Urokodaki-san. And Sabito and Makomo. He paused, a silent acknowledgement of their unseen presence, a silent vow to honor their sacrifice. I won't let any of you down. I'll come back. I promise. I'll make you all proud. I'll become a Hashira, if that's what it takes to find a way home. The journey to Fujikasan, a garden of whispers and shadows. Finally, the day arrived. The air on Mount Sadri was crisp, carrying a new scent, a mix of solemnity and anticipation, a quiet tension that hummed beneath the surface, a prelude to destiny. Urokodaki, his masked face as impassive as ever, stood before Izuku and Tanjiro. The final selection begins in 7 days. You will travel to Mount Fujikasan. It is a place of ancient wisteria, blooming year-round, a natural barrier against the sun for the demons trapped within its confines. You will enter a forest filled with demons that demon slayers have captured and imprisoned there. You must survive for 7 days. If you do, you will be granted the rank of demon slayer. If you do not, your life will end here. Your spirit will join the spirits of the fallen, becoming part of this mountain's sorrow. Urokodaki's thoughts, another one. Another child I send into the maw of death. The hand demon. It waits there. It has claimed so many of my children. Sabito. Makomo. All of them. I cannot go. I can only prepare them. I can only pray. Midoriya. He has a unique spirit. A hero from another world. Perhaps he can truly break the cycle. Perhaps he can avenge them. Perhaps he can bring an end to the hand demon's reign. I can only hope. My heart aches with every farewell. I have done all I can. The rest is up to him. And fate. Please, boy. Return. For all of us. A heavy silence settled around him, a burden of unspoken grief. The journey to Mount Fujikasan was long, a silent trek through changing landscapes. They walked through ancient forests that gradually gave way to rolling hills, then to a winding path that ascended towards the looming silhouette of the mountain. As they approached, the air grew heavy with the sweet, almost cloying scent of wisteria, a fragrance that permeated everything, clinging to their clothes, filling their lungs, a beautiful, intoxicating perfume. The mountain itself was shrouded in a perpetual twilight, the wisteria trees growing in impossible abundance, their branches laden with cascades of purple blossoms that hung like weeping chandeliers, casting long, ethereal shadows that danced in the gentle breeze. The sight was beautiful, yet profoundly unsettling, like a dream that was too vivid, too perfect, hiding a dark, sinister secret beneath its enchanting facade. The vibrant purple seemed to hum with an unseen energy, a silent warning, a beautiful trap, a veil over a hidden horror. At the base of the mountain, a small, ancient shrine stood, its wooden pillars weathered by time, its stone steps worn smooth by countless feet that had come and gone, some never to return. Around it, other young hopefuls had gathered, perhaps 20 or so, all dressed in various, simple kimonos, some clutching small bags, some with swords already at their hips, their hands trembling slightly, their faces pale with apprehension. Their faces were a mixture of fear, determination, and a desperate hope, their eyes wide with the enormity of the task before them, some trembling slightly, others trying to appear brave, to mask their terror, to project a false confidence. They were all so young, some even younger than Izuku, their innocence a stark contrast to the grim purpose that brought them here, to this place of death, this crucible of destiny. Two figures, ethereal and serene, stood before the shrine. A boy and a girl, both with long, flowing hair and delicate, almost translucent skin. They were dressed in traditional ceremonial robes, their faces calm, their eyes holding an ancient wisdom, a profound sadness, yet a quiet strength, a silent resolve. Izuku immediately recognized the scent of their presence, the subtle energy that had guided him on Mount Seidri. Sabito and Makomo. But they were different here, more solid, more radiant, their forms almost glowing in the wisteria-filtered light, like spirits made manifest, guardians of the threshold, silent witnesses. They seemed to be the official guides, the silent gatekeepers of this deadly trial, their presence a solemn warning, a poignant reminder of the stakes. Izuku's thoughts, Sabito. Makomo. They're here. They're real. Or at least, more real than they were on Mount Seidri. They're the ones who greet everyone. Are they? Are they the guardians of this place? Do they watch over everyone who enters? Their sadness. It's so profound here. This place. It's beautiful, but it feels like a graveyard. A beautiful, deadly trap. I have to make them proud. I have to survive for them. I have to carry their hopes into this forest of death. I have to avenge them. I will not fail. The boy, whose voice was clear and melodic, yet carried a deep undertone of sorrow, began to speak, his words echoing through the wisteria-scented air, a chilling pronouncement that sent shivers down Izuku's spine. Welcome, aspiring demon slayers. You have gathered here for the final selection. Beyond this point, within the wisteria forest, demons are imprisoned. These demons have been captured by the Demon Slayer Corps and are unable to leave this mountain, held captive by the wisteria's light, by its ancient power, by its eternal bloom. The girl, her voice soft and gentle, yet equally resonant, continued. You must survive for 7 days. Your task is to endure. To kill the demons you encounter. Only those who survive the 7 days will be granted the rank of Demon Slayer. If you do not, your life will end here. Your spirit will join the spirits of the fallen, becoming part of this mountain's sorrow, forever bound to this place, to this tragic cycle. A murmur of apprehension rippled through the gathered hopefuls. Some paled, their eyes wide with terror, their hands trembling, some clutching at their kimonos as if for protection. Others clenched their fists, their determination hardening, their faces set in grim resolve, a silent vow of defiance. A few looked around, their gazes darting nervously, perhaps contemplating retreat, but finding no easy escape, no path back. Izuku's thoughts, 7 days. Alone. Against real demons. This is it. This is the test Sabito and Makomo failed. This is where they died. This is where so many died. I have to be stronger. I have to be smarter. I have to remember everything Yorokodaki-san taught me. Everything Sabito and Makomo taught me. Every breath. Every form. Every lesson. I can't let their sacrifice be in vain. I will survive. I will avenge them. I will become a demon slayer. I will make it back. I will find my way home. This is my destiny now. He took a deep, steadying breath, his total concentration breathing already active, a steady hum of energy within him, a silent promise to himself. The boy's voice, now more solemn, concluded. The sun will soon set. When the darkness falls, the demons will awaken. May your blades be sharp, and your wills unbreakable. Begin. With those words, the young hopefuls began to enter the wisteria forest, one by one, their figures swallowed by the purple gloom, disappearing into the shadowy depths, into the unknown. Izuku took a deep breath, his total concentration breathing already active, a steady hum of energy within him, a silent promise. He looked at Tanjiro, who offered a silent, encouraging nod, his eyes filled with unwavering belief, a silent prayer. He then looked at Sabito and Makomo, who stood silently, their gazes fixed on him, a profound sadness in their eyes, but also a flicker of hope, a silent prayer, a silent farewell, a silent blessing. Sabito's thoughts: go, Midoriya. You have the fire. You have the will. You have learned. Do not hesitate. Do not falter. Avenge us. Avenge all of us. Survive. Break the cycle. Live. Live for us. Live for Urokodaki-sensei. Live for that kind boy, Tanjiro. Live for the future. You are our last hope. Makomo's thoughts: be like the water, Midoriya-kun. Flow. Adapt. Find your path. Do not let the darkness consume you. Find the light within. Please. Return. For Urokodaki-sensei. For Tanjiro. For yourself. For us. Live. Find your way home. Find your peace. May your spirit guide you. Izuku nodded, a silent promise to the spirits. He turned and stepped into the wisteria forest, the sweet, cloying scent of the blossoms enveloping him, a beautiful, deadly perfume, a final, intoxicating farewell. The purple twilight deepened, and as he walked deeper, the wisteria blossoms began to fade, replaced by the familiar, oppressive darkness of a demon-haunted forest. The air grew cold, heavy, filled with a new, foul scent, the stench of demons, a sickly sweet and metallic aroma that made his stomach churn, a taste of fear, a smell of death. The whispers of the unknown began to rise, no longer just the rustle of leaves, but the guttural growls, the chilling screeches, the sounds of hungry predators awakening, a symphony of horror, a prelude to battle, a dance with death. The final selection had truly begun. He was no longer just a trainee. He was a demon slayer, or he would die trying. The labyrinth of trials had opened its maw, and Izuku stepped into its embrace, his Nichiren blade cold and ready in his hand, its dark steel a silent promise of vengeance. First night, the whispering shadows and the first hunt. The darkness of the wisteria forest was absolute, a thick, suffocating blanket that pressed in on Izuku from all sides, swallowing the last vestiges of twilight, plunging him into a world of pure shadow. His blindfolded training had prepared him for the lack of sight, but the sheer malevolence he felt in the air was something else entirely. It was a tangible presence, a cold, predatory aura that prickled his skin and made the hairs on his arms stand on end, a chilling caress of evil. His heightened senses, honed by Urokodaki's brutal regimen, now picked up a cacophony of terrifying details: the wet, slithering sound of something moving through the undergrowth, too heavy for a snake, too quiet for a beast, a sound that made his stomach clench, the faint, sickening scent of decay, like old meat and stagnant water, growing stronger with every step, a foul perfume, the guttural whisper of unseen voices, hungry and ancient, murmuring promises of flesh and blood, a chilling chorus of desire. Izuku's thoughts: this is it. This is real. No more training. No more wooden swords. This is life or death. My Nichiren blade. It feels so cold in my hand, but its weight is reassuring, a familiar comfort. It's sharp. It's ready. Am I? I have to be. Total concentration breathing. Constant. Don't falter. Don't hesitate. Sabito. Makomo. Their hopes are with me. All Might. Mom. I have to go home. I have to survive. I have to protect. I have to be a hero here. He focused, deepening his breath, feeling the energy flow through his body, sharpening his senses to an almost unbearable degree. He could hear his own heart pounding, a frantic drum against the silence, a rhythm of fear and determination, a desperate beat. Every rustle, every distant snap of a twig, was amplified, a potential threat, a whisper of danger. Suddenly, a foul stench assaulted his nose, closer now, accompanied by a low, guttural growl that vibrated through the ground, making the very earth tremble beneath his feet. He spun, his Nichiren blade held ready, its dark steel glinting faintly in the oppressive gloom, his stance perfect, a silent prayer on his lips, a silent vow to protect. A demon lunged from the shadows, a grotesque blur of twisted limbs and glowing eyes. It was larger than the last one he had faced, its skin a mottled gray, covered in weeping sores that oozed a viscous, black fluid. Its arms were elongated, ending in razor-sharp claws that gleamed in the faint, ethereal light that seemed to emanate from the wisteria trees, a ghostly glow that highlighted its horrifying features. Its mouth was a gaping maw filled with needle-like teeth, dripping with a viscous, black saliva, a promise of consumption, a horrifying hunger. Demon's thoughts, a low, guttural snarl echoing in its fragmented mind, a chorus of ancient hunger, a human. Fresh meat. So young, so foolish. Another one for the hand demon. This will be easy. Just like the others. They all scream the same. A new scent. Different. But still weak. Still prey. I will tear him apart. I will feast. Izuku reacted. Not with thought, but with instinct, with the flow of water breathing. His body, now a finely tuned instrument, moved before his mind could fully process the threat. He moved, his body a blur of motion, his steps light and precise on the uneven ground, adapting to every root and stone, flowing like water. The demon's claws swept through the air where he had been a split second before, missing by a hair's breadth, the wind of its passage a cold kiss on his cheek, a chilling whisper. Izuku's thoughts, too close. It's faster than the ones I trained against. Its scent is overwhelming, a mix of decay and something sickly sweet, a truly repulsive aroma. But I saw its intent, I felt the air shift, I heard the subtle change in its breathing. Water breathing. First form, water surface slash. He twisted, his Nichiren blade arcing in a wide, fluid sweep. The demon, surprised by his agility, by the unexpected speed of its prey, roared in frustration, trying to recover, its glowing eyes wide with a flicker of confusion, a momentary shock. Izuku's blade connected, not with the solid impact he expected, but with a clean, slicing sound, like tearing silk. The demon's arm, severed at the elbow, flew through the air, landing with a wet thud, spraying black blood onto the damp earth, a gruesome sight. Demon's thoughts, what? My arm. It cut my arm. This human. He's different. He's not like the others. He's fast. And that blade. It burns. It's like the sun. No. This isn't right. I will crush him. I will devour him. He will pay for this. The demon shrieked in pain and rage, its severed limb already beginning to regenerate, tendrils of flesh and bone knitting back together with sickening speed, a grotesque sight, a horrifying testament to its unholy power. Izuku didn't hesitate. He remembered Urokodaki's lessons on demon regeneration. They heal fast. I have to go for the neck. A clean decapitation. One decisive blow. Don't let it regenerate. Don't give it a chance. This is the only way. He flowed seamlessly into the next movement, his breath steady, his mind focused, his body a conduit for the technique. Second form, water wheel. He spun, his body a whirlwind of motion, the Nichiren blade a shimmering circle of death, reflecting the ghostly purple light of the wisteria. The demon, still regenerating its arm, lunged again, its remaining claw extended, its eyes burning with renewed fury, its hunger insatiable. Izuku's spinning blade met the demon's neck. The resistance was immense, tougher than any wood, tougher than any stone, tougher than anything he had ever cut, like cutting through solid iron. But his will was stronger. He pushed, pouring all his strength, all his breath, all his intent into the strike, a silent roar of determination, a desperate surge of power. A sickening thwack. The demon's head, its eyes wide with shock and disbelief, flew from its shoulders, tumbling to the ground with a wet thud. Its body stiffened, then slowly, agonizingly, began to disintegrate into ash, vanishing into the wisteria-scented air, leaving behind only a faint, acrid smell, a whisper of its demise, a silent testament to its end. Izuku stood panting, his Nichiren blade still held ready, its dark steel reflecting the ghostly purple light of the wisteria. His body ached, his lungs burned, but a surge of exhilaration, of profound relief, coursed through him. He had done it. His first demon. Alone. He had survived.
Izuku's thoughts, I killed it.
It's gone. It was terrifying. More terrifying than any villain I've ever faced. But I did it. I used water breathing. I used the Nichiren blade. I protected myself. This is what it means to be a demon slayer. This is what Sabito and Makomo trained me for. This is what Urokodaki-san prepared me for. This is the real fight. I have to keep going. 6 more nights. I can do this. I will do this. For everyone. For my world. For this world. For Nezuko. For Sabito and Makomo. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a trembling hand, the scent of demon ash clinging to the air, a grim trophy, a silent reminder. The wisteria blossoms seemed to hum softly around him, a silent acknowledgement of his first victory, a gentle sigh of approval, a whisper of encouragement. The labyrinth had just begun to whisper its secrets. And Izuku Midoriya, the hero from another world, was ready to listen, ready to fight, ready to survive. He moved deeper into the forest, his senses on high alert, his blade ready, his heart pounding with purpose. The labyrinth deepens, trials of body and spirit. The first demon was just the beginning. As the hours of the first night wore on, Izuku encountered more. Some were small, weaker demons, easily dispatched with a precise water surface slash, their forms dissolving quickly. Others were larger, more cunning, forcing him to employ more complex forms of water breathing, to dodge and weave, to find openings in their grotesque forms, to adapt to their unpredictable movements. He used third form, flowing dance, moving gracefully to evade multiple attacks, his body a blur of motion, a silent dance of evasion. He used fifth form, blessed rain after the drought, a merciful, painless strike for a demon that seemed to have lost its will to fight, its eyes filled with despair, a flicker of his inherent compassion guiding his blade, offering a swift end. Each fight was a brutal test. His muscles screamed, his lungs burned, and the constant fear was a cold knot in his stomach, a persistent companion. But with each victory, a new confidence bloomed, a fragile flower in the darkness. His movements became smoother, his breathing more consistent, his connection to the water breathing more profound. He was no longer just mimicking forms, he was becoming the water, adapting to each demon's unique movements, finding the path of least resistance, striking with devastating efficiency, a silent, deadly current. Izuku's thoughts, they're all so different. Some are fast, some are strong, some use strange blood demon arts that twist reality. I have to analyze them, just like I analyzed quirks. But faster. My life depends on it. Total concentration breathing. It's helping. It's keeping me sharp. It's keeping me alive. Sabito's lessons. Makomo's guidance. They're all here, in every swing of my blade, in every breath I take. I can feel their presence, urging me on. He encountered a demon with elongated, whip-like arms, its movements unpredictable, lashing out with terrifying speed. Izuku used sixth form, whirlpool, spinning his body and blade to create a vortex of slashes, deflecting the whips and closing the distance, before severing its head with a clean strike, a fluid, unstoppable motion. Later, a demon that could manipulate shadows, making the already dark forest even more disorienting, its form shifting and blurring. Izuku relied on his blindfolded training, using his hearing and smell to pinpoint its location, striking through the illusions with a focused, decisive blow, his blade finding its mark through the deception. The second night brought a new level of terror. The demons seemed stronger, more numerous. He found himself fighting two at once, a desperate, chaotic dance of blades and claws, a struggle for survival. He used seventh form, drop ripple thrust, a quick, precise stab to create an opening, then eighth form, waterfall basin, a powerful downward slash, before finally decapitating both with a desperate, simultaneous strike, a final surge of strength. He collapsed afterwards, panting, his body trembling, his Nichiren blade stained with black blood, his vision blurring. Izuku's thoughts, two at once. That was too close. I almost didn't make it. I need to be smarter. I need to conserve my energy. 7 days. This is going to be a long week. I can't afford to make a mistake. Every demon is a threat. Every moment is a test. I have to be perfect. I have to survive. For them. He forced himself to move, to find a hidden spot to rest, to recover his breath, to sharpen his blade, to prepare for the next encounter. He found a small cave, hidden behind a cascade of wisteria, and huddled inside, listening to the sounds of the night, every rustle a potential threat. The days were a time of uneasy rest. He would find a secluded spot, high in a tree or hidden in a rocky crevice, and try to sleep, his senses still alert, his total concentration breathing a constant hum, even in his dreams. He would eat the meager rations Urokodaki had given him, dry biscuits and dried fruit, and sharpen his blade, its dark steel now a familiar comfort, a silent companion. He would reflect on his fights, analyzing his movements, identifying his mistakes, planning for the next night, replaying every moment in his mind. He missed Tanjiro's comforting presence, Urokodaki's stern but reassuring guidance. He missed the familiar sounds of his own world, the bustling city, the comforting voices of his friends, the warmth of his mother's embrace. He felt utterly alone, a tiny spark of life in a vast, demon-haunted darkness, a world that seemed to stretch endlessly. The hand demon, a shadow of the past and a promise of vengeance. On the fifth night, as the moon hung like a pale, watchful eye above the wisteria canopy, casting long, eerie shadows, Izuku felt a profound shift in the air. A new scent, ancient and overwhelmingly foul, permeated the forest. It was a scent of immense malice, of countless deaths, of a profound, ancient evil, a stench that made his very soul recoil. His instincts screamed danger, a primal warning that vibrated through his bones. He moved cautiously, his Nichiren blade held ready, its dark steel humming faintly, his total concentration breathing at its peak, every sense extended, every nerve on edge. The air grew colder, heavier, and the wisteria blossoms, usually so vibrant, seemed to wilt and darken around him, their beautiful perfume replaced by the stench of decay, of death, of ancient suffering. He entered a large clearing, and there, he saw it. A monstrous demon, colossal in size, easily 3 times the height of a man, its body a horrifying mass covered in countless hands, each one writhing and twisting, fingers twitching, its eyes glowing with a malevolent, ancient fury, reflecting the pale moonlight. Its face, a grotesque parody of a human face, was etched with a cruel, mocking grin, its features distorted by centuries of hatred. This was the Hand Demon. The demon that had killed Sabito. The demon that had killed Mikomo. The demon that had killed so many of Urokodaki's apprentices, a silent graveyard of hopes. Izuku's thoughts, the Hand Demon. This is it. This is the demon that took them. Sabito. Mikomo. All the others. Its scent. It's overwhelming. So much malice. So much death. So much ancient hatred. This is the demon Urokodaki-san couldn't kill. This is the one I have to defeat. For them. For their memory. For Urokodaki-san. I can't fail. I won't. This is my chance for vengeance. My chance to truly honor their sacrifice. A cold rage, pure and unwavering, ignited within him, pushing back against the fear, burning like a silent flame. Another one of Urokodaki's brats, the Hand Demon rumbled, its voice a chorus of grating, whispering hands, ancient and chilling, a cacophony of malice. Another one sent to die. How many has it been now? 50? More? They all smell the same. So weak. So fragile. Just like Sabito. And that annoying little girl, Mikomo. I remember them. I remember their screams. Their despair. Their final moments. Its voice was laced with a chilling amusement, a profound cruelty, a sadistic pleasure in their suffering. It extended a long, gnarled finger, pointing at Izuku. You smell different, though. A new scent. A scent of a different world. And a scent of a pure heart. How delicious. Izuku's blood ran cold. It remembered them. It remembered their screams. A surge of fury, raw and untamed, coursed through him, hotter than any flame. You monster. You killed them. You will pay for that. I'll make you pay. I'll avenge them. I'll send you to hell. His voice, though trembling with rage, held an unyielding resolve. Hand Demon's thoughts, oh? This one has spirit. A little fire. How quaint. They all think they're so strong. But they all break. They all fall. Just like the others. I will enjoy crushing this one. Slowly. Painfully. Another soul to add to my collection. Another defeat for Urokodaki. His tears. They are my feast. The Hand Demon lunged, its countless hands extending, reaching for him like grasping tentacles, a horrifying, living wave of flesh and bone, a terrifying embrace. Izuku reacted, his body moving with a speed and fluidity he hadn't thought possible, a blur of motion. He used water breathing, every form he knew, flowing, adapting, striking. He dodged the grasping hands, weaving through their deadly embrace, his Nichiren blade a silver blur, a dance of evasion. Izuku's thoughts, too many hands. I can't get close. Its body is massive. I need an opening. I need to find its neck. But its body. It's so large. So many hands protecting it. It's like a living fortress. I have to find a way through. He felt a flicker of despair, but pushed it down. Sabito. Mikomo. Guide me. He used third form, flowing dance, evading a barrage of hands, his movements graceful and precise, then fourth form, striking tide, a series of rapid, powerful slashes that cut through several of the demon's hands. They regenerated almost instantly, tendrils of flesh knitting back together, but it bought him time, a precious moment to breathe. He used sixth form, whirlpool, creating a defensive vortex of slashes, deflecting the hands, pushing them back, creating a momentary barrier. The Hand Demon roared in frustration, its hands lashing out with increased ferocity, its eyes burning with renewed malice. You're persistent, boy. But you're still too weak. You'll break. They all do. You're just delaying the inevitable. Izuku felt exhaustion creeping in, his muscles burning, his breath ragged, his body screaming in protest. He knew he couldn't keep this up forever. He needed a decisive strike. He needed to find the demon's neck. He remembered Makomo's words, find the flow. Find the path of least resistance. The water always finds a way, he remembered Sabito's, don't hesitate. Strike with intent. Your will is your blade. He closed his eyes for a split second, deepening his total concentration breathing, pushing past the pain, past the fear, past the exhaustion. He imagined the water, not just flowing around the demon, but flowing through it, finding its core, its weakness, its very essence, the hidden current within its monstrous form. He felt a subtle shift in the demon's aura, a faint tremor, a hidden weakness beneath its overwhelming mass of hands. It was a single, almost imperceptible thread, a current in the chaos, a path to its demise. Izuku's thoughts, there. It's not about cutting through the hands. It's about cutting through the space between them. Finding the true neck. The core. The path is there. I just have to find it. I have to trust my senses. I have to trust the water. He opened his eyes. The world seemed to slow, the countless hands of the demon moving in slow motion, their movements predictable, their attacks almost leisurely. He saw the path. A single, fluid line, weaving through the chaos, leading directly to the demon's neck, a silent invitation. Ninth form, splashing water flow, chaotic, Izuku roared, his voice echoing through the clearing, a surge of power coursing through him, a new strength, a powerful current. He launched himself forward, his body moving in a series of rapid, unpredictable movements, dodging the hands with impossible grace, his Nichiren blade a blur, a silver streak of vengeance. He flowed through the demon's defenses, a living current, a dance of death, relentless and unstoppable. He was no longer just Izuku, he was the water, relentless and precise, a force of nature. The hand demon shrieked in disbelief, its eyes wide with terror as Izuku bypassed its defenses, its hands flailing wildly, unable to stop him, unable to grasp him. No. You're different. You're not like the others. You're like him. The one who wore the fox mask. The one who trapped me here. No. I won't die. I won't. I will not be defeated by another of Urokodaki's brats. Izuku's blade found its mark. With a final, powerful surge, he brought his Nichiren blade down, not with brute force, but with the focused intent of a flowing river, cutting through the demon's neck with a clean, decisive strike, a silent, powerful cut. The hand demon froze, its countless hands falling limp, its eyes wide with a mixture of shock and a dawning, ancient despair. No. I won't die. Not to another of Urokodaki's brats. I won't be defeated. Its voice faded, its massive body stiffening, then slowly, agonizingly, began to disintegrate into ash, vanishing into the wisteria-scented air, leaving behind only a profound silence, and a faint, acrid smell, a whisper of its demise, a silent testament to its end. Izuku stood panting, his Nichiren blade still held ready, its dark steel reflecting the ghostly purple light of the wisteria. His body ached, his lungs burned, but a surge of triumph, of profound relief, of a quiet, solemn victory, coursed through him. He had done it. He had avenged them. He had broken the cycle. Izuku's thoughts, Sabito. Makomo. I did it. I avenged you. I survived. I hope you're watching. I hope you're finally at peace. This is for you. And for Urokodaki-san. This is for all the fallen. I will keep fighting. For a world where no more children have to die like this. I will make sure no one else suffers this fate. This is my vow. A profound sense of sorrow mixed with his triumph, a bittersweet victory. He looked up at the wisteria, imagining their spirits finally ascending, free from the mountain sorrow, finally at rest. The remaining 2 days and nights of the final selection were a blur. The other demons he encountered seemed weaker, less significant after the battle with the hand demon. He moved through the forest with a newfound confidence, his blade sharp, his senses keen, his will unbreakable. He was no longer just surviving, he was hunting. He was a demon slayer. When the sun finally rose on the 7th day, painting the sky in hues of soft rose and gold, a beautiful, hopeful dawn, Izuku found himself back at the base of Mount Fujikasan, at the ancient shrine. Only 4 other hopefuls had returned, their faces pale, exhausted, but alive. A silent understanding passed between them, a shared trauma, a shared triumph, a silent bond forged in the fires of survival. Subito and Makomo stood before the shrine, their forms even more radiant, more ethereal, their faces serene, a gentle smile gracing their lips. They looked at Izuku, their eyes filled with a profound peace, a silent farewell, a silent blessing. And then, slowly, they began to fade, their forms dissolving into the wisteria blossoms, becoming one with the light, finally free, finally at rest. Izuku's thoughts, they're gone. They're finally at peace. Thank you, Subito. Thank you, Makomo. I'll never forget you. I'll carry your legacy. I promise. I will fight for a world where no more spirits are bound by such sorrow. A tear escaped his eye, a tear of sorrow and gratitude, a silent farewell. The boy and girl who had greeted them, the official guides, now stood before the survivors. Congratulations, the boy said, his voice clear, devoid of sorrow, filled with a quiet reverence. You have survived the final selection. You are now officially demon slayers. Izuku looked at his fellow survivors, then at the rising sun, then back at the wisteria-shrouded mountain. He had faced the darkness. He had survived. He was a demon slayer. And now, the true fight began. His path home was still shrouded in mystery, but he had found a new purpose, a new family, a new strength in this strange, beautiful, and terrifying world.